wars, forgotten legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain, in the realm of virtual rain. Virtual rain, in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls, glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense.
All right. It is Friday the 13th. Spooky, spooky. If you're into that kind of thing. Audio's still a little weird on this game. It's like delayed. Which isn't super terrible, but it's not great either. Mm-hmm. Okay. I need one pick. Wood? Yeah, it's wood. Get your wood. Got wood. I want iron. We need iron. That's iron. Crystals. I have three, but one of them is probably going to break right away. So there's that. There is that. That in there. Okay. Now, let's. You want to go exploring the map. Which isn't really hard to do, but can be quite the pain. We're already way, I think. I mean, we're not as far north as I've been, but and mountain base is my permanent base, so we can do tundra. We gotta drop a base somewhere. Journeyed a long ways out. But we can go. Oh. Wait, what is that one of my... Oh. That is... What that is on there. What that is. Their legend needs to be a little bit. Like they're marked like this. Those need to be put in here too. Well, I mean, it's in their point of interest. Doesn't really tell you what it is. That's a tower. What that should say, this is this kind of tower. And then other stuff should say other things. Also, we could take an eagle egg. Not that it will really do anything. We won't get an actual increase of anything because we're maxed out on our health and our blue thing. I forget what that is. Yeah. Okay, so we want to go northeast and unlock some more of the map. We'll go northeast and work our way around. Keep unlocking the map and see what we can find there. Yeah. That sounds like a plan. Seeing how we can start out with our air elevator. Go northeast. We like the air elevator. It's a good takeoff spot. Head towards the tower. The many towers of this game. Some of these forest areas are so thick with trees. Eh. We can drop a force base and do that kind of stuff too. Ugh. Their connection mechanics really need some work. What the? Why is it showing me? Because I'm pushing the wrong button. Because I'm a dummy. Derpa 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 derp. I don't think this is a very popular game with my audiences. No matter how much I like it, nobody else does. So. I would probably get more viewers with Valheim. Okay, well, since it's Friday the 13th, I thought maybe we would do some Friday the 13th facts. Like horrific things that have happened on Friday the 13th throughout recorded history. Or maybe just some really scary stuff that's kind of centered around, a superstitious day. So let's do that. Some Friday the 13th horror story kind of stuff.
Morgan wasn't a superstitious person. He never threw salt anywhere other than on his food, and he loved black cats. Morgan
I love
didn't
black
believe in
cats
luck,
too.
good or bad. He just
I
lived
love
his
black
life with the
cats.
choices he had made based on the opportunities, and that was that. Theo, his best friend, was the complete opposite. Theo was the kid in class that had a rabbit's foot keychain on his backpack and picked up every penny he'd seen. Morgan didn't mind the superstitions, he just ignored them. If anything, Theo was learning that maybe they weren't true, since Morgan always seemed to have the same experiences as Theo, with no luck needed. On April Fool's Day, Theo had the great idea of gifting Morgan a really nice rabbit's foot keychain, mostly as a gag gift, but Theo truly believed in its powers. Morgan thought it was great, and stuffed it in his jacket's chest pocket and unintentionally forgot about it. That same day after school, Morgan and Theo were walking to Theo's house to do homework, aka play video games. The boys stopped at a corner store to grab a few snacks. Just before they went up to pay at the register, a little sports hatchback screeched right in front of the store. Someone wearing a ski mask jumped out and ran into the store. Morgan pulled Theo and hid in a corner by some boxes, out of sight from the assailant. The boys heard screaming and arguing up front in the store, and then they heard a thud, or someone falling to the ground hard. Theo stood up and made eye contact with the aggressor. The person started walking up to the boys with a menacing look in his eyes. Then Morgan stood up, holding out a large metal bar, with a sharp hook on its end, that had been silently leaning on the store's corner. The man froze, and gave the boys a blood-curdling laugh. Just as the man got closer, Theo took a swing at the man, and the man threw Theo across the floor, making him land by the refrigerator's glass doors. Morgan jabbed the metal bar towards the man, and then he saw the man swing a large knife toward his chest.
There's one of
Morgan felt
them
the
guys,
impact,
and
and
he's
meanwhile,
way
he
over
down
there.
towards his chest. The man scoffed and ran out towards his car, still parked outside. Morgan fell to the ground, but was confused he wasn't in any pain. He rapidly began to pat his chest and abdomen, realizing he was okay. He then crawled over to Theo, who was also okay, just in shock from the whole incident. Morgan helped Theo up, and they both ran up towards the register, where the owner was on the ground. He was also okay, but since he was elderly, he had just stayed on the ground in fear of getting hurt more by the robber. The store's owner could not express his gratitude towards the boys, although they didn't stop the robber. They had tried. The shop owner told the boys they could stop by any time and get whatever they wanted from now on. After just getting their original snacks and staying with the elderly man until the police arrived, the boys made their way out towards Theo's home. The boys were still riled up by the incident, and Morgan started nervously laughing. Just as he grabbed his chest from laughing, he felt his pocket and then took a closer look. He saw a puncture hole from the robber's knife in his pocket. Then he realized that the lucky rabbit's foot blocked the blade from actually stabbing through. Morgan smiled and thanked Theo for the lucky rabbit's foot once more. Vivian suddenly woke up from her slumber to her loud, annoying alarm. She sat up and rapidly jumped out of bed, not only realizing her alarm had been ringing for 10 minutes, but it was Friday the 13th. She skipped the shower, quickly got dressed, and ran out the door. If she ran fast enough, she'd be able to catch her usual bus. The day was bright, and the sun was peeking out through some thick clouds. The streets were wet and puddles were all over the place from the rain throughout the night. Vivian jumped into her usual spot where she waited for her bus, right on the curb with her toes peeking slightly over the edge. She smiled as she had somehow managed
there's
to
an air
make the
curtain
morning
over there.
just as the others, despite it being a day dedicated to bad luck superstitions. She leaned out toward the street to see if she saw the bus coming, but then she was blinded by a semi-truck that zoomed by that also managed to run into the puddle and got Vivian's pants and shoes wet. She then felt a sudden feeling of frustration and annoyance. But she remembered that this was the same bus she would be waiting for anyway if she had gotten up in time. She saw a bus coming, right on schedule, and when she stepped back to make room for it to pull over right in front of her, like usual, the bus kept going. She grunted and waved at it as it drove past her. The bus didn't stop. She managed to read the sign that read "out of service" on the back. She frustratingly looked back and saw another bus coming.
That's
This
kind of
bus
annoying.
pulled over and opened the doors for her to hop on. She greeted the bus driver, as she always did, although it was someone she had never seen before. She walked towards the middle of the bus, where she always sat. Again, she felt like her day was fixing itself, and things were going back to normal. She opened up her purse and pulled out the book she was reading that month. A few minutes later, the bus stopped to pick up a man that was stumbling down the middle aisle, and he quickly sat next to Vivian before the bus started moving faster. Vivian greeted the good-looking man, and he smiled at her. She kept reading, and suddenly the bus swerved left, making Vivian hit her head on the glass window, and making the man next to her spill his coffee on both of them. Vivian could not believe what bad luck she was having that morning, and frankly felt like going back home and crawling into bed, despite all her efforts. The man offered her his jacket to clean herself up, but she jokingly said it was all right because now the coffee stain matched the puddle stain from her pants. He wouldn't stop apologizing, and she told him it was all right. Her stop was coming out, and she began standing up when the man next to her also said it was his stop. They both got off the bus and walked in the same direction. Vivian asked the man if this was his usual stop. He said he hoped it was. He was heading to a job interview. He ended up walking into the same building where Vivian worked as well, a bank. They said goodbye, and Vivian walked to her office. As soon as she sat down, a coworker ran into her office. "There's a man out front asking for us to fill a duffel bag with money." Vivian stood up and walked out towards the customer service area, and saw the teller who was helping the robber, the man from the bus. He saw Vivian, and his eyes welled up. He hit the counter, and with a closed fist hit the glass that stood between him and the teller. He looked straight at Vivian and said, "You don't know how lucky you are," and with that, he pulled his empty duffel bag back towards himself, and left. Vivian asked the teller if she was all right, then walked back to her office. Vivian wiggled her wet toes in her shoes that had been wet by the semi-truck running into a puddle earlier, and then she stared down at the coffee stain from the almost bank robber she sat next to, and she couldn't help but smile. She was lucky, and as she looked out and at her calendar at the big letters stating Friday the 13th, she couldn't help but remember something her dad would always say: "You never know what worse luck, your bad luck, has saved you from."
Not exactly what I had in mind. Those are actually good luck stories. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. That may have been a poor choice for wordage for the search. Yeah.
I had visited my family for the holidays and was driving back home. The trip in total was about 10 hours, which I split into 2 drives on the way up. But on the way back, I decided to power through it in one long drive. Around the halfway point, snow started coming down. It wasn't too much, so I wasn't worried about it. However, it got worse as I kept driving. Once I was 3 hours away from home, it was pouring down pretty heavily, and with the sun going down as well, it definitely was not ideal. There were almost no other cars out though, which is the only reason I decided to keep driving. The snow made it harder, but I was still on track to be home by the end of the night. It was just after the sun had fully set, and about 30 minutes out from the nearest town I just passed through, that I noticed a car on the road ahead of me. Their headlights were the only light on the road, in the middle of the blanket of snow covering everything else. And as I got closer, it was clear that they were stuck, or at least not moving. Their car was sideways on the road, with their hazard lights flickering, and a man was standing out in the cold next to it.
Hello, Mr. Polar Bear.
I really didn't want to stop, but it seemed I didn't have a choice. His car was blocking most of the road off that was paved. I parked just behind him. The man immediately started waving at me and walked up to my window. My car
Where'd
slipped
he go?
and got stuck there. Can you
Oh, there
help
he
me
is.
push it out? He spoke slowly, like his English wasn't the best, but hoping I could get back on the road as soon as possible, I agreed to help him. The car didn't really look like it was in too much snow, so maybe just a little push might actually be enough. I threw my hat and gloves on, then got out. The wind hitting my
hello?
face and snow instantly soaking me made me wonder why the guy even got out of his car and didn't just call for help. My face and hands were already getting numb, so I hurried to the back of the car and waited for him to get his gloves. It was too dark to see anything through the windows, and after a little bit of standing back there waiting, I looked around to see what was taking him so long.
What?
He was still leaning into the front seat, as if looking for his gloves, but I thought I heard him talking. A second later, he came back out and looked at me. Were you talking to me? I asked. He looked concerned, but said he was just talking to himself. He smiled, then walked around to the back to help me push.
Where did my...
I couldn't
There
help
it
but
is.
feel like something had changed, though. His whole demeanor and the situation just felt different. Although I didn't hear what he said, it didn't really sound like he was talking to himself.
Okay,
But if
where'd
someone
the
else
Gollum
was in the
go?
car, then why was he out
He
here
fall
alone,
through the
asking
map
me
or
why I
something?
was?
Oh, there he is.
All these thoughts came rushing through my head, and I thought for a few seconds I was kind of spaced out. So much so that I didn't notice the man staring at me. His
Get
smile
shit on,
had
Gollum.
dropped, and he had an eerie look in his eyes, like they were hollow and lifeless, completely opposite of what he looked like before. I didn't even hesitate, beginning to hurry back to my car. Just then, several doors from the car I was just behind opened, and 3 more men got out, rushing toward me. I sprinted into my driver's seat, and thank goodness I left my car on, because I put it straight in drive. and
Meat
rolled
stew.
past,
I don't
almost
have
hitting
meat
one on the
stew.
way
I
out.
have hearty soup.
I was terrified of possibly getting stuck in the snow.
Have some hearty
as the
soup.
path around
Will
the
that
road was
do?
getting thin, but thankfully I made it around and was able to get
Snow,
away.
stone.
I put in a report with the police at the closest town, but there were never any updates as far as I know. I'm assuming the men weren't really stuck and probably left right after I did. I don't know what those men were up to. Of course, I have my guesses, but if I had stayed and didn't leave right when I did, who knows where I'd be. This was last year. It was late November, and this was the first snowfall of the season. It wasn't supposed to be anything too much, just a couple inches of snow. I got home from work around 8, and by then the snow had already started. I heated up some leftover pizza and stayed downstairs for a couple hours. Around 10, I went upstairs to my bedroom, sitting at my desk with my laptop. Before I could even open up something to watch, I heard something right above me. It sounded like a thud in the ceiling. I thought it was likely the snow weighing down on the roof, and was probably nothing to be concerned about.
Okay, there it
I'd
is.
be lying if I said I wasn't concerned at all, though.
I
This
see
was
it.
my first winter at this house, and it wasn't in the best shape, so part of me was a little worried about any possible leaks or other problems. I tried to not think about it too much and continued looking for something to watch, but then it happened again. A thud resonating through the ceiling. I looked up, and the thuds continued, sounding almost in a straight line across the ceiling. I was genuinely worried. I got up and grabbed my winter jacket, then hurried out the front door and looked up at the roof. Unexpectedly, the side of the roof that my bedroom was on, there was no snow on it. It had all slid off and fell into a pile in front of the house. I looked at the other side of the roof, and the snow was still there.
Ow.
I then looked at my neighbor's
Hookers.
home, and all of them still had snow
Look,
sitting
it's
on their
hookers.
roofs like normal. The way the snow had fallen off
Killing you,
on
bat.
my roof didn't seem natural, like something was either wrong with my roof or something else had made this happen. Probably whatever those thuds were that I was hearing. With no more answers to find outside, and my whole body starting to shiver from the cold, I walked back to the front door. I opened it and hurried inside, stomping my boots on the doormat. When I looked up, though, my heart almost stopped. There were puddles of water going across the hallway. I stayed still and looked around, seeing water going through the living room and even up the stairs next to me. It only took me a second to see a boot print in one of the puddles, and I immediately turned right back around and headed out the door. I stood by the road and called the police, shivering, and I tried to tell them my situation. About 30 seconds into the call, I saw something move past one of the windows in my bedroom, and moments later, a figure stood behind the glass, looking down at me. They only stayed for a second, then backed away. I didn't see anything else the rest of the time that I waited for the police. As I was waiting, though, I put together most of the pieces in my brain. Someone had made it up on the roof, making the snow fall as they walked across. There were several windows they could have gotten in through that I honestly had no idea if they were locked or not. When police arrived, I didn't find the intruder inside anymore, but they basically confirmed my theory. There were multiple trees going over top my house that anyone could easily climb, and with the windows being accessible, it made for an easy target. At least, the officers think that that's the reason they broke in, just because I was an easy target. Nothing was missing though, and the way the shoe prints went through the whole house felt eerily like them looking for me. What's crazy is that I must have gone outside to check on the roof at the exact time they got in through the window. If I was any later, I would have been face to face with them, or if I'd gone back inside sooner, they might have not left tracks through the house yet for me to immediately notice. It's been nearly an entire year since this, and so far, nothing else has happened. Maybe it was just a one-time attempt, but I don't think I'll ever feel safe with all the uncertainties of what happened that night. It was mid-December. I was only 17 at the time, and every year just before Christmas week, my mom had to go on a 3-day business trip for work. Being an only child that lived just with my mom, I'd spend these days that she was gone home alone. Usually she'd leave just before winter break, so I'd be in school for most of the day. And this year she left the same day that our school let out for the holidays. I had the house to myself, and wanted nothing more than to stay inside and chill all day. Forest City was going through somewhat of a snowstorm, so I couldn't really leave the house anyway. I made some of the food that was left for me.
Trying to gain some altitude.
I had to pause it several times throughout the couple hours though, because the wind and snow would suddenly pick up and get really loud. It seemed like every time I looked outside, the weather was worse. Then, around 7 or 8, someone was walking up to the front door. I could hear their footsteps kicking against the snow, and they coughed several times as they slowly made their way up to the porch. I didn't have a clue who it could be. I paused everything and looked at the door, waiting for them to knock or ring the doorbell. As more time passed, though, I could feel myself getting nervous, as something didn't feel right. I want to say I waited 3 or 4 minutes, not hearing anything, before I went up to the door and looked outside. Nobody was there. I could see the footsteps coming right up to the door, then going back the way they came. I was really confused how clearly I heard them walk up, but somehow I didn't hear them leave. Also, with the snowstorm outside, what reason could someone have to come up to my house? I think the only reason I could settle on was that snow made it difficult to see, and they mistook my house for theirs. Maybe they realized once I got up to the porch and didn't want to alarm anyone, so they quietly left. It's probably a bit of a stretch, but I guess it was possible. After a while, I'd mostly stopped thinking about the situation and was more caught up worrying about the story. The power cut out a few times, lasting for several minutes before it came back on. Because of that, I couldn't really watch TV or anything, so I just sat on the couch and scrolled on my phone. It was maybe around 11 when, through the harsh wind, I heard a thump against the house. I initially ignored it, but only a few moments later, the power cut out again. Thinking the thump might have caused it, I got up. It sounded like it was from the side, near the kitchen, so I turned my phone light on, then walked over and looked around. I thought it was probably just a coincidence that the power shut off right after I heard the thump, but I just wanted to be sure nothing happened. I didn't see anything, and I started to walk away. Hey! I jumped and looked at the back door, seeing a man standing against the other side. The back porch light wasn't on, so he was mostly covered by the dark. I could only see his face peering in at me. Hey, kid, would you get the door for me? It's freezing out here, he said, putting his hand on the door and trying to open it. My head wasn't fully grasping the situation yet. I kind of just stood there and stared at him. Kid, get the door, please. Something gave me a bad feeling. I knew better than to trust this guy, even though it was a blizzard outside. The man started coughing, and I started to back up, and the man's face instantly fell into a disturbing frown. Open the fucking door, he yelled, banging his fist against it several times. I ran back to the couch and got my phone. I then stood in the hallway and watched the man as I dialed 911. My phone was struggling to hold service and kept dropping the call, but after a few tries, I was able to get through long enough to ask for help. The man at the door continued to yell at me and hit the door, but eventually ran off. I'm assuming the snowstorm caused some trouble for the police, as they didn't make it until nearly 30 minutes after. I told them what I could, and I called my mom to let her know what happened. Nobody really knew what to think about it. He could have been stalking me and trying to guilt me into letting him in, or he could have actually been in need of help, although it's unlikely. I never saw him again after that night, though. I work at a gas station. I'd been there for several years, and this night was one that I assumed would be like all the rest. I came in at 8 and took over for the day worker, who went home right away. The first couple hours went by quickly, as there were still customers coming in regularly to buy a few things or to pay for gas with cash. Between 11 and 12, it slowed down, to where it began feeling like the shift was dragging on. I kept myself busy for another hour, or at least tried to, with stocking whatever I could find. But then I was left with the dreaded second half of my shift. It was always slow, boring, and just not enjoyable. Around 1, though, a car pulled in and parked in the spaces by the entrance door. A few other cars had come through recently, but just to get gas real quick. Very rarely would someone actually park in the spots and come into the store this late into the night.
Man, it's a
I
long
stood up straight
staircase.
and tried to rub the tired look off my face, expecting them to come in. A couple minutes went by, though, and they didn't. I leaned over the counter and looked out the glass door, but couldn't really see anything. The reflections on the door were blocking any way for me to see inside their car. Maybe they were just taking a break from a long drive. I didn't bother caring too much about it. I sat back and pulled on my phone. I spaced out, reading through random articles and whatnot for probably 20 or so minutes. During that time, I never heard anything or saw anything, but eventually I looked up from my phone and my heart almost stopped. There was a guy inside the store, standing in one of the aisles and looking right at me. His eyes darted away as soon as I saw him. This guy looked like he was mid-40, with a dark jacket on and a scruffy beard. I never saw or heard him enter, so how the hell did he get in? While my mind was racing, I just watched as the man kept walking around, glancing over at me a few times to see if I was looking, like he was planning to do something as soon as I looked away. Then, after just 30 seconds, he suddenly hurried toward the front door and ran outside. I got up and ran to look out. This was when I noticed the car was still there, but the guy walked right past it and just out to the road until I could no longer see him. I immediately went to the cameras to see how he got in and figure out what was going on. It only took me a minute to find the footage of him slowly and quietly getting out of the car, then going to the back of the gas station. There were no cameras back there, but those doors were never locked since the gas station was technically always open anyway. What's really odd is that there were 15 minutes between the time he went around to the back to the time he went out onto the sales floor. Police came to help me investigate, ultimately finding the car he left to have been a stolen vehicle from months ago. They didn't know anything about the guy or his motives. Sneaking around though, he clearly had something else intended for that night, and I think I was really lucky that for one reason or another, he decided not to go through with it.
Chickened out. He chickened out is what he did. We'll see if I can do this. If not, we'll just delete them all and oop. Do, 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 do. Oop. Okay, now can I? Oh, 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 you fucking no. 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 Okay. Delete it. Get all my sticks back. Taking all my sticks back. Oh, yeah. Getting the height advantage. Cause there's no rules. Before we jump off of this, I'm going to go use the restroom. I will put on more stories, more short stories. people's creepy experiences. Not necessarily Friday the 13th related stuff, but, just creepy shit that happens to people while they're at work. So, I'll let you guys listen to that while I go pee.
I was pretty young when this happened. I think 16
I'll
or
be
17.
right back.
It was at my first job, which was just some trashy pizza place. They paid slightly more than other places, and I made extra from tips when I did deliveries, so I stayed there for a while. I don't remember too much about the beginning of my shift this night. I probably started at my regular time, around 6, and was scheduled until 12, but the whole first half of my shift went by like any other day. It was sometime around 10 that we got an order for delivery, so I packed it up and left to drop it off. The place was 15 minutes away, in a small neighborhood. It took me a minute to find the house, though, because all the trees were blocking the address numbers, and a lot of the homes had long driveways leading far from the road. Eventually, I did find it, after circling back a few times. I drove down the driveway and parked closer to the home. It was one of those large houses that looked like it was built forever ago. I got the food and walked up to the front porch. It was hard not to notice how quiet it was in this neighborhood. It felt like I was so far away from everything, especially with the trees everywhere. When I got up to the porch, though, the front door was wide open. I'd seen a lot of people leave their doors cracked open before, but the way this one was fully open was a little bit excessive. Anyway, I walked over and knelt down to set the food inside the house, when a voice called out, "Hey, would you mind bringing the pizza in here? I'm just setting up the table." It was a man's voice, but they sounded friendly. I knew it was frowned on to enter someone's home while delivering, but honestly, it was a fairly normal request, and usually didn't take more than a few extra seconds, and typically secured a good tip. I stepped inside and walked down the hallway into the kitchen. I set the box on the table, but nobody else was in there. I'd just heard his voice only moments ago, and I never heard him walk anywhere else. I also noticed the house was extremely quiet, like no other sounds at all. I felt a shiver run through me, and as I decided to leave,
Okay.
his voice called out again. "Can you bring it in here, please?" His voice came from the other hallway, connecting to the kitchen. There was a single door that was open, but whatever room was behind it was dark. There was no light on. It also sounded like his voice came from right behind the doorway, like he was standing just out of sight. After a few seconds, I turned around and fast-walked back out the front door. I got in my car and drove back to work, and I never said a word about it. I thought I'd either get made fun of for being scared or for being stupid, so I just kept it to myself. Thinking back on it now, though, there was definitely something up with that guy. Nothing about that encounter was normal. I'm just glad that at least I was smart enough to leave when I did, because there's really no saying what would have happened if I went into that room with him. I was 20 and worked with my parents at a really small takeout restaurant. We specialized in to-go orders. I was in college at the time and was on a very hectic schedule, but my parents were kind enough to offer me a laid-back position just as a general worker, usually just working the to-go table or cleaning up the place after closing hours. This was during early December, and with finals coming up, I didn't have much time to work during the day, so I was taking up mostly late night shifts where I'd just clean for a few hours, then head home. One of the nights I was working, I noticed around an hour into my shift that a car was parked in the parking lot. The way our restaurant was laid out, It was a standalone shop with a tiny parking lot in front of it, so there was no crossover between other stores or businesses. I thought whoever parked there probably just didn't think anyone would care, and they were right, because I really didn't care. 20 or so minutes later, they left. However, the next night, around the same time, the car pulled into the parking lot again. The first time it was fine, because I thought it was just a one-time thing, but coming back again was strange. I walked up to the front of the building and looked out. It was an older gray sedan with dark windows. They didn't seem to be trying to hide or anything, because they were facing right at the building, and they kept their headlights on. I double-checked that the doors were locked before getting back to cleaning. It was hard not to feel like they were watching me through the giant glass front windows, but just like last time, they left not too long after. I'd finished up my work and clocked out an hour later. Walking to my car in the parking lot, I felt really uneasy. I knew they had left, but it was just concerning that the same car came by 2 nights in a row for seemingly no reason. I drove home and got some rest. Having a lot of schoolwork to do, I decided to take off the next night, so I didn't return to work until the following night. The whole time I was inside cleaning, I had this anxious feeling that made me constantly look out for expecting that car to come back at any point, but I never saw them until then. I was inside for nearly 3 hours and finished everything I had to do, and not having seen the car come by this night, I felt like maybe it really was all nothing. I packed my stuff up and headed out, locking the door behind me. As I walked through the parking lot, that anxious and uneasy feeling rushed back to me. It felt like I suddenly got a burst of adrenaline.
It
making me
interrupted it.
sweat and look in all directions.
Well,
Then,
there's
as
just
I
some
was
random
walking
stairs floating in the air
out
there.
in the open, my eyes spotted a car sitting in the far back of the parking lot, away from all the street lamps that lit up the area. Within seconds, it started moving, quickly driving toward me. I sprinted to my car, but I could hear their tires skidding on the pavement as they sped up right beside me and slammed on the brakes. I stumbled forward, thinking they were about to hit me. I was only a few feet away from my car at this point, and suddenly the doors of their car swung open. I didn't even turn my head to look, having my focus completely on getting into my car. Footsteps rushed behind me just as I opened my car and got in. Through the windows, I saw 3 men wearing masks and hoodies sprinting up to me. My hands were shaking as I tried to get my car to turn on. The men started banging on the windows and trying to get the doors open, but I barely got it in drive and drove past them. I got out of the parking lot and onto the road, and from there, I was safe. I called 911 and pulled into a well-lit gas station nearby to wait for them. Unfortunately, the outside of our shop didn't have any cameras, so the information the police had to go off of was minimal. I couldn't even see any of the men's faces. After that night, it's no surprise that I never saw the car or the men again. I used to work for a small startup company. I'm not even really sure what they did, because I was just a security person, but I always thought it was a little strange that they even felt they needed a security guard. The office was really small and looked somewhat unimportant, like any other office. It made my job easy though, because I didn't have to parade around multiple floors all night. I got in at 9 and turned on the security alarm systems, then headed to the little security room that had all the camera screens set up. The place only had outdoor cameras, which were really low quality. The first couple hours went by slowly, with usual nothing going on. Sometime around 1 a.m. though, I heard what sounded like a latch clicking shut. I sat there confused for a moment, then stood up and opened the door to the hallway. Everything looked exactly how I'd left it. There were only 3 doors down the hallway, and each one was closed. I walked over to each door, opening them, and briefly looking around. The rooms were layered with a bunch of office desks, but from what I could see, it was all normal. By now, it had been long enough for me to start wondering if the sound I heard was actually what I thought it was. Maybe I just didn't hear it right. After all, the security systems should have triggered an alarm if someone had opened one of the main doors to get inside. So I went back to the room, this time leaving the door into the hallway, so if I heard it again, it'd be more clear. Then I sat back and continued monitoring the cameras. I checked the footage from the previous few minutes.
Yeah,
to see
there
if
we
I
go.
missed anything, but I didn't see anything at all.
Getting the white crystals.
Another 20 minutes passed. I think by then, I'd pretty much came to terms that whatever I heard was nothing, as I was back to not paying as much attention. Then, a sound echoed down the hallway. It was faint. A door, opening slowly. I jumped up from my chair and walked into the hallway, not believing what I heard. I immediately saw knowing that none of the alarms went off and nothing had shown up on the cameras. I was extremely confused. I was sure that nobody could be in here. I crept over and opened the door a little further, revealing the dark office. I took a few steps inside, but didn't hear or see anything, so I started to walk further in, going past each office. As I got to the back of the room, I saw the slightest movement on one of the walls, like a shadow or something, before I turned my head and instantly locked eyes with a person crouching underneath one of the desks. It was a man with black hair and large dark circles under his eyes. He had a look of both fear and anger, like he was both mad and worried that I'd found him. The instant he saw each other, though, he started getting up. I had no idea he had any kind of weapons on him, so I took no chances and started running for my life. I went into the hallway and out the front doors, which triggered the security alarms and automatically notified the police. I went a safe distance away, then tried to watch the front doors as I waited for the officers to show up. It only took about 40 seconds before the doors swung open and a man came running out. He ran around to the other side of the building. From there, I lost sight of him. When officers got there, we downloaded the footage from the whole night. Nowhere in it did we see the man enter the building, so we don't know when or even how they got in. Obviously, the other question is why they got in. After discussing it with the company, they said they knew nothing about it and didn't find anything missing. I have a hunch that they might have known more than they let on. Hiring security for their tiny office isn't normal unless you have a reason to. I think it might have actually been an old employee that they knew was a little unhinged. Anyway, I stayed there for another few months, then called it quits for a better job. I never found out anything else about what happened that night.
Love how nobody follows up on their own. Nobody ever follows up. They never find out anything. They don't bother. They just go on with their lives and forget about it. Well, there we go. Got all my wood back. Well, I didn't get all my wood back, but I got some of my wood back. Oh, and there's a crystal right here. Three white crystals. Yeah. That's how you do it. Oh, that's not how you do it. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do, but oh well. Feeling the altitude again. For altitude, please. Need to make a keyboard adjustment. My elbow is not supported. Oh, and my ear itches. Hello, sweet candy bear. Sneaking in. Not really sneaking, but I was just not paying attention. See how high we can get before it says, no, 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 you can't build right there. Oh, actually, I think we have to go do that. And then land right there. Oh, push the button and nothing happens. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. No. Yes. We're high enough. We're high enough. I'm pretty sure I can make that. Pretty sure I can make that. Reasonably sure. Somewhat reasonably sure I can make it over there. And pow. Ran right into the side. That is a very tall mountain. That is a very tall mountain peak right there. That's probably good for resources. I'm going to say that's probably a good spot. No water in it. We don't want water in it. Water becomes a pain in the ass. Right? Lords of Gazif. Hopefully you were bot. If not, you were trying to put in bot stuff, and Maseri bot don't like no bots in here but itself. So if you're a real person, uh, you know, just try saying hi or give me a follow. Either way, then I know you're a real person. Otherwise, get the hell out. We don't put no box around here. If you can't have no biscuits and mustard, he ain't got no business coming around here. Help. My throat is a little out of practice for doing any Sling Blade references. Oh, that one's much longer.
Hello,
Yeah,
and welcome back
better
to
than
Horror
15 minutes.
Now, I know a lot of you use these videos to sleep, so before you drift off, I thought it would be a fun idea if everyone can leave a comment to let me know where you are. Hello, everyone, and welcome. I couldn't fix it, and no one was around. So I got back in the car, locked the doors, and figured I'd wait it out. Someone had to drive by eventually, right? It must have been an hour later when I saw headlights in the distance, cutting through the rain. My heart jumped. I thought about waving them down, but I was cautious. It was late, and I was alone. But when the vehicle got closer,
Now,
it slowed,
if we
and I
climb
saw it
up
was a
to the
large
mountain
truck,
peak,
a semi.
we could put a
The truck
tundra
came to a
base
stop
up
just ahead of
there.
me, and the driver's
Just
door opened.
I have a mountain
A man
base.
stepped out, middle-aged,
I have a
with a
desert
scruffy beard,
base.
wearing a baseball cap and a rain
I
jacket.
really wanted to. I could get
He
rid
waved
of the
and started
desert
walking
base
towards me.
too.
Everyone
Don't really
inside
need
screamed
that
not to
one.
open the door, but I didn't want to be rude.
We're not in the desert, so I
Maybe
don't
he
have
was
to
just
worry
trying to
about
help.
that. But
I cracked the window just a bit, enough to hear him. Car trouble? He asked, his voice a little too casual for my liking. Yeah, I said. I think it's the engine. I've got a tow truck coming. That was a lie, but I didn't want to seem desperate. He didn't seem to believe me. He glanced at my car, then back at me. Mind if I take a look? I hesitated. I didn't want to get out of the car, but at the same time, he was offering help. Maybe he knew what he was doing, or maybe he just wanted to get on his way and would leave me alone if I let him check. So, against my better judgment, I unlocked the door and stepped out. The rain was still coming down hard, and we both stood there by the front of the car. He bent over, pretending to inspect the engine, while I stood awkwardly beside him. After a minute, he straightened up and shrugged. Looks bad. You're not going anywhere tonight, that's for sure. I nodded, trying to hide the unease creeping up my spine. I'll just wait for the tow. He didn't
level
move.
36. Oh
He
my
just stood
goodness.
there, staring at me.
We're so agile.
You know, you're pretty far from town. I've got room in my truck if you want a lift. I can drop you at a motel. The way he said it, too casually, like it was no big deal, sent alarms ringing in my head. I shook my head quickly. No, thanks. I'll be fine here. His smile didn't reach his eyes. Come on, it's pouring out here. You're gonna be waiting a long time. I tried to sound firm, but my voice shook. I'll be fine. Really? I don't want to leave my car. That's when his whole demeanor changed. His smile faded and his eyes darkened. He stepped closer, and I instinctively took a step back. It's not safe for a woman to be out here alone, he said, his voice low, almost threatening. You don't know what kind of people might come by. My heart raced. I tried to step around, but he moved to block me. Look, I said no. I repeated, louder this time, hoping my voice wouldn't betray the fear I felt. I'm waiting for the tow truck. He stared at me for a long moment, and I could feel the tension thick in the air. I thought he was going to grab me, drag me to his truck. My hands were trembling, and my throat went dry. Then, out of nowhere, headlights appeared in the distance. Another car coming down the road. The man glanced over his shoulder, his expression changing again. His posture relaxed, and he stepped back, giving me space. "All right," he said, his voice calm. "Suit yourself." Without another word, he turned and walked back to his truck. I stood there, frozen, as he climbed into the cab, started the engine, and pulled away. The headlights of the approaching car were brighter, and I ran back to my car, locking the doors as fast as I could. My whole body was shaking. I sat there, watching as the car drove past, not even slowing down. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. My mind was racing with what could have happened, what almost did. It felt like hours before I managed to pull myself together. I kept the doors locked, and I didn't dare leave the car again. Eventually, the rain slowed, and my phone finally picked up a signal. I called for a real tow truck this time, and when they arrived, I couldn't explain why I was so shaken. I just wanted to get out of there, away from the empty road, away from the dark and the rain. The trucker didn't come back, but I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see his headlights in the rearview mirror. Even now, I can't drive down a quiet road without thinking about that night, how easily it could have gone wrong. I was on my way to a friend's place, driving through what I thought were just back roads in some rural area. I had left late, which was stupid, but I figured it would be a quick drive. The GPS signal was spotty the entire time, but I thought I knew where I was going. I didn't. The roads twisted around, and after a while, I had no clue where I was. It was just endless farmland, and my phone had completely lost signal. I kept telling myself I'd see a main road soon, but nothing. Just empty fields and the occasional patch of trees. The sun had gone down an hour ago, and now it was pitch black outside, except for my headlights lighting up the road in front of me. The road was narrow, barely wide enough for two cars, though I hadn't seen a single one since I'd taken that wrong turn, wherever it was. I was running low on gas too, so I knew I needed to figure something out fast. That's when I saw it, a faint light up ahead. As I got closer, I realized it was coming from an old farmhouse sitting back from the road. It was the first sign of life I'd seen in what felt like forever. I figured it was worth a shot. I didn't really want to bother anyone, but I was getting desperate. I pulled up the road and drove down the long, dirt driveway toward the house.
The long dirt driveway.
And as I got closer, I could make out more of the place. The house was old, real old, with peeling paint and sagging roof lines. There were a few outbuildings too, a barn and some sheds, all looking like they hadn't been used in years. A single light was glowing faintly.
It's so satisfying to watch those
I
decay.
got out, immediately feeling the chill of the night air.
The
The place was dead,
probably gonna
except
have
for the sound
to
of crickets and the occasional rustle of
get
leaves
some
in the wind.
more.
I walked up to the door and knocked, feeling
Oh,
uneasy
there's so many
and
white
hoping someone
crystals
could
here.
help. After a minute, the door creaked open and an old man stood there. He must have been in his late 70s, maybe older, with deep lines on his face and a worn, plaid shirt hanging loosely on his thin frame. His gray hair stuck out in all directions, like he hadn't bothered to comb it in a while. His eyes were sharp, though, and they locked onto me the second he opened the door. "Evening," he said, his voice gravelly. "You lost?" I nodded. "Yeah, I took a wrong turn somewhere. My phone's not working, and I was hoping you could point me in the right direction." The old man didn't say anything for a moment, just looked me over, like he was sizing me up. Then, after what felt like forever, he smiled a thin, almost forced smile. "Well, come on in. Got a map inside somewhere. You can warm up too. It's cold out here." I hesitated, but he stepped back, holding the door open wider. I didn't really have any other options, so I stepped inside. The place smelled old, like dust and something I couldn't put in place. The furniture looked like it hadn't been updated in decades, with worn-out couches and a coffee table that was covered in old newspapers. There were no family pictures, no sign of anyone else living there. Just him. He led me into the kitchen, where there was a small table and 2 chairs. The light over the table was dim, casting long shadows on the walls. "Sit," he said, pointing to one of the chairs. I sat down, feeling more uneasy by the second. Something about the way he moved, slow and deliberate, made me nervous. He rummaged through a drawer, muttering to himself, before pulling out a dusty old map. He spread it out on the table in front of me. "Where you headed?" he asked, his eyes flicking up to meet mine. I told him the name of the town I was going to, and he nodded slowly, tracing a path with his finger. "You're way off," he said, "but I can get you back on track. First, how about a drink? You look like you've had a rough night." I started. Before I could say anything, he was already grabbing a bottle from the counter and pouring something into a glass. He handed it to me, the liquid sloshing a bit as he did.
Yeah.
"It'll warm you up," he said, his eyes never leaving mine. I took the glass, though I had no intention of drinking it. I just wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. The air in the room felt heavy, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. That's when I noticed the locks. Every window in the kitchen had thick, heavy locks on them, the kind you'd use to close something for someone inside. And the door I'd just come through had 3 separate doors, all of them locked now. My stomach dropped. I hadn't heard him lock the door, but it was locked all the same. I glanced around, trying to stay calm. "Something wrong?" the old man asked, his voice low. He was watching me, waiting. I shrugged, forcing a smile. "No, just... I should probably get going." He didn't move. Just stood there, blocking the doorway. "You sure? You just got here. Did you finish your drink?" I glanced down at the glass, the liquid inside looking darker than it should. My heart was racing now. Every instinct was telling me to get out, but I couldn't see how. The door was locked, and he was between me and it. "I'm good, really," I said, standing up slowly. "Thanks for the help, but I'll be on my way." The old man's smile faded, replaced with a cold, hard look. "Sit down," he said, his voice flat. I froze. He took a step closer, and I backed up, bumping into the table behind me. I said, "Sit down." I glanced at the door again, calculating. If I could make it past him, maybe I could get out, but he was closer now, too close. My heart was pounding in my ears, and I could feel the sweat forming on the back of my neck. I couldn't. I turned, making a break for the back door I'd noticed earlier, the one leading out to the yard. The old man lunged for me, but I was faster, slamming into the door and fumbling with the lock. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get it open, but finally, the latch clicked, and I shoved the door open just as I heard him yell behind me. I didn't look back. The night was cold, and the wind stung my face, but I kept running, my legs burning as I sprinted across the yard toward the driveway. My heart was still there, thank God, and I dove in, locking the doors behind me. I fumbled for the keys, my hands trembling, and jammed them into the ignition. The engine roared to life. As I peeled out of the driveway, I saw the old man standing on the porch, watching me. His face was blank, no emotion at all, like he'd expected me to run. I didn't stop driving until I was back on a main road, the lights of a small town flooding into view. It took me hours to calm down, and even now, I can't shake the feeling that he wasn't just some old farmer.
Some old creepy dude living out in the middle of nowhere is what he was.
I've always been.
And now you know why he was a creepy old dude living out in the middle of nowhere.
No noise except the sounds of the forest. It was a Saturday morning, clear skies, the perfect night. I packed light water, some snacks, a map, and my phone. I knew the trail well enough, but it was a long one for the national parks, and I liked having some sense of direction. The first couple of hours were fun, just not a soul in sight. That's what I liked most about it. No distractions, no one else around. The path was a little more rugged than I remembered, though. Lots of roots and uneven ground. I guess I wasn't paying attention when it happened. 1 second, I was walking, and the next, I was on the ground. I must have tripped. All I could think about was the pain shooting up from my ankle. I tried to get up, but my leg gave out under me. I reached down, and my ankle was already swelling up, hot and throbbing. It was bad, real bad. I knew I wasn't walking out of there on my own. I sat there for a while, hoping someone else would come along. But it's a quiet trail, one that not many people take, especially on weekdays. I didn't have much luck with my phone either. No signal, of course. I felt the panic start to rise, but I tried to push it down. It was still early in the day, and maybe someone would come by. I just had to wait. It must have been an hour, maybe more, before I heard the footsteps. They were slow, heavy, and at first, I wasn't sure if they were real or if I was just imagining it, hoping too much. But then I saw him. A man, mid-40s maybe, with a scruffy beard and a worn-out baseball cap. He was walking down the path toward me, carrying a small
Well, that
bag on
was
his back.
Unusual.
He noticed me right away, saw me sitting on the ground, and his face shifted, like he was surprised to see anyone out there. "You all right?" he asked, stopping a few feet away. I shook my head, explaining what had happened, how I couldn't walk on my ankle, how there was no signal on my phone. He looked at my ankle, nodding slowly, then back at me. "That looks pretty bad," he said. "You're not getting out of here on your own." I nodded, trying not to let the fear show on my face. "Can you help me? Maybe call someone?" He hesitated, which was strange. It was only for a second, but I noticed it. Then he scratched his beard, looked around like he was thinking something over. "I don't have a phone with me," he said, "but I've got a cabin not too far from here, just off the trail. I can take you there, and we can figure something out." Something about the way he said it made me nervous. But what choice did I have? I wasn't going anywhere, and I needed help. I wasn't about to spend the night out there with no way to move. "All right," I said, "but are you sure it's close? I don't want to be a bother." He smiled, a little too wide. "It's close enough. I'll carry you. You're not heavy." Before I could say anything else, he was already lifting me up. His hands were rough, and he hoisted me onto his back like it was no problem at all. I felt a bit of relief, thinking maybe I was lucky to have run into someone. He started walking, stepping off the trail and heading deeper into the woods. As he carried me, I noticed the trees were getting thicker. We were going deeper than I'd expected, farther away from the trail. I tried to make conversation, asked him how long he'd lived in the area, how often he came to the woods. He answered, but the responses were short, clipped. He didn't seem all that interested in talking. After what felt like forever, we reached his cabin. It was small, just a single-story structure with a slanted roof, tucked away between the trees. The wood was weathered, and the windows were dark. There was no car outside, no sign that anyone else had been there in a long time. I felt a knot forming in my stomach. He set me down on the porch and opened the door. Inside, it was just as simple. A single room with a stove, a table, a couple of chairs, and a bed in the corner. I noticed right away there was no phone. Nothing modern, really. Just old furniture and a few lanterns for light. Go ahead and sit down, he said, motioning to the table. I'll get you some water. I hobbled over to the chair, trying not to put weight on my ankle. The cabin felt cold, even though it was still warm outside. I watched as he grabbed a jug of water from the counter and poured it into a glass. He set it in front of me, then sat down across the table, just staring at me for a second. I shifted uncomfortably, looking around for anything I hadn't noticed before. There was something unsettling about the place. Where's the phone? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. No phone, he said simply. Don't need one out here. I felt my chest tighten. How am I supposed to call for help? He leaned back in his chair, folding his arms. I told you, we'll figure something out. You're not going anywhere on that ankle tonight anyway. Something about the way he said it sent a chill through me. I felt trapped. The windows were small, covered with thick curtains, and the door was solid wood, probably heavy to move. I started to realize just how isolated we were. There was no one around us. I really appreciate that, I said, trying to say I should try to get out of the trail. Someone else might come by. He didn't even blink. It's late, he said. No one's coming by now. You should just stay the night. I stared at him, trying to think of something to say, but my mind was racing. Every instinct was telling me to leave, to get out of there as fast as I could. But my ankle, I couldn't walk on it. I'll be fine, I said, forcing a smile. I can manage. He stood up then, moving around the table toward me. His eyes were cold, unreadable. You're not leaving, he said quietly. Not tonight. My heart started pounding. I pushed myself, trying to stand, but my ankle gave out, and I nearly fell. He grabbed my arm, holding me steady, but his grip was too tight. I wasn't going to let go. Sit down, he said, his voice low and dangerous. I sat back down, my mind racing. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't run, not with my ankle like this. I looked around the cabin again, trying to spot anything that might help me, but there was nothing. Just that old furniture and the thick walls keeping me inside. He sat back down, watching me closely. The silence stretched on, heavy and suffocating. I tried to calm myself, thinking maybe if I just stayed quiet, stayed calm, he'd let his guard down. But the longer I sat there, the more I realized he had no intention of letting me leave. Hours passed like that. I pretended to drink the water, but my throat was too dry and too tight. Every now and then, he would get up and walk to the door, checking it, making sure it was locked. Then he'd sit back down, just staring at me. I felt like a rabbit caught in a trap, waiting for the inevitable. At one point, he got up and went to the stove, lighting the fire. The room filled with warmth, but it didn't make me feel any safer. He turned to me, his face lit by the glow of the fire, and smiled. You'll be fine here, he said. No one's gonna find you. My stomach dropped. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to get out. I need to use the bathroom, I said suddenly, my voice shaking. He pointed to a door at the back of the cabin, never taking his eyes off me. I got up slowly, limping to the door. I had no plan, no idea what I was going to do, but I knew I had to stay there. Once I was inside, I locked the door behind me and looked around. The bathroom was small, just a sink and a toilet, with a tiny window above the sink. It was small, but it was my only chance. I hobbled over, pulled myself up onto the counter, and tried to open the window. It was stuck, painted years ago. I felt panic rising in my chest. I tugged harder, putting all my weight into it, and finally, it gave way with a loud creak. I froze, listening for any sign that he'd heard, but there was nothing. I squeezed my ankle screaming in pain, but I didn't care. I had to get out. The drop to the ground wasn't far, but it hurt like hell when I landed. I bit back, forcing myself to stand. I couldn't put it, but I had to move. I limped into the trees, trying to get as far from the cabin as possible. I didn't know where I was going. I just needed to get away. I could hear him now, yelling from the cabin, but I didn't stop. The trees were thick, and I used them to keep myself steady, as fast as I could. I don't know how long I ran. It felt like hours. Eventually, I stumbled onto a dirt road, and by some miracle, there was a car coming. I flagged them down, barely able to speak through the pain and fear. They helped me to the car, and I told them what happened, though I'm not sure I made much sense. They called the police, and they took me to the hospital. I never saw that man, but I'll never forget his face. The way he smiled when he told me no one was coming. I was driving across the country, headed from one coast to the other. I'd done it before, but this time I decided to take it away from the highways. I was tired of the same old roads, the endless lines of cars, and all the noise. I thought maybe it would be nice to see more of the country, take in the back roads, the quiet places. That was a mistake. It was around dusk when I realized I had taken a turn. I wasn't sure when it happened exactly. The GPS on the but then I lost signal somewhere around noon. The road I was on started to change. What was once a two-lane asphalt road turned into a narrow dirt path. It wasn't supposed to be that way. My map had shown a solid road, but I figured I'd stay on it for a bit longer, assuming it would connect back to the main highway eventually. As the sun went down, the road only got worse. Trees on either side of me started closing in, branches reaching out over the road, blocking the last bits of it. It was like the woods were swallowing me up. I hadn't seen a house or a person for miles. Not even another car. Just endless forest. The only sounds were my tires crunching over the gravel and the occasional thud of a rock hitting the underside of my car. I was getting nervous, but I didn't have a choice but to keep going. The road was too narrow to turn around, and I wasn't about to reverse my way out of there for who knows how long. My gas was low, not empty, but low enough that I needed to find my way back to
A
civilization.
lot of people
soon.
put themselves in really
I figured
stupid
I could make it another
situations
hour
in
or
these
so before
stories.
I really needed to. The light faded fast, and soon it was pitch dark. I had my headlights on, but they weren't doing much. The dirt road seemed to just curve without end, and every time I thought I was nearing the end, another bend would come up. My heart was starting to pound harder, that tight feeling in your chest when you know something's not right. It was too quiet, too isolated. There was something about the way the road stretched on that felt wrong, unnatural almost. I tried to shake the thought from my head, focusing on driving. That's when I saw him. He was standing right in the middle of the road, about 50 feet ahead, just inside the reach of my headlights.
Ooh, look at
At
that.
first, I thought maybe it was just
That's a hell of a
or maybe a
view.
deer or something, but no. It was a man. His hand was out, like he was trying to flag me down. I slowed
Oh,
the car down to a crawl. and
there's
started flipping. Something about it didn't sit right with me. He wasn't dressed like a normal hitchhiker or someone who was lost. His clothes were dirty, like he'd been out there for a long time. His hair was matted, and I could see his face was pale, even from that distance. I should have stopped right there. I should have turned the car around, or done anything but keep going, but I didn't. I thought maybe he was in trouble. Maybe he needed help. I couldn't just leave someone out there, could I? It didn't feel right.
Ugh.
So, I kept driving forward, but slowly. My fingers were gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were getting white. When I got close enough, I pulled down the window just a bit, maybe an inch or two, enough to hear him, but not enough for him to reach inside. The air outside was cold, colder than it should have been for the time of year. Hey, I called out, my voice shaking a little. Do you need help? The man just stood there, staring at me. His eyes were wide, and there was something in them that made my skin crawl. He didn't move, didn't respond, just stared. I was about to roll the window back up when he suddenly took a step toward the car, his hand still out. I need a ride, he said, his voice low, almost a whisper. My heart was racing now. Everything inside me was screaming to drive away, but I hesitated. I didn't want to leave him stranded. What if he really was in trouble? But something about him felt wrong, off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it was like he didn't belong there. Like he wasn't supposed to be out in the middle of nowhere on this road at this time of night. I don't think I can help, I said, my voice a little firmer now. I'm lost myself. The man took another step forward, his hand still out, palm up, like he was expecting me to just reach out and take it. His eyes never left mine, and I could see something in them now that made my blood run cold. There was no fear in his eyes, no desperation. Just something else. Something I couldn't understand. Please, he said, his voice soft. I've been out here a long time. I shook my head, my gut telling me not to trust him. I'm
Creepy.
sorry, I really can't. I rolled the window up all the way and put the car in gear, my foot pressing down on the gas. The car lurched forward, and for a moment, I thought it was over. I thought I could just drive away, leave him behind. But as I passed him, I glanced in the rearview mirror, and what I saw made my heart stop. He was running after me. I floored the gas, the car bouncing over the uneven road, my headlights barely illuminating the path ahead. I glanced back again, and he was still there, sprinting after the car, his arms pumping, his face twisted in some kind of sick grin. How was he keeping up? I was going at least 30 miles an hour, but he wasn't slowing down. Panic took over, and I pushed the car faster, the engine whining as I swerved around the bends in the road. The trees blurred past me, and I could feel the car struggling to keep traction on the loose dirt. I was sure I was going to crash, but I didn't care. I had to get away from him. I looked back again, and this time he was gone. I didn't slow down. I couldn't. I kept driving, my hands shaking, my breath coming in short, panic gasps. I didn't know where I was going, but I had to get away. I had to keep moving. After what felt like hours, I finally saw a light up ahead. A gas station, small and run down. It was the first sign of civilization I'd seen in miles. I pulled in, my tires screeching as I came to the I jumped out of the car, my legs shaking, and ran inside. Before I looked up from behind the counter, I burst through the door. I must have looked like a mess, sweaty, pale, and terrified. he asked, his voice calm, like he'd seen worse. I need help, I managed to say. There was a man back on the road. Clark just nodded. He knew what I was talking about. He didn't ask any questions, didn't seem surprised. He just pointed to a phone on the wall. I called the police, told
Ooh.
them what happened.
Yeah,
Sent
red
someone out to check
potion.
the road, but they didn't find anyone.
Red potions.
No,
Yeah, I'll
no
take
sign of
that.
anyone being out there. Just a long, empty dirt road and no one. I don't know who that man was or what he wanted, but I'll never forget the way he looked at me. The way he smiled as he chased after me, like he knew something I didn't. Something I didn't want to know. I haven't taken it since. Supposed to be a fresh start. We thought we were everything right. No social media, no contact with anyone we used to know. We even got rid of bought a beat-up old car with cash. And so far into the woods that the nearest town was an hour away. We wanted to disappear. I guess, in the end, we were naive to think we could. It wasn't much. A small, rundown place with creaky doors and windows that let the cold in. A place that would seem charming if you weren't actually living in it. But it had one thing we desperately needed: isolation. No neighbors for miles, nothing but trees and silence. For the first time in months, we could breathe, even though we lay awake, listening for any voice. It had been about 3 months since we left. Life had been quiet, just the two of us. John spent his days chopping wood, fixing up the place as best he could, while I tried to keep my mind busy cooking, cleaning, anything to avoid the thoughts that kept creeping back. But no matter how peaceful it seemed, that feeling of unease never really went away. I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, for something to go wrong. That night, I knew something wasn't right the moment the sun went down. It was colder than usual, wind howling through the trees, making the old windows rattle. We had finished dinner, and John was sitting by the fire, flipping through an old magazine he'd
I
found in a
don't
drawer.
need any
I was
weed
washing dishes,
seeds.
trying to shake off the feeling that had settled in my stomach, but it was hard to ignore. I felt restless, like I needed to check outside, to make sure everything was still as it should be. I dried my hands and went to the window, the one that faced the driveway, though calling it a driveway was generous. It was really just a dirt path leading up to the cabin, surrounded by trees on either side. Nothing moved out there, just shadows swaying with the wind. I was about to turn away when I saw it, just a flicker at first, barely noticeable through the trees, but enough to catch my attention. A light. I squinted, trying to focus on where it was coming from. My heart started racing when I realized it was a flashlight, moving slowly through the trees, coming closer to the cabin. "John," I said, my voice shaking more than I intended. He didn't look up. "John, there's someone outside." That got his attention.
Oh
He
yeah.
stood up, crossing the room with a few quick strides. He looked out the window, his face hardening when he saw me. Without a word, he went to the front, grabbed a shotgun, and kept leaning against the wall, just in case. "Stay here," he said, his voice low. I wanted to tell him we should call the police, but we both knew that wasn't. No phone, no service, no help. We were on our own. I followed him to the door anyway, standing behind him as he cracked it open just enough to step inside. The cold air hit me like a slap, with a faint sound of voices, barely audible but unmistakable. There were more than one of them, and they were getting closer. John moved to the porch, staying low as he made his way toward the side where the flashlight beam was coming from. I stayed by the door, my heart pounding so hard I thought I was clear, though I couldn't make out what they were saying. It was a mix of low notes, the kind of sound that makes you when you know it shouldn't be there. I peeked just as I see John to the side of the cabin, his shotgun watched light. I don't know how long we stood there, waiting for something. It felt like hours, but it was only a few minutes. Then the lights stopped. It was quiet again, too quiet. For a moment, I thought maybe they had left, that whoever it was had decided to move on. But then I saw movement. A shadow just beyond the tree line, stepping into the open. A man. And not just any man. My heart dropped into my stomach when I recognized him.
Damn boars.
It was Mark. He was supposed to be in prison, locked up for years after everything that had happened. But there he was, standing in front of our cabin, his face twisted into that same smug grin I had seen so many times before. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. How had he found us? We had been so careful. We had left everything behind, erased ourselves from the map. But somehow, he had tracked us down. John must have seen him too because he straightened up, his grip tightening on the shotgun. He didn't fire though, not yet. He was waiting, assessing the situation, trying to figure out how many more of them were out there. Come on out, now, Mark called, his voice mocking, like this was all a game to him. We know you're in there. Let's not make this harder than it has to be. I felt sick. There was no way that we're getting out of this. Even if John fired, even if we managed to take down Mark, there were others out there. I could hear them moving through the trees, circling the cabin, cutting off any escape routes we might have had. John backed up slowly, coming toward the door, his eyes never leaving Mark. He was calm, too calm, like he had already accepted what was about to happen. We're not coming out, he said, his voice steady. Leave now, or I'll shoot. Mark laughed, that same cold, humorless laugh I'd heard 1,000 times before. You really think you can stop us, he said. There's no one coming to help you. You're alone out here. Might as well come out and face it. John didn't respond. He just stood there, the shotgun aimed at Mark's chest, waiting. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed John's arm, pulling him back inside the cabin. We need to barricade the doors, I whispered, my voice trembling. We can't let them get in. John hesitated, but then he nodded. We slammed the door shut and pushed the old wooden table in front of it, followed by a chair and anything else we could find. The windows were too small for anyone to climb through, but I wasn't taking any chances. I grabbed a hammer from the kitchen drawer and started nailing the window shutters shut, my hands shaking so badly the nails. All the while, talking, his voice drifting through the cracks, taunting us. You can't hide forever. We'll get in eventually. It's just a matter of time. I didn't know how long we could hold out. The cabin wasn't exactly a fortress. The walls were thin, the locks old and rusted. If they wanted to break in, they could. It was only a matter of when. I could hear them outside, their footsteps crunching over the gravel, the low murmur of their voices as they made their plans. I could picture them, standing just behind the trees, waiting for the moment to strike. John stood by the door, the shotgun. I could see the fear in his eyes. He was just as scared as I was, even if he didn't want to. He had always been the strong one, the one who kept us safe. I could see the cracks forming. He didn't have a plan, and neither did I. Hours passed, time didn't seem to exist in that cabin. All we could do was wait. The sounds Suddenly, there was a loud crash from the back. I jumped. My heart raced as I spun around to see what had happened. One of the windows had been smashed, glass littering the floor. They were coming in. John fired the shotgun, the sound deafening. There was a scream, followed by the sound of footsteps retreating into the woods. He had hit someone, but it wasn't enough. I could hear Mark laughing again, his voice growing louder as he moved closer to the door. "You think that'll stop us?" he called out. "You're only making it worse for yourselves." We didn't have much time. They would come back, and when they did, it wouldn't stop until the back. John grabbed my arm, pulling me toward the back of the cabin. "We need to go," he said, his voice urgent. "Now!" "But where?" I asked, panic rising in my chest. "They're everywhere." "We'll find a way," he said, his grip tightening on my arm. "We have to." We slipped out through the back window, the one they hadn't smashed yet, and ran into the woods. The cold air bit at my skin, and the darkness swallowed us whole as we stumbled over roots and rocks, trying to stay quiet.
Most of these stories sound very made up.
Fainter as we moved deeper into the trees. We didn't stop. We looked back, just kept running until my lungs burned and my face felt. Eventually, we found a road, an old dirt path that led back to the main highway. We were miles from the cabin, but we didn't stop. We kept walking, even as the sun started to rise, until we finally saw a car coming down the road. We flagged it down, and the driver, an older man, gave us a ride into town. We never went back to the cabin. We never even went back together because whatever we left behind was a risk. We started over again, somewhere new, somewhere they couldn't find us. But I'll never forget that night. I was driving back from my brother's place out in the countryside. It wasn't too late, maybe around 11 p.m., but you know how it gets in those rural areas, pitch black, no street lights, just your headlights cutting through the dark. The road was empty, and I was just focused on getting home. I had the radio on, low, just some talk show I wasn't really listening to. It was cold outside, and I was trying to keep the heat just right in the car, so the windows wouldn't fog up too much. Everything was fine, peaceful almost. The kind of drive that's quiet, and you zone out, thinking about the things. I didn't notice the car at first. It wasn't until I hit a long stretch of straight road that I saw headlights in the rearview mirror.
Made up fiction, put on Reddit.
I remember thinking it was odd, because I hadn't seen anyone for miles. After a few minutes, the car was still behind me, but it had crept up closer. Maybe they were in a hurry, I figured. I stayed at the speed limit, thinking they'd pass me soon. But they didn't. I kept glancing in the mirror, expecting them to overtake, but they just hung back there, close enough now that I could tell it was some kind of sedan. No big deal. Oh, maybe they were lost, too. Country roads all look the same at night. A few more miles went by, and they didn't pass. I started feeling uneasy. My hands were tied on the wheel, and I kept looking in the rear view, hoping they'd just turn off somewhere. I slowed down a bit, trying to give them a chance to pass, but instead, they slowed down with me, keeping the same distance. That's when I started to get nervous. I decided to pull off to the side, thinking maybe if I stopped, they'd just go around. There was a small shoulder on the road, enough for me to pull over. As soon as I slowed down and turned my blinker on, their headlights brightened, and they sped up, like they didn't want me to stop. It caught me off guard. I pulled over anyway, just to see what they would do. I thought maybe they were just being weird or in a hurry. second, my heart pounding, thinking maybe they were just waiting for me to go. But then they didn't move. They just stayed there, headlights beaming into my back window. It was too dark to see the driver, but I could feel him watching me. I didn't know what to do. My mind was racing, trying to figure out if I should get out or just drive away. But every part of me was screaming not to get out of the car. So I didn't. I put the car in drive again and pulled back onto the road. They followed. I drove for a few miles like that, speeding up a little, thinking maybe I could lose them, but they stayed right behind me, matching my speed. No matter how fast or slow, they were there, keeping the same distance. By now, my hands were slick with sweat, and my chest felt tight. I tried to think of what to do. There weren't any turnoffs on that road, but I knew there was a gas station about 20 miles up, the only thing open this late. If I could make it there, maybe I could lose them, or at least be around other people. So I kept driving, hoping to feel like it was the only thing keeping me alive. A couple of minutes later, I saw a turn off a narrow dirt road that led into some woods. I knew it wasn't really the gas station, but I figured I could try to lose them by turning onto it. I slowed down just a bit, enough to make the turn without giving them too much time to react. As soon as I made the turn, their headlights followed, speeding up. My heart jumped into my throat. I floored it, the car bouncing and shaking on the uneven dirt road. The trees on either side made it feel like I was driving into a tunnel with no way out. The car behind me was right there, their headlights flashing every time we hit a bump, like they were trying to make me crash. I tried to take control, but the road was too rough. Every jolt made it harder to stay focused. The car behind me got closer, so close that I could feel the heat from their headlights through my back window. Then, out of nowhere, they rammed into me. It wasn't hard enough to push me off the road, but it was enough to send my heart into overdrive. I slammed on the gas, but they hit me again, harder this time. My car fishtailed, and I nearly lost control. The road up ahead started to curve, and I knew I had to slow down, but if I did, they'd hit me again.
I'm
and I
so
didn't think I could keep the
excited.
car on the road much longer. I was trapped. I couldn't turn back, and I couldn't keep going like this. I saw a small clearing on the side of the road, just big enough to pull off. Without thinking, I veered off the road and into the clearing, hoping the trees would give me some cover. I turned off the headlights, hoping they wouldn't see me. I sat there, holding my breath, watching the road through the gaps in the trees. The car flew by, their headlights flashing for a second before disappearing around the bend. I waited, listening to the sound of the engine fading into the distance. I didn't move for what felt like hours, afraid they might come back. Eventually, I started the car again, my hands still shaking. I pulled back onto the road, keeping my lights off until I was sure they were gone. I drove the rest of the way to the gas station, checking the mirrors every few seconds, half expecting to see their headlights coming out.
Paranoia.
When I finally pulled into the gas station, I didn't stop. I kept driving until I was back on the highway, heading home. I didn't care how late it was or how tired I felt. I just wanted to get as far away from that road as possible. I never found out who they were or what they wanted. But I know one thing for sure, they weren't just messing around.
Are you sure? Sure they weren't just a bunch of drunk hicks? Wouldn't be the first time that happened out in the backwoods.
Good idea. I'd done it a few times before, nothing serious, just short trips to get away from everything. I liked the quiet. The sounds of the woods always calmed me down, helped me clear my head. This trip was supposed to be the same. A couple of days out by myself, no distractions, just me and the trees. The first night was fine. I hiked in, set up my tent near a small stream and made myself
Morning, Will.
nothing fancy.
How are you, homie?
Somebody say waffles?
Instant
No.
company.
No?
I had brain damage.
Peaceful. The sky was clear and the stars were bright. I went to bed early, tired from the day of hiking, and slept straight through until morning. The second day was more of the same. I spent most of it exploring the area around my camp, nothing too far, just in case. I didn't see another person the
No.
whole time. It was like I had the entire
No, this
forest
is
to
a
myself
stairway
for a
to
while
get up
before you
above
joined.
that
I could
so
feel
that I don't have to
everything felt
go through the
normal.
rigmarole
That
of
night, though,
climbing up and falling down and climbing up and falling down and
it was the
getting
middle of the
frustrated
night, and my fire had burned
doing
down to
that.
just embers.
So if I just go up above
The
it,
only light
do
was from the
this,
half moon overhead, and it barely cut through the trees. I lay there
which
for a
is
moment,
very
listening.
satisfying to watch.
After
It's like
my eyes
watching
and someone moving
dominoes
outside my tent.
fall
I
over.
froze. My
Oh.
heart started pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I didn't know what to do. I wasn't expecting anyone.
And then I get a bunch of steaks back for doing that, so.
I unzipped the tent just enough to peek out. There was a man sitting by my fire. He was crouched, poking at the coals with a stick. He wasn't looking at me, not yet.
And then we glide over to the crystal.
I blinked a couple
And
of
boop.
times, trying to figure out if I was still dreaming, but no, he was real. He had a beard, messy, and his clothes looked dirty, like he'd been out here for a while. He was eating something out of one of my pans, something I didn't make. My mind was racing. I hadn't heard anyone approach. How long had he been there? I had no idea what to do. I
Hi,
didn't have
Anthony.
any protection, no weapon, just a small pocket knife buried somewhere in my backpack.
Butterfly in the
I
sky,
tried to stay
I
quiet,
can
letting
fly
him
twice
finish
as
whatever he
high.
was doing and leave. Then he spoke.
Wow,
I hope you don't mind.
quite the
he
little
said,
poet you
so
are.
slow and rough. I was hungry. Got lost out here.
Welcome in.
Walking for hours.
Welcome in, Anthony.
responded first.
Congratulations. You claimed that first in chat.
After a few seconds, though,
'Cause
I
nobody
realized
else
I
looked
had to
for
say
it.
something.
Nobody
It
ever does,
might
so,
make
so.
things worse.
I don't worry
It's
about it.
okay. I managed to say, my throat dry. You need help or something? He finally turned around, and that's when I saw his eyes. They were too wide, too intense. Something about the way he looked at me made my skin crawl. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Nah, I'm good. Just need to rest a bit. It's quiet out here, ain't it? He stared at me, not blinking, as if he was waiting for something. Yeah, I said, forcing myself to sound calm. It's quiet. He stood up then, stretching like he'd been
We
sitting
go to
for
this one,
hours.
there'll be another one
I saw he was taller than I thought.
over here somewhere.
He took a step closer to my tent, and I could feel the tension rising.
Somewhere in this one.
Every instinct I had
Probably.
was screaming at me to run, to get
Down
out of
here
there.
somewhere.
Where would I go? I was in the middle of the woods, miles from the nearest road.
But we're just
So,
doing
he
some
said, tilting his head,
exploring.
You out here by yourself? I hesitated. I didn't want to
You
lie.
never tell
Tell
them
him I
you're
was alone by
alone.
mistake. No, I lied. I'm meeting some friends tomorrow. They're camping nearby. He smiled again, that same empty smile, and nodded. Is that right?
Because he knows you're lying.
He looked around the campsite, like he was checking to see if I was telling the truth. For a while,
He
he didn't
knows
say
you're
anything.
lying.
He just stood there, looking at me,
Oh,
like
you
he was trying to
fucker.
decide what to do next. I felt trapped, completely at his mercy. My mind was racing, trying to think of a way out. Should I scream? Try to run? What if he had a weapon? After what felt like forever, he finally stepped back toward the fire. Guess I'll just hang around for a bit, he said, sitting down again. Been walking all night, like I said. Feels good to sit for a while. I didn't know what to say. I wanted him to leave. I didn't want to go with him.
Damn it.
So I stayed quiet, watching him from inside my tent. He kept poking at the fire, eating my food, like he belonged there. After a few minutes, he started asking more questions. "You from around here?" he asked, his voice trembling. There was something in his tone of a young age. "No," I answered, keeping it short, hoping he wouldn't push further. "Figured," he said, nodding. "Ain't many folks come out this way. Place is pretty isolated. Easy to get lost." He kept talking, asking questions that felt more personal each time. How long I've been camping, what I did for work, where I was headed next. I tried to give vague answers, but he wasn't satisfied. He wanted more. "You married?" he asked, his eyes locking into mine. "Got a boyfriend?" I hesitated again, my stomach twisting. "Yeah, I lied again. He's meeting me tomorrow." He didn't say anything at first, just stared at me, that smile fading a little. "You don't gotta lie, you know," he said, his voice low, almost threatening. "Ain't no shame in being out there by yourself." My heart was racing now. I didn't know what it wanted, but it wasn't just food or a place to rest. The way he was watching me, the way he asked those questions, it felt like he was testing me, trying to see how much he could get away with.
High as
I
fuck,
started to
just
panic,
my
thinking
luck.
of ways to get out of
Butterfly,
there.
help me.
I thought about grabbing my stuff and running, but I didn't know if I'd make it far enough. I thought about trying to scare him off, but what if he called my bluff? The minutes dragged on, each one feeling like an eternity. The man stayed by the fire, still talking, still watching me. I didn't feel safe. I knew I wasn't safe. I started making a plan in my head, rehearsing it over and over. I'd tell him I needed to get something from the car. It wasn't far, just a couple of minutes walk from the campsite. Once I got there, I'd lock myself inside and drive away as fast as I could.
Nope.
Finally, I worked
You know what?
out
I've
to
never
sleep.
actually watched
I need to
an
grab something
episode
from
of
my car,
Reading
I
Rainbow.
said, trying to sound casual.
Even though
I was
LeVar
still
Burton
planning.
did it, I never
He
watched
looked
it.
at me for a long time, too long, and I thought for sure he'd stop me. But then he nodded. "All right," he said, "I'll wait here." I didn't waste any time. I unzipped the tent and stepped out, trying to move slowly, like I wasn't in a hurry. My legs felt shaky, but I forced myself to walk toward the car. I could feel his eyes on me the whole time, and every step felt like it was taking too long. When I finally reached the car, I didn't look back. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking, and unlocked the door. I got in, locked it, and started the engine. The sound of the engine felt deafening in the quiet of the woods. I looked back toward the campsite, and the man was standing now, just staring at me from across the clearing. He didn't move. He didn't say anything. He just stood there, watching as I backed the car up and drove away. I didn't stop driving until I reached the highway, my heart still pounding. I don't know who he was or what he wanted, but I know I was lucky to get out there. I had been looking forward to this hike for weeks. I was always drawn to the mountains. The fresh air, the stunning views, the feeling of being away from everything. This time, I chose a remote mountain range, far from the usual crowds. The trail started off well, the sun shining bright, and I felt confident as I made my way. I knew the risks of hiking in winter, but I was prepared. Or at least I thought I was. The first few hours were perfect. I took breaks to appreciate the views and took pictures of the snowy landscape. As I climbed higher, the air grew colder and the wind began to pick back up. It was around noon when the clouds rolled in. I figured I had plenty of time to get back down before anything serious happened. Then, the snow began to fall. At first, it was light, just flurries dancing around me. But in no time, it became a full-blown snowstorm. The wind picked up, howling through the trees, and I quickly lost sight of the trail. My heart sank as I realized how easy it would be to get lost in this weather. I thought about turning back, but I couldn't see the path. I had to keep moving. After a while, I stumbled upon a cabin. It was old and looked like it hadn't been used in years. The roof sagged under the weight of the snow, and the windows were dark. I hesitated, knowing it might not be safe, but I had no choice. The storm was getting worse, and I needed shelter. I pushed the door open, and it creaked loudly. The inside was cold and dark, but at least I was
Oh, that's a
uninvited.
big old tree.
I took a moment
The
to
size of
gather
that
myself.
puppy.
I stepped inside and shut the door behind me. There was no electricity, and the only light came from the small window covered in frost. The place smelled of mildew and decay. A thick layer of dust covered the furniture, and there were signs that someone had been there recently. An empty beer can lay on the floor, and a half-burned candle sat on the table. I decided to light the candle. The flickering flame cast eerie shadows around the room. I looked around, hoping to find something useful, maybe an old blanket or firewood. The small kitchen had a wood stove, but it was empty. The thought
Wait,
of
what
having
the-
to stay here overnight began to sink in, and panic fluttered in my chest. I looked outside, but the storm was still raging. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself. I rummaged through the cabinets, hoping to find anything useful, but they were mostly bare. Just some old dishes and rusted utensils. I kept looking, but nothing gave me hope. The wind howled outside, and I could hear the snow piling up against the door. As the hours passed, I grew more anxious. I wrapped my jacket
Wow,
around
people
me
on Reddit are
and sat down at the
stupid.
table. The candle flickered, and I kept glancing toward the door, half expecting someone to come through. I tried to push the thoughts away, reminding myself that I was safe here, but the unease lingered. Just as night fell, I heard a sound. At first, I thought it was the wind, but then I realized it was a knock. It was faint, almost hesitant. My heart dropped. I didn't want to move, but the knocking continued. It came again, more urgent this time. Someone was out there. I grabbed my pocket knife, not knowing what I would do with it. I held my breath and waited. The knock came again, louder. I felt a rush. of fear as I
Reddit's
debated
paranoia.
what if it was someone in trouble? Or worse, what if it was someone dangerous? Finally, I heard a voice. Hello? Is anyone in there? It was a deep voice, and I could hear the urgency in it. I saw the light. Please, I need help. I hesitated, weighing my options. Should I open the door? What if this person meant me harm? But I couldn't just leave someone out there in a storm. I took a moment to steady my nerves and made my decision. I slowly opened the door, just a crack. The man standing there looked rough. His clothes were soaked, and his face was pale. He appeared older than me, maybe in
Are
his 40s.
you fucking kidding
"Please,"
me?
he said. I got caught in the storm. I thought this cabin was abandoned. Can I come in? Who are you? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. I'm just a hiker. I got lost, he replied. I swear I won't hurt you. I just need a place to stay until the storm passes. I felt a chill run down my spine. Something about him didn't sit right with me, but I could see he was genuinely cold and scared. I opened the door wider, letting him in. Thank you, he said, stepping inside. The warmth
Yeah, I'm
of the
gonna
flickered
kill
light.
you that you let me in.
He shook up the snow from his clothes, leaving a wet patch on the floor. I backed away slightly, unsure how to act. He glanced around the cabin, taking in the sparse surroundings. Looks like we are stuck here together, he said, trying to sound lighthearted. But there was an edge to his voice that made my stomach turn. I thought this place was abandoned, I replied, trying to keep the conversation going to understand his intentions. What were you doing out here? I was just out hiking. Didn't think the weather would turn so bad. He moved closer to the table, glancing at the candle. You're lucky to have found this place. It's better than being out in that storm. Yeah, I said, my voice trembling. I just want to stay safe. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Of course, we all just want to be safe. He paused, his gaze lingering on me. Do you have any food? I didn't bring much with me. I have some granola bars, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I reached into my backpack and pulled out a few bars. He took them eagerly, almost too eagerly. As he ate, I kept my distance, watching him. There was something unsettling about the way he was looking at me, like he was assessing me. The more he ate, the more I felt my anxiety rising. I glanced at the door, thinking about escaping, but I knew the storm would make it impossible. So, what are you doing out here alone? He asked.
So I stabbed him to death inside the
I
cabin,
said, my voice
and then
shaking.
took my granola
Just
bar
wanted some time to
back.
myself. He nodded, but his eyes narrowed. You know, this place isn't as safe as it seems. People can get lost out here. Sometimes you meet the wrong kind of people. I felt a chill run through me. I don't plan on staying long, I said, trying to sound firm. He smiled again, but there was a darkness behind it. That's good. You never know what can happen in a storm like this. The wind howled outside, and I felt trapped. The cabin felt smaller now, the walls closing in. I needed to find a way out, but I didn't want to make any sudden moves. I started thinking about my options. I should check on the weather, I said, trying to keep my tone calm. Maybe it will pass soon. There's no point in doing that, he said, shaking his head. The storm is just getting started. Best to stay put and wait it out. No sense in taking unnecessary risks. His tone sent alarms ringing in my head. Something about the way he said it felt wrong. I forced a smile, trying to keep him calm while I thought of an escape plan. As the minutes passed, the tension grew heavier. The man shifted closer to me, and I could see the light reflecting in his eyes. I knew I had to act fast. I need to use the bathroom, I said, trying to sound casual. Okay, he said, but make it quick. We don't want to get caught out there. I nodded and quickly moved toward the door, my heart pounding in my chest. I opened it just enough to slip outside, not bothering to turn back. I stepped into the freezing night, the snow swirling around me. I didn't look back at the cabin. I knew I had to run. I sprinted into the woods, the cold biting at my skin. I didn't stop to think, just ran as fast as I could through the snow, my breath coming in quick gasps. I could hear him calling after me, but I didn't stop. I kept pushing through the trees, hoping to find my way back to the trail. The wind howled, and I stumbled more than once, but I forced myself to keep going. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I broke through the trees and found the main trail. I turned to look back, but I didn't see him. I could still hear the storm raging, but I was on the path now. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. I fumbled with my keys, almost dropping them in the snow. When I finally got the door open, I jumped in and locked it behind me. I started the engine and didn't look back as I drove away, my heart still racing. That night, as I drove through the storm, I realized how close I had come to something terrible. I didn't know that man was what he wanted, but I was grateful to have made it out. The mountains have their beauty, but they also have darkness. And I've learned that sometimes the real danger lies in the shadows. I had never been one to pick up hitchhikers. There was something about the idea of letting a stranger into my car that always felt wrong. But on that lonely stretch of highway, in the middle of nowhere, I found myself considering it. It was late afternoon when I first spotted him. He stood by the side of the road, backpack slung over one shoulder, looking like he had been there for hours. I slowed my car down, feeling a mix of curiosity and concern. The sun was setting, and the thought of someone stranded out here alone didn't sit well with me. He smiled as I rolled down my window. "Hey there. Mind giving me a ride?" His voice was friendly, and there was something disarming about his easy smile. "Sure. Where are you headed?" I asked, trying to gauge his intentions. "Just a bit further down the road. I'm trying to get to the next town." He opened the door and slid into the passenger seat. As he settled in, I noticed his clothes were dirty and his eyes had a wild look. But I brushed it off. Everyone has their story. I drove off, and he began chatting right away. "I appreciate this. I've been stuck out here for a while. It's a bit of a trek to the next place." His tone was light, and I could tell he was trying to make small talk. "No problem," I replied, keeping my eyes on the road. The landscape around us was barren, nothing but fields stretching endlessly on both sides. "Do you live around here?" he asked. "I'm just passing through. Visiting some family," I said. He nodded, looking thoughtful for a moment. "Family is important. I had a family once," he said, his voice dropping. "But things got complicated." I glanced at him. "Complicated how?" He chuckled, but there was no humor in it. You wouldn't believe it. I used to have a normal life. A good job. A nice house. But then, I don't know. Things fell apart. He looked out the window, his expression darkening. "People can be so cruel. You think you know them, and then they surprise you." "Yeah, I guess so," I replied cautiously. "People can change." He nodded slowly, his gaze still fixed outside. "You're right. Sometimes they reveal their true selves when you least expect it." The way he said that sent a shiver down my spine. I shifted in my seat, trying to focus on the road ahead. "So, what are you doing out here?" I asked, hoping to steer the conversation back to lighter topics. "I was just looking for a fresh start. You know how it is. Sometimes you need to run away from the past." His voice was calm, but there was an edge to it that made me uneasy. "Running away from what?" I asked, unable to hold back my curiosity. He turned to look at me, his eyes intense. "From people who want to hurt me. People I trusted." There was a tightness in his voice, and I could sense he was holding back more than he was saying. I decided to change the subject. "How long have you been out here?" "Long enough," he replied. "I've been sleeping in my car, moving from one place to another. You meet a lot of interesting folks out here, but you also meet dangerous ones." A knot formed in my stomach. I could feel the tension rising. "Have you had any bad experiences?" "Oh, plenty," he said, his tone suddenly serious. "I once picked up a guy who seemed harmless, but then he turned on me. Tried to rob me. It's always the ones who seem friendly that you have to watch out for. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, suddenly hyper-aware of the way he was looking at me. That sounds terrifying. It was, he said, leaning closer, his voice low. You never know who you can trust. That's why I don't let anyone in anymore. I keep my distance. It's safer that way. Right, I said, forcing a smile. You have to be careful. Yeah, he said, glancing out the window again. But it's not just strangers you have to worry about. Sometimes it's the people closest to you. They'll betray you when you least expect it. I felt a chill creep up my spine. The way he spoke, the intensity in his voice, it was unnerving. I tried to change the topic again. So, what do you plan to do when you get to the next town? Maybe find a job. Settle down for a bit. Just need to keep my head down, he replied, but there was an underlying tension in his words. I took a deep breath, trying to keep my composure. That sounds good. Everyone deserves a second chance. He turned to me, and for a moment, I saw something flash in his eyes, a hint of desperation mixed with anger. You know, it's hard to have a second chance when people won't let you forget your past. They look at you and see your mistakes. The road ahead seemed to stretch on forever, and I felt trapped. Well, sometimes you just have to prove them wrong, I said, trying to be encouraging. Right. But sometimes they won't let you, he said, his voice dropping again. And that's when things get messy. I stole a glance at him. What do you mean? He leaned back in his seat, his demeanor shifting. Let's just say there are people who are not going to let me go easily. I've had to run from them before. What do you mean? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Sometimes it's better to keep moving. But I think they might have found me, he said, a smile creeping onto his face that felt more like a grimace. Who? I asked, my heart racing. People who don't like
Aliens.
loose
The
ends.
aliens will
People
find
who
you.
want what they lost. Are you in trouble? I asked, panic creeping into
Are
my
the
voice.
aliens coming for you?
He turned his head
They come to
sharply,
get
his
you.
eyes locked onto mine. What do you think? I felt a wave of fear wash over me. The road seemed to close in, the trees becoming shadows along the edges. I think you need to get out of the car, I said, my voice firm. He chuckled again, but there was no warmth to it. You think you can just drop me off and be done with it? It doesn't work like that. I felt the adrenaline kick in. I mean it. You need to get out. He leaned closer, his face inches from mine. And what if I
They
don't?
can? Are you
What
sure?
if I don't want to?
Are you sure they can
My heart
rescue you?
raced as I realized how serious this had become. I will call the police, I said, trying to sound braver than I
What
felt.
in the
"You think I
actual
can help you?
fuck?
I can tell you stories about cops and how they can't protect you. They don't care. Panic bubbled inside me. I needed to get away from him. I am not afraid of you, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Good. You shouldn't be. You should be afraid of the people who are really out there. He laughed softly, but there was nothing funny about it. Just pull over, I said, my voice strained. He sighed but then leaned back, a semblance of calm returning. Fine, I will get out. But you have to promise me something. What? I asked, dreading the answer. Promise me you will keep your eyes open. Because they are everywhere. I didn't respond. I just kept driving, glancing nervously at the rearview mirror. The tension in the car felt unbearable. I had to find a way to get rid of him. I spotted a small diner up ahead, its light shining bright against the darkening sky. Let's stop there. You can grab something to eat, and I will be on my way. He looked at me, his expression unreadable. Fine. I could use something warm. I pulled into the parking lot and turned off the engine. Let's make this quick, I said, trying to sound composed. He opened the door and stepped out, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I waited a moment before following him, my heart pounding as I approached the diner's entrance. As we walked inside, I could see the diner was almost empty. A few patrons were scattered at the booths, and a waitress glanced up at us. I could feel the man's presence beside me. His energy was unsettling. Grab a seat, I said, trying to act casual. I'll be right back. I headed to the bathroom, hoping to gather my thoughts. I locked the door behind me and took a few deep breaths, my heart racing. I had to find a way to get out of this situation. When I stepped back into the diner, I saw him sitting at the counter, chatting with the waitress. He looked completely at ease, but I felt anything but. I glanced around, looking for an exit. The waitress was laughing at something he said, and I could see him glancing around the room, assessing everyone.
Sociopath.
What do you want to eat? I asked. Just some coffee and a sandwich, he replied, still smiling at the waitress. I forced a smile. That sounds good. As the waitress walked away, I leaned closer to him. I think it's best if you get going. I do not want to be involved in this. He turned to me, his eyes narrowing. You think you can just push me away like that? You brought me here. I am just trying to help you. I am not in this with you. I do not want to get involved, I said, my voice trembling slightly. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. You think you can just drop me and leave? You have no idea what you are getting into. Suddenly, I heard the door swing open, and a chill ran down my spine. Two men walked in, their eyes scanning the diner, looking for someone. My breath caught in my throat. The man next to me smiled. Looks like they found me after all. My heart raced as I realized I needed to act fast. Listen, you need to get out of here. Now! He shook his head slowly. No, I think it is too late for that. Before I could respond, one of the men approached us. There you are, he said, a grin spreading across his face. I turned to the man next to me, panic rising. You need to leave. He smiled at me, but there was nothing friendly about it. Don't worry. I will take care of this. The tension in the diner thickened as the second man joined them. We have been looking for you, he said, his voice low and menacing. The man next to me stood up, a strange calm washing over him. I know, but I think I will stay a little longer. Before I could react, he turned to the men. You can't have me. I am done running. I felt my heart racing as I realized I needed to escape. I quickly stepped back, looking for a way out. The diner felt like a trap, and I was the prey. Hey, one of the men shouted, grabbing my arm. Where do you think you are going? I yanked my arm free, my instincts kicking in. I dashed toward the door, my heart pounding in my chest. I could hear shouting behind me, but I didn't stop. I burst through the door, my breath coming in sharp gasps as I ran toward my car. I fumbled for my keys, trembling as I tried to unlock the door. I could hear footsteps behind me, growing closer. Just as I managed to open the door, I jumped inside and locked it. My hand shook as I started the engine, glancing in the rearview mirror. The man from the diner stood outside, a look of rage on his face as he shouted something I could not hear. I slammed the car into reverse, backing out of the parking lot as fast as I could. I didn't look back, my heart racing as I drove away from the diner and into the dark night. With every mile, I could feel the tension easing, but I knew I had narrowly escape something terrible. I kept my eyes on the road, thankful to be alive. Sometimes trust is a dangerous thing. I learned that the hard way. I had been driving for hours, navigating the winding country roads while the rain fell in relentless sheets. It was supposed to be a quick trip to visit an old friend. The skies darkened, and the wind whipped through the trees like a chorus of warnings. I should have turned back, but I pressed on, convinced I could make it. Suddenly, the car hit a slick patch of road. My heart raced as I lost
Came
control.
home late after
The vehicle
visiting
spun,
his
tires
friends,
screeching,
so
and I
his
felt a
wife
sickening
was
lurch
so
as I crashed
mad
into a ditch.
and gave him
The
the
airbag
cold
deployed,
shoulder.
slamming into my face with a force that
Hmm.
left me disoriented. I sat
I
there
don't know
alone,
why that
my
didn't
heart
go
pounding,
off.
rain pouring in through the broken window. I pushed the
Or
airbag
my
away and took stock of the
sound alert's
situation.
not working all of a
The
sudden.
car was damaged, steam rising from the hood, and I knew I couldn't stay here. I stepped out into the downpour, the cold rain soaking through my clothes instantly. I stumbled away from
Nope.
the car, desperate.
They are
In the
disconnected.
distance,
Disconnected. Disconnected. Where is that at?
And then there was the cannibal who came home late after visiting his friends, so his wife was so mad and gave him the cold shoulder.
There, it's fixed now. Now they should work. There's your waffles. Should go through. Is that not going through?
You're just a fat kid. Sorry about that, fatty. Dumb, he's just a fat kid. Aren't you, fatty? He's just a big old fat kid. Here's some chocolate, fatso.
That makes me
Did
laugh
somebody
so
say
much.
waffles?
No.
I have brain damage.
My name is that underscore cunt underscore wildebeest.
That's so terrible. That's so terrible. It's working now, though. Anything else disconnected? I better check to make sure everything else is connected.
Did somebody say waffles?
No.
I have brain damage.
I've never said this, but don't swallow.
This is a test bit alert for.
Okay, well, everything's connected again. Now we can go back to doing this. White crystals. I don't know what any of the crystals really do yet, but I know they're important. What was it? Oh, okay, it's right there. God damn it. God damn it. Whoop. Then we'll go like so. White quartz crystals. Nope. I don't know why that works so shitty. It's so that mechanic is so terrible. It's a terrible mechanic. It sucks so bad. They need to add a second keybind for different aspects. Like if you want to move something while you're doing this, you need to be able to do your mouse button grab, but with like Y or something. Ugh. Shit. Fuck. I'm falling. Free falling. Oh shit. Jumped right over that motherfucker. Air mining. Okay, where's that? Okay, it's that way. We're basically headed right towards it, so. Oh, God damn. And I know I have to build a crystal, any crystal pick to mine the meteorite. And once I make the meteorite stuff, that stuff is almost indestructible. And it takes a substantial amount to make, like, the shovel, the pick, the axes, swords out of that stuff. But you get a decent amount out of the meteorites that you can mine. So but it takes quite a bit to do anything with it. So anyway, back to our horribly prepared Reddit people.
I saw a light flickering through the rain. I made my way
Because
toward
they're
it, praying
dumb.
that someone would be home. My shoes squelched in the mud as I approached the
And
small farmhouse.
oddly,
I
you
knocked
made
on the
up
door,
stories.
my knuckles aching from the cold. A moment later, the door swung open.
Hydrate.
A tall man with
Goodness.
a weathered face stood there. His eyes narrowing
Yeah.
as he took me
There's
in.
enough left in here to
"What
hydrate
happened?"
with
he
one
asked,
last drink.
his voice low and gravelly. I crashed my car, I explained, shivering. Could I use your phone? He frowned, glancing back over his shoulder as if weighing his options. You can come in, but the phone is in the basement. My wife is sick. I don't want her disturbed. I nodded, grateful for any refuge. He stepped aside, allowing me to enter. The farmhouse smelled of damp wood and something earthy. Closing the door behind us. Thank you. Stay here, he interrupted, leading me toward a steep staircase that descended into darkness. By the basement.
Yeah, never go into a stranger's basement. That's just asking for trouble.
It's quieter down there. You'll be safe, he replied, his tone firm. Against my better judgment, I followed him down the stairs, each step echoing in the confined space. When we reached the bottom, we flipped on a bare bulkhead swung from the ceiling. The light flickered, casting weird shadows against the damp walls. Have a seat, he said, pointing to an old wooden chair. I hesitated but sat down, the instant screaming at me. I'll get you some dry clothes and then call for help, he said, turning long do you think? Could be a few hours, he said, crossing his arms. Could I get to the phone now? I asked, shifting in his seat. Charlie's expression changed. We'll do it later, he said, and I felt a chill run down my spine. Minutes passed, each one feeling like an eternity. I sat in silence, watching his face, his expression growing more intense. What's wrong? I finally asked, my voice shaky. Nothing, he replied, but there was a strange gleam in his eyes. Is there someone else here? I asked, looking around at dim space. He chuckled softly. Just me and you. You're safe here. I shifted in the chair, the blanket slipping off my shoulders. I should really call my friend. He'll be worried. Charlie's demeanor changed, his smile fading. You don't need to worry about that. I stood up, adrenaline surging through me. I need to go. This isn't right. He stepped closer, blocking my path. You don't want to leave. It's dangerous out there. I can't stay here, I said, fear creeping in. He smiled, but it was no longer friendly. You're not going anywhere. I have plans for you. Panic surged through me. What do you mean? Let me out of here. I shouted, my voice echoing against the walls. Charlie's expression darkened. You think I'm just going to let you walk away? No one ever leaves. I stumbled back, my heart racing. What are you talking about? You can't keep me here.
See what I mean? People are
He
stupid.
said, his voice low and intense.
Or it's
You're
all
my
made
fault
up
now.
fiction, so...
You crashed your car. You're mine. I backed away, searching for an escape. My eyes darted around the basement, looking for something.
Well, they let
that could
themselves
find me.
into really, really,
Please,
really
I just want to
stupid
leave.
situations.
He moved closer, the light swinging overhead, casting ominous shadows. You'll stay here until I say you can go. Desperation fueled my actions. I spotted a small window at the top of the stairs, barely big enough to squeeze through, but it was my only chance. I bolted toward the stairs, adrenaline coursing through me. Get back here, he shouted, his voice booming as he lunged forward. I scrambled up the steps, heart pounding in my ears. I reached the top and pushed against the door, but it was locked. Open the door. I yelled, my panic rising. I heard him behind me, his footsteps heavy as he climbed the stairs. I threw my weight against the door, slamming my shoulder into it again and again, feeling it start to give. Just as I heard him reach the top step, the door burst open, and I stumbled into the kitchen, the chaos of the moment blurring my thoughts. I sprinted toward the front door, praying it would be unlocked. Stop! Charlie yelled, but I didn't listen. I yanked the door open, my breath catching as I stepped out into the rain.
You know, the people who write these stories and put them on Reddit seem like the kind of people who would willingly jump into that van, the white panel van with no windows and free candy written on the side.
As I tried to unlock the door. The rain poured down, soaking me to the bone, but I didn't care. I needed to get away. Get back here, he shouted, his voice filled with rage. I finally got the door open and jumped inside, locking it as quickly as I could. I turned the key in the ignition, praying it would start. The engine roared to life, and I slammed the gear into drive. I sped away from the farmhouse, my heart racing as I glanced in the rearview mirror. Charlie stood there, a dark figure in the rain, watching me leave. The road stretched out before me, the storm still raging, but I felt a surge of relief wash over me. I had escaped. I didn't know what had just happened or what his plans had been, but I was free. As I drove away, I vowed never to take a detour through those back roads again. I had seen the darkness that just beneath the surface of a friendly face, and I would never forget it. I had been looking forward to that trip for weeks. I had found a lake on the way, some random fishing forum, tucked away deep in the woods. It wasn't too far from where I lived, just a couple hours drive, but it was remote enough that it didn't seem like many people knew about it. That was the appeal. A day of solitude, just me, the water, and maybe some days if I was lucky. The morning was perfect for it. The sky was overcast, which kept the sun from beating down on me, and the air had that cold, early autumn bite to it. I loaded up my gear, grabbed a sandwich from the cooler, and started paddling out into the lake. The water was still, calm, reflecting the dull gray of the clouds. It was quiet, except for the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. I couldn't hear a single sound of civilization, no cars, no voices, nothing. Just nature. I rowed out to the middle of the lake and cast my line. I could tell right away.
Oh shit!
I didn't mind though.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies. I'm gonna die trying to get back on.
And let the hours drift by. It was sometime in the afternoon when I noticed it movement far off in the distance. At first, I didn't
That
think much of it.
means I need
It was a big lake, and
to
maybe someone else had the same
relog.
idea as me. But as the boat got closer, something about it felt off.
And
It
then
was moving
restart
slow,
the
creeping through the water like
game.
whoever was rowing didn't care about being in a hurry. I squinted to get a better look. It wasn't the type of boat you'd expect to see for fishing. It was smaller, more like a dinghy, and there were two figures in it. I tried to ignore it at first. There was no reason to be worried, right? I wasn't the only person in the world who liked a quiet lake. But the way they were coming toward me, slow and deliberate, it started to put me on edge. My gut told me something wasn't right. Still, I tried to brush it off. They could just be out for a paddle. Maybe they were friendly. But they weren't fishing. They didn't have rods, no gear, nothing. As they got closer, I could see their faces, two men, both wearing dark clothes, no life jackets, no coolers, nothing that suggested they were out there for the same reason I was. Just them in the boat, heading straight for me. I stopped pretending I wasn't nervous. I started reeling in my line, trying to act casual, but my mind was racing. The boat was less than 50 yards away now, and they weren't slowing down. I gave them a little wave, thinking maybe I was overreacting. Maybe they were just out here to enjoy the lake like me. But they didn't wave back. They didn't say anything. They just kept coming, eyes locked on me. Panic started to creep in. My boat was a small rowboat, not exactly made for speed, and I was right in the middle of the lake. If I tried to paddle away, they'd catch up to me in no time. I could feel my heart start to pound, and my hands were shaking as I tried to think of what to do. They were almost on top of me now, maybe 20 feet away, and one of them finally spoke. "Hey, you alone out here?" His voice was flat, emotionless, like he already knew the answer. "Yeah," I called back, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just out fishing. What about you guys?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked at the other guy in the boat, and they both smiled just a little, like they were sharing some private joke. That smile sent a chill down my spine. "We've been looking for a spot like this," the first guy said, still watching me. "Pretty secluded, huh?" I nodded, my throat tightening. My mind was screaming at me to do something, but I didn't know what. Run? Fight? I was stuck out here in the middle of the lake with nowhere to go. I forced myself to stay calm, to not show how scared I was. "What do you want?" I asked, trying to sound casual, but my voice came out shaky. The second guy, who hadn't said anything yet, finally spoke up. "We're just looking to have a little fun," he said, his voice low, almost a whisper. He was grinning now, but it wasn't friendly. It was the kind of grin you see on someone who enjoys making other people uncomfortable. I could feel the sweat on my forehead, despite the cool air. I looked around, but there was no one else. No other boats, no people on the shore. Just me, them, and the empty lake. "Listen," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "I don't want any trouble. I'm just out here to fish." The first guy shrugged. "No trouble at all. We're just going to tie the boat to ours, have a little chat. What do you think?" I didn't have to think. I knew if they got close enough to tie my boat to theirs, I was done for. I didn't know what they had planned, but I wasn't going to wait around to find out. "I'm actually about to head back," I said, grabbing my oars and starting to row, trying to make it look casual, like I wasn't panicking. But as soon as they moved too faster now, closing the gap between us in seconds. I didn't wait. I started rowing as hard as I could, my arms burning as I pulled the oars through the water. The boat rocked with the effort, and I could hear the splash of their oars behind me, getting louder. "Hey," the first guy shouted, his voice sharp now, all pretense of friendliness gone. "Where do you think you're going?" I didn't answer. I just kept rowing, my breath coming. My boat was small, light,
You know what?
but I wasn't sure I could outrun them. They were stronger, faster, and I could hear them gaining on me. The shore felt impossibly far away. I glanced over my shoulder and saw them closing in, their faces hard, determined. I wasn't going to make it. And then I saw it, a narrow inlet off to the side, hidden by trees and reeds. It wasn't much, but it was my only shot. I veered the boat hard to the left, aiming for the inlet, hoping the trees would give me some cover. The boat lurched as I hit the shallow water, the oars scraping against the muddy bottom. I jumped out, my feet sinking into the cold water, and dragged the boat into the reeds as fast as I could. My heart was pounding, my breath coming in sharp, painful bursts, but I didn't stop. I crouched down in the reeds, my body trembling, trying to stay as still as possible. I could hear them now, just a few feet away, their boat sliding through the water. "Where'd he go?" one of them muttered, his voice angry, frustrated. "I don't know," the other replied, his voice tight with irritation. "He couldn't have gotten far." I stayed silent, barely breathing, listening as they rowed past, their eyes scanning the shoreline. I could see them through the gaps in the reeds, their faces twisted in anger, their hands clenched tightly around the oars. They circled the area for what felt like hours, but eventually they gave up. I watched as they rowed back out into the open water, their voices fading as they disappeared into the distance. I didn't move for a long time, afraid they might come back. My legs were cramped, my muscles aching, but I didn't care. I was alive. I had made it. When I was sure they were gone, I climbed back into my boat and rowed as fast as I could back to shore. The sun was starting to set, the sky turning dark, and I didn't stop until I reached my car. I packed up my gear in record time, my hands shaking, and sped down the dirt road without looking back. I didn't care about the fish. I didn't care about the lake. All I cared about was getting out of there. I haven't been back since. I don't think I ever will. We were just looking for something different, something out of the ordinary. It was me, Sarah, Jake, and Ben. We'd been on road trips before, hitting ghost towns and weird spots we'd heard about on the this place was different. It was an old mining town, abandoned for decades, way out in the desert. It wasn't one of those tourist spots with signs and plaques, just a place we found on some blog. Most people didn't go there because it was too out of the way. We drove for hours down dirt roads, barely seeing another car until we finally got there. The town was small, mostly crumbling buildings and a few mine entrances scattered around the hills. It was hot, even though it wasn't summer yet, and there was no wind, just that dead, dry air that makes everything feel still. It looked like no one had been there for a long time. We parked the car on the edge of town and started exploring. It was mostly what you'd expect: empty houses, broken windows, old signs falling apart. There was a saloon half the roof caved in, a general store with shelves still standing covered in dust, and a couple of rusty old cars sitting in what used to be a street. Everything was quiet except for the crunch of our footsteps on the dirt. After about an hour, we came across the mine entrance. It was a huge black hole in the side of the hill, told when the names had been come out. A rusty sign was nailed to one of the beams, barely readable, something about it being dangerous and off limits. That didn't stop us, though. We'd come all this way, and we weren't about to turn back just because of some old sign. Jake was the first one to suggest we go inside, of course. He always had to push things further than anyone else. Sarah wasn't so sure, but Ben and I didn't need much convincing. I mean, we had flashlights and figured we'd stick close together. How bad could it be? We decided to split up once we got inside, each of us taking a different tunnel, just to cover more ground. Looking back, that was the first mistake.
Oh, you mother...
The air inside was cool compared to the desert heat, but it smelled stale, like dirt and something metallic. Our flashlights barely cut through the darkness, and the walls were rough, jagged rock, carved out by miners who had been long gone. I went down one of the tunnels on my own, promising to be back with everyone in half an hour. At first, it was kind of exciting, walking through the dark, feeling like I was discovering something hidden. But as I got
Wow,
deeper,
that's so
the tunnel
much
narrowed,
smoother.
and the light from the entrance disappeared completely. The only sounds were my footsteps and the occasional drip of water somewhere. I started to feel uneasy, like I wasn't supposed to be there. But I kept going. I came across an old mining cart, tipped over on its side, with broken tracks running along the floor. I took a few pictures with my phone and kept moving, my flashlight bouncing off the walls. Then I heard something. It wasn't loud, but it was distinct, a creak, like wood bending under weight. I stopped, shining my light around, but there was nothing. Just the rocks in the cart and the emptiness. I told myself it was probably just the old beam settling, but the sound made my skin crawl. I started to head back, figuring I'd seen enough. That's when I noticed something strange. The tunnel didn't look the same. I'd only taken one turn, I was sure of it, but now it felt like I was deeper in than I should have been. The walls seemed closer, the ceiling lower. I tried not to panic, telling myself it was just my imagination. Then I heard it again, the creaking
It's
sound.
never
This time it was
just your
closer.
imagination.
My flashlight flickered, and for a second, I was in complete darkness. I smacked the side of it, and the light came back on, but my hands were shaking. I needed to get out of there. I picked up my pace, trying to find the turn I'd missed, but the tunnel kept going, twisting and turning in ways that didn't make sense. It was like the walls were shifting around me. I couldn't hear anyone else, and I realized I had no idea how far I'd gone. I should have turned back earlier. I started shouting for the others, my voice echoing off the stone, but there was no answer. I kept walking, but the feeling of being watched was growing stronger. Every now and then, I'd shine my light over my shoulder, expecting to see someone or something following me. But there was nothing. Just darkness. Finally, I saw what looked like the tunnel entrance up ahead. I breathed a sigh of relief and hurried toward it, but when I got closer, I realized it wasn't the entrance at all. It was a wooden door, old and weathered, with rusted hinges. I hadn't seen any doors when I came in. I don't know why I didn't just turn around then and there, but I felt like I had to see what was behind it.
'Cause he's a
Maybe it was something
dumbass.
left behind by the miners.
He's a dumbass.
But the door creaked open on its own before I could touch it. It swung inward, slow and heavy, revealing a small room carved out of the rock. Inside, there were shelves lining the walls, and on the shelves were old tools, pickaxes, hammers, shovels. But that wasn't what made my stomach drop. It was the smell. It hit me all at once, a rancid stench like rotting meat, something sour, something wrong. I gagged, covering my mouth with my sleeve, but the smell was everywhere. And then I saw it, an old wooden chair, sitting in the middle of the room, facing away from me. There were ropes tied to the arms and legs of the chair, frayed and stained with something dark. My flashlight flickered again, casting strange shadows on the walls, and for a split second, I thought I saw someone sitting in the chair. But when I blinked, the chair was empty. I backed out of the room, my heart racing. I needed to get out. I turned to leave, but just as I stepped back into the tunnel, I heard the door slam shut behind me with a loud, echoing bang. I whipped around, shining my light at the door, but it was just a door, closed now, like it had never opened at all. That's when I realized I wasn't alone in the mine. Someone had followed me in. Someone had closed the door. I ran. I didn't care which direction I was going anymore. I just needed to get out, find my person. I could hear footsteps behind me, slow and deliberate, like whoever was there wasn't in a hurry. They didn't need to be. They knew the mine better than I did. I tripped over something, maybe a rock, maybe my own feet, and hit the ground hard. My flashlight flew out of my hand and rolled away, being flickering. I scrambled to my feet, grabbed the light, and kept running, my breath coming in ragged gasps. After what felt like forever, I saw light up ahead, real light, not the sickly yellow of my flashlight. I ran toward it, my legs burning, my lungs on fire. I burst out of the tunnel into the open air, the sun already setting behind the clouds. I stumbled to the ground, gasping for breath. Sarah, Jake, and Ben were already outside, sitting by the car, laughing and talking like nothing had happened. They hadn't even noticed I was missing. When I told them what happened, they thought I was just messing with them, trying to scare them. But I know what I saw. I know someone was in there with me, someone who took my life. We left the town that night, and I haven't gone back since. I don't think I ever will.
Ouch.
I don't usually drive at night, but I had no choice that time. My phone died, and I couldn't find the charger, so I was stuck with an old map I had in the glove compartment.
There's a crystal inside that crystal.
Just trying to get home after visiting a friend who lived out in the country. I didn't know the area well, and it felt
That's
like every
gotta
road was
be.
leading
Oh
nowhere.
no, that's part of that
One wrong
arch
turn
right
after
there.
another, and soon I realized I was lost.
Oh, I thought I
kept
found
driving
an
down this
anomaly,
narrow,
but
winding road,
it's
hoping I'd see a
not.
sign or something familiar, but it was just trees on
Whoa,
both
what's
sides,
that?
and headlights barely cut through the darkness. It started raining.
We should find out what that is. I don't know what that is, but
my nerves were shot, and I just wanted to get out of there.
I want
Then
to
I
see
saw
what that
a large
is.
house, or maybe a farm off to the side of the road.
Somebody made something
The
there?
grass was overgrown.
Maybe?
It was dark, and there were no cars parked outside.
Maybe I'm not the only one who's been out this far?
But I was desperate. I figured someone might live there, or at least I could use their phone if the place wasn't.
Wow,
completely
lots of
empty.
meteor strikes
I
going
pulled
on
in,
out
parked
here.
near the front, leaving the headlights on to light the way. The rain was coming down harder now, and I was already soaked by the time I got out of the car.
Okay, so that's our next
The
stop.
house was bigger than it looked from the road. 2 stories with peeling paint and a sagging porch.
Cool
I
story,
walked up to
bro.
the door and knocked, hoping someone would answer. Nothing.
Sounds suspiciously
I knocked
made up,
again,
though.
this time, calling out, "Hello?" Still nothing. I tried the door. It creaked open.
That
I
definitely
hesitated,
looks
but
like
I
somebody
figured if the door
built
wasn't locked,
something there.
it couldn't hurt to step inside and see if anyone was home. The inside was just as run down as the outside. Dusty furniture, dim lighting, and an odd smell I couldn't place. The air felt heavy, and the house seemed way too quiet, like no one had been there in years. I walked into what looked like the living room, calling out again. "Hello? Anyone here?" That's when I heard it. A noise from upstairs. It sounded like something moving, maybe footsteps. I froze for a second, my heart racing, but then I thought, maybe it's just someone who didn't hear me come in. I decided to check it out, hoping I wasn't about to spook some old guy living alone. I climbed the stairs slowly, the wood creaking under my feet. At the top, there was a long hallway with several doors, all of them closed. I wasn't sure which way to go, so I just stood there for a moment, listening. That's when one of the doors opened. A man stepped out, tall and thin, with a long face and sunken eyes. He was wearing old clothes, like something out of a different time. His expression was blank, but his eyes locked on me immediately, like he knew I wasn't supposed to be there. What are you doing in my house? His voice was cold, flat. I stammered, trying to explain that I was lost, that I just needed help finding my way, maybe a phone. But he didn't seem to care. "You're trespassing," he said, taking a step toward me. I could feel my stomach drop. There was something wrong about him, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I tried to apologize, backing up a little, but he kept coming closer. "You need to leave," he said, his voice getting lower, more threatening. I turned to head back downstairs, but before I could take another step,
What is
I
that?
felt his hand grab my arm hard. I yanked it away, my heart pounding in my chest. It was faster than I expected. He blocked my path, his eyes wild now. "You think you can just come into my house?" he snarled. "You think you can just walk in like you own the place?" I didn't know what to do. I was scared, more scared than I'd ever been in my life. I tried to talk my way out of it, telling him I'd leave, that I didn't mean any harm, but he wasn't listening. He reached into his pocket and pulled out something, a knife. It wasn't big, but the sight of it sent me into a panic. "You're not going anywhere," he said, almost whispering now. I backed away, my mind racing, trying to figure out how to get out of there. He lunged at me, and I bolted, running down the hallway as fast as I could. I didn't even know where I was going, just away from him. I ducked into one of the rooms, slamming the door behind me and locking it. My hands were shaking, and I could hear him outside, banging on the door, shouting that I couldn't hide, that I wouldn't make it out. I looked around the room, trying to find another way out, but there was only a small window, barely big enough for me to squeeze through. The door started to crack under the force of his blows. I knew I didn't have much time. I ran to the window, forcing it open, the rain pouring in from outside. It was a tight fit, but I managed to push myself through, landing hard on the wet ground outside. I didn't stop to catch my breath. I just ran, slipping in the mud, my heart pounding in my chest. I could hear him shouting behind me, but I didn't look back. I made it to my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so bad I could barely get them into the ignition. The engine started, and I floored it, the tires spinning in the mud before finally catching. I sped down the driveway, my heart racing, the rain blurring everything outside the windshield. I didn't slow down until I was miles away, my mind still racing, trying to make sense of what I was doing. I didn't stop driving until I reached the next town. I found a gas station, parked under the bright lights, and just sat there for a while, shaking it, trying to calm down. I didn't call the police. I didn't want to explain what I was doing out there or how I ended up in that situation. I just wanted to forget it, to get home and but I can't forget. Even now, I still think about that night, about how close I came to my room out of bed. And I'll never ever go back down a road I don't know.
Like Fortnite.
Not ever again. I wasn't even planning to run that day. I'd been up late the night before, working on some stuff around my house, and I was tired. But the weather was perfect, and I told myself it was just a short jog, nothing too serious. I like running on the back roads near my place, ones that cut through farmland. It's peaceful out there, barely any traffic, just fields and the occasional tractor. I didn't
Salt
bring my
Night?
phone.
Maybe.
I know, it sounds stupid now, but I never used to. I like the quiet behind this camp. I had my route down 5 miles out and back, and I've done it 100 times before. I was about 3 miles when I saw the truck. It wasn't anything special, just a note. It was pulled off to the side of the road, facing me. I didn't do much of it at first, just kept my pace. As I got closer, I noticed the driver was still sitting inside, staring at me. That's when I started feeling easy, but I kept going. I didn't want to stop and look scared.
Oh, that works so much better than the stairs.
Just a coincidence, but my heart was starting to race. I picked up the pace of it, my legs moving faster than I intended. I could hear the truck coming up behind me, and then, just like that, it pulled in front of me and stopped. The door swung open before I could react. A man stepped out. He was tall, heavy-set, and wearing a dirty baseball cap. His face was rough, like he hadn't shaved in days. I slowed down, unsure what to do. I thought maybe he needed help, but something about his posture made me hesitate. He wasn't smiling, wasn't asking for directions. He just stood there, staring at me. Before I could turn around, he lunged at me. I barely had time to scream before his hands were on me, grabbing my arm and pulling me toward the truck. I fought back, kicking and twisting, but he was strong. My mind went blank. All I could think about was getting away. I managed to wrench my arm free for a second and tried to run, but he was faster. He caught me by the waist and dragged me to the truck, throwing me inside the cab. I hit the seat hard, gasping for breath. He slammed the door and got it on the driver's side, locking the doors. I fumbled with the handle, but it wouldn't budge. The truck was already moving. I was trapped. I tried to scream, but he hit me hard across the face. The pain was blinding, and my vision blurred. "Shut up," he growled, his voice low and cold. I clutched my cheek, my whole body shaking. I wanted to scream again, but I was too scared. We drove for what felt like forever, bouncing along the back roads. I had no idea where we were going. My head was spinning, my thoughts all jumbled. I kept thinking this couldn't be happening. Stuff like this doesn't happen in real life, not to people like me. But it was happening, and I had no control. The truck finally slowed down as we pulled off the main road onto a dirt path. There were no houses, no signs of life, just fields and trees. After a few minutes, I saw the barn. It was old, with peeling red paint and a sagging roof. There were no other buildings around, no animals, nothing. Just this barn in the middle of nowhere. He stopped the truck in front of it and got out, walking around to my side. I tried to brace myself, but I didn't stand a chance. He yanked the door open, grabbed me by the arm, and dragged me out. I stumbled, nearly falling, but he didn't care. He pulled me toward the barn, his grip like iron. I tried to resist, but my body wasn't working right. I was too terrified. He shoved me inside, slamming the door behind us. The air smelled musty, like dirt and rot. It was dark, but I could see enough to know there was no way out. The windows were boarded up, and there was nothing inside but some old tools and a stack of hay in the corner. He pushed me down onto the floor and pulled out some rope from his pocket. I tried to fight him off, but he was too strong. He tied my wrists behind my back, tight enough that I could feel the rope digging into my skin. Then he tied my ankles, leaving me lying there, helpless. "Don't move," he said, standing over me. His voice was calm now, almost casual. "I'll be back." I watched him walk out of the barn, closing the door behind him. The sound of the lock clicking echoed in my ears. I was alone. I lay there for a while, trying to catch my breath. My whole body ached, and my mind was racing. I couldn't believe this was happening.
Because you're an idiot, that's why.
Me. We were miles from anywhere. No one was coming. I didn't know how long I lay there, but eventually I heard the door open again. I tensed up, trying to prepare myself for whatever was coming next. But it wasn't the man. It was someone else. It was another man, younger, maybe in his 20s. He had a rough look about him, with dirty clothes and unkempt hair. He looked at me with a kind of casual indifference, like I was just another part of his day. "She's awake," he said, turning back toward the door. The first man walked in behind him. He nodded, looking me over. "Good. We need to get this done." The younger man walked over to the corner of the barn and pulled out a chair, setting it in front of me. The older man sat down, leaning forward. "Here's how this is going to go," he said. "You're going to do exactly what I tell you. If you don't, things are going to get bad. You understand?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. I was too scared to even speak. He sighed and shook his head. "You're going to help me get some money," he continued. "We're going to call someone you know. Someone who'll pay to get you back. You got a family, right?" I nodded, my heart racing. "Good," he said. "You're going to tell them exactly what I say, or I'm going to hurt you. You understand that?" I nodded again, tears welling up in my eyes. I didn't know what else to do. He pulled out a phone and dialed a number, holding it up to my ear. "Say what I tell you," he ordered. The phone rang, and after a few moments, someone picked up. It was my sister. I could hear her voice, but I couldn't speak. I was choking on my fear. "Tell her you need help," the man whispered, his breath hot against my ear. "I need help," I managed to say, my voice shaking. "Tell her you're in trouble," he said. "I'm in trouble," I repeated, my whole body shaking. "Tell her to get $10,000, or she'll never see you again." I couldn't say it. My throat was closing up. But the man grabbed my arm, twisting it painfully. I gasped and repeated the words. "Get $10,000, or you'll never see me again." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. I could hear my sister's voice, frantic now, asking where I was, what had happened. The man pulled the phone away and hung up. "Good," he said, standing up. Now we waited. I don't know how long I was in that barn. Hours, maybe more. The two men left me alone most of the time, only coming in to check on me or bring water. I kept thinking about how I'd gotten here, how stupid I was for running without my phone, how no one knew where I was.
No.
I overheard the younger man talking to the older one. They were outside the barn, but I could hear them through the cracks in the wall. They weren't planning to let me go. Even if they got the money, they were going to kill me. I started to panic, my mind racing. I had to get out of there. I had to do something. I started working at the ropes around my wrists, twisting my hands as best as I could. It hurt, the rope cutting into my skin, but I didn't stop. I kept at it until I felt the knot loosen just a little. It was enough. I managed to slip one hand free. My heart was pounding as I untied my other hand, then my ankles. I was free, but I didn't know what to do next. The barn was
Run,
locked from the
dumbass.
and I didn't have any way to break out. I looked around the barn, my mind racing. There was a small window, high up on the wall. It was barely big enough for me to squeeze through, but it was my only chance. I grabbed one of the old tools lying around and started working at the boards covering the window. It was slow going, but I managed to pry one of them loose. I heard footsteps outside. The men were coming back, and I knew I didn't have much time. My hands were shaking as I worked.
Find something sharp, and as soon as one of them walks in, stab him in the neck.
One finally came loose enough for me to push through. I squeezed
That's
myself
what you
through the
do.
small opening, feeling the rough edges scrape
What
against my
the?
skin.
Why is the world pink?
I was desperate. I dropped to the ground outside the barn, the cold dirt hitting my knees as I landed.
What?
I scrambled to my feet, adrenaline pumping through me. I couldn't stop to think. I just ran. The men were still inside, probably assuming I was tied up and helpless. The path leading back to the main road was long, and the field stretched for what felt like miles in every direction. I had no idea where I was going, but I knew I couldn't stay anywhere near the barn. My legs ached, but I pushed through the pain, running faster than I ever had in my life. I stayed low, trying to use the tall grass and the dips in the ground to hide myself as much as possible. Every noise made my heart pound at my own breath, the sound of my shoes hitting the dirt, the rustling of the grass. I kept expecting to hear the truck start, for them to come after me, but there was nothing. The only sound was the wind cutting through the open fields. I had no sense of time. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually I saw a faint glimmer of hope, a farmhouse in the distance, a small light glowing from its porch. It was the first sign of life I had seen since this nightmare began. I didn't stop to think. I made a beeline for it, my breath ragged and my legs feeling like they were about to give out. I was terrified that the men would catch me before I made it there, that this wasn't over yet. But I kept running, focusing on that single point of light ahead. When I finally reached the farmhouse, I was barely able to stand. I pounded on the door, too exhausted to scream. My fists hit the wood, weak and frantic. After what felt like an eternity, the door opened, and an older man stood there, his face twisted in confusion. "Please, help me," I gasped, collapsing to the ground at his feet. The man immediately pulled me inside, slamming the door shut and locking it behind him. His wife appeared from another room, her eyes wide with shock when she saw me, covered in dirt and bleeding from the cuts on my arms. "We need to call the police," I said, barely able to get the words out. The man nodded, rushing to grab the phone.
Them boys did it wrong. I knew I couldn't trust them to get it right.
Too overwhelmed by everything that had happened. I collapsed onto the couch, my body finally giving in to the exhaustion. The next thing I remember is the police arrived. The flashing lights filled the room, and I felt a strange sense of relief wash over me. I was safe now. statement, listened to everything I had been through, and assured me they would find the men who did this. It took hours for them to track down the barn, and when we got there, it was empty. The men were gone. But they found the ropes, the chair, the tools. They found evidence that I had been there, and that I had been telling the truth. I don't know what happened to those men. The police said they would keep looking, but they didn't seem hopeful. All I could do was try to move on, try to forget the feeling of their hands on me, the terror of being tied up in that barn. But even
Is this
now,
just
I
me?
still
Is this just a rendering on...
Every time a car slows down near me, my heart races, and I can't help but think that one day they might come back. I survived.
my
but I
perspective,
don't think I'll ever
or
really feel safe again.
what? Okay,
I rented the cabin.
we're gonna relog and see what happens.
Fancy, just a small one-room place in the woods. I found it online, advertised as off the grid and perfect for solitude. It sounded like exactly what I needed. Work had been killing me for months, and I felt like I was on the edge of burning out. My plan was simple. Head out there, stay for the week. No phone, no emails, just some quiet time to reset. The owner of the place, a guy named Dan, gave me some vague directions to
Nope.
since there wasn't much
Apparently it's meant to be
GPS
pink, I
That was part of
guess.
the appeal.
Um,
The first day was perfect. I spent it mostly reading and hiking around the property.
kinda
The cabin
weird.
sat near a small stream,
This is
and there were
new.
big trees surrounding it in every direction. It was
So I
peaceful,
don't know what the
isolated.
pink sky
You
means.
couldn't hear cars, people, or anything. Just the sound of nature, the way I wanted it. That night, after cooking some dinner on a little propane stove, I settled into my couch with a book. It was pitch black outside that night. The cabin didn't have electricity, so I was using a lantern for light. I remember feeling good, calm for the first time in a long while. And I heard it. A gunshot. I wasn't sure at first. It was distant, like it came from somewhere deep in the woods. But it was unmistakable. A sharp, cracking sound. I sat up, listening. Maybe someone was hunting, I thought. People hunt in these woods, right? I didn't know for sure, but it made sense. I didn't know a lot about the area, but I figured it wasn't unusual. Then there was another shot. And another. 3 in total, each one sounding a little closer than the last. I felt a bit on edge, but tried to calm myself down. People hunt. It's not that weird. I locked the door more out of habit than fear and went to bed. The next day was quiet. I didn't hear any more gunshots, and I tried to put it out of my mind. I spent most of the day hiking, exploring the woods around the cabin. It was a beautiful area, untouched by any kind of development, and it was easy to feel like you were the only person in the world. By the time I got back to the cabin that evening, I was exhausted.
Wow, that looks
As
a
the sun
little
started
bit
setting,
different.
I made myself some dinner and sat outside on the small porch. That's when I saw him. A man was walking through the trees, coming from the direction of the trail I'd taken earlier. At first, I was just surprised. I hadn't seen anyone else out there, and I wasn't expecting visitors. He was older, maybe in his 50s, with a rough look about him. His clothes were dirty, like he'd been out in the woods for days, and he was carrying a rifle slung over his shoulder. I stood up, trying to make it clear that I saw him. He didn't wave or call out. He just kept walking toward the cabin until he was about 20 feet away. Then he stopped and looked at me. I didn't know what to say. Something about the way he just stared made me nervous. "Can I help you?" I finally asked. He didn't answer right away, just kept staring. Then he don't care. You need to leave. Now. There was no friendliness in his voice, no sense that this was just some misunderstanding. My heart started to pound a little harder. I tried to keep my voice steady. Look, I'm just here for a few days. I rented it from Dan. I'm not causing any trouble. He took a step closer, his face hardening. I don't care who you rented it from. You leave tonight, or you won't be leaving at all. That's when I noticed the way his hand rested on the rifle, just lightly, like a casual threat. I felt a cold chill run down my spine. This wasn't just some random local telling me to get lost. He meant it. I didn't know what to do, so I nodded. All right, I said. I'll pack up and leave. He didn't move for a few seconds, just kept staring at me. Then he turned and walked back into the woods without another word.
Why do people go on these stupid trips and not go prepared? You never go anywhere you don't know unarmed.
I looked around the cabin, trying to figure out what to do. I didn't have my phone, there was no reception out here anyway, and the thought of driving down the narrow,
Pacifistic Karens.
terrified me. But staying in the cabin didn't feel safe either. I decided to leave. As soon as the sun set, I'd pack my things and get out. It was dark now, and the only light came from my lantern. I started packing up, trying to be as quiet as possible. The man's words kept playing in my head, the way he said I wouldn't be leaving if I stayed. I kept glancing at the windows, half expecting him to appear outside. The silence was suffocating. Then I heard the gunshot again. This time, it was close. Too close. My heart jumped into my throat. It wasn't just a random hunter. He was out there, and he was getting closer. I rushed to grab my bag, fumbling with the zipper in my panic. Another gunshot rang out, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps in the distance. He was coming. I turned off the lantern, plunging the cabin.
See, it was some kind of fucking weird rendering bug.
Closer. Slow, deliberate. He wasn't rushing. He knew exactly where I was. I ran to the door, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew I had to leave, but I also knew he was out there, waiting. My truck was parked about 50 yards from the cabin, but that felt like miles in the dark, especially with him nearby. I stood frozen by the door, trying to decide what to do. Then I heard his voice again, outside this time, just beyond the trees. I told you to leave. His voice was calm, almost amused. My blood ran cold. He was playing with me. He wanted me to run, to make it more fun for him. I couldn't wait any longer. I grabbed my bag and opened the door as quietly as I could. The cold night air hit me, and I stepped out onto the porch. I could barely see anything in the darkness, but I knew the general direction of the truck. I just had to make it there before he saw me.
And then there's one to
I
the
moved as fast as I
right.
could without making noise, keeping low to the ground.
Right there.
The trees cast long shadows, and every rustle of leaves made me
So we'll
shiver.
go there, and then we'll
I
go
kept expecting
there.
to hear another gunshot, to feel the bullet hit me. But all I heard was the sound of my own breathing, ragged and panicked. I was halfway to the truck when I heard the snap of a twig behind me. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. He was close, too close. I could feel him watching me, waiting for me to make a move. I didn't think. I just ran. I sprinted the rest of the way to the truck, my feet pounding against the ground. I could hear him.
I see an updraft
I fumbled
in
for
my
words, my hand shaking so
future.
badly I almost dropped them. Finally, I got the door open and jumped inside, slamming it shut behind me. I started the engine just as I saw him emerge from the trees. He was standing at the edge of the clearing, his rifle raised. I threw the truck into reverse, backing out as fast as I could. A gunshot rang out, and I heard the sound of glass shattering as the bullet hit the back window. I didn't stop. I floored it, the tires spinning in the dirt as I sped down the narrow road. My hands were gripping the steering wheel so tightly they hurt, but I didn't care. I just had to get out. I drove for what felt like hours, not slowing down until I was miles away from the camp. Only then did I pull over, my body shaking uncontrollably. I sat there in the dark, trying to catch my breath, my mind racing. I didn't know who that man was or why he wanted me gone so badly. But I knew one thing for sure, I wasn't going back to that cabin.
'Cause he didn't want an unprepared Karen in his territory.
I was driving through the desert, heading toward a small town that wasn't much more than a dot on the map. The kind of place where you stop for gas, maybe grab a coffee, and keep moving. It was just me in the car. I liked the quiet. I'd been on the road for a while, and the gas gauge was getting low, so when I saw a sign for a gas station up ahead, I figured I'd stop, fill up, and be on my way. It was one of those rundown places you barely see anymore, the kind with a single pump and a weathered building next to it. There were no other cars around, and the place looked almost abandoned. But I didn't have much of a choice. The next station wasn't for miles, and I wasn't about to risk running out of gas in the middle of nowhere. I pulled up to the pump, got out.
Stories of the unprepared nitwits and what they post on
Everything
Reddit.
shimmer. I wiped the sweat off my forehead and glanced around. It was dead quiet. No wind, no noise, just the sound of the pump ticking away. That's when I noticed the guy. He must have come out of the building, though I didn't see him at first. He was walking toward me, wearing a dirty t-shirt and jeans that looked like they hadn't been washed in weeks. His hair was greasy, and he had this grin on his face that immediately put me on edge. He wasn't old, maybe in his 30s, but there was something off about him. His grin didn't reach his eyes. Need help with that? He asked, his voice too cheerful for the situation. No, I'm good, I said quickly, hoping he'd take the hint. I didn't like the way he was looking at me, like he was sizing me up. I tried to focus on the pump, willing it to finish faster. Not many people come through here, he continued, stepping a little closer. Where are you headed? I hesitated, not wanting to give him any details. Just passing through. He kept grinning, leaning against the pump now, too close for comfort. That's so? Must be lonely, driving out here all by yourself. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. His tone had changed, just slightly, but enough for me to notice. I didn't answer, just kept watching the numbers on the pump, praying for it to be done. You should be careful out here, he said after a long pause. A lot can happen on these roads, especially at night. The pump clicked, and I pulled the nozzle out, putting it back in place. My heart was racing now. I could feel his eyes on me as I walked around to the driver's side of the car, my hands shaking as I grabbed the door handle. Hey, he called out, taking a step toward me. You didn't pay yet. I froze. I hadn't even thought about it. My mind was too busy screaming at me to get out of there. I glanced at the building. The door was open, and the inside looked dark and cluttered. I really didn't want to go in there with him, but I had no choice. I had to pay. I left the door of the car open, hoping that maybe someone would drive by, someone who could see if anything went wrong. The guy followed me as I walked into the small, dimly lit shop. The air inside was thick and smelled like stale cigarettes and something else I couldn't place. There was a counter in the corner with an old cash register and a few dusty shelves filled with random junk. He stood behind me, too close, as I dug through my bag for my wallet. I could feel his breath on the back of my neck. My fingers fumbled, and I dropped the wallet. Before I could reach down to pick it up, he stepped forward, blocking my path. He picked it up slowly, holding it out to me with that same creepy grin. "Here you go," he said, his voice low now. I took it from him, my hand shaking as I pulled out some cash. When I handed him the money, he didn't take it right away. He just stared at me for a few seconds, like he was thinking about something. Finally, he grabbed the bills from my hand and shoved them into his pocket, not even bothering to ring it up. "You be careful out there," he said again, his eyes narrowing just a little. "You never know who you might run into." I didn't respond. I turned and walked out of the building as fast as I could without looking like I was running. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. All I wanted was to get back in my car and get as far away from the place as possible. I reached the car, slammed the door shut, and locked it. My hands were shaking as I put the key in the ignition. I turned the key, but the engine didn't start. It just clicked. I tried again. Nothing. My stomach dropped. I tried once more, harder this time, like maybe that would make a difference, but it didn't. The engine wouldn't turn over. I sat there, staring at the dashboard, panic creeping in. I knew what this meant. I didn't know how, but somehow the guy had done something to my car. I looked up, and there he was, standing just outside the gas station, watching me. He wasn't smiling anymore. His face was blank, but his eyes were dark, colder than before. I didn't know what to do.
Be right back.
I
I'm going
couldn't
to
stay in
grab
the car,
a fresh
but couldn't get
drink.
out either. He started walking toward me, slow and deliberate, like he had all the time in the world. My mind was racing, trying to figure out a way out of this. I popped the hood. Maybe I could fix it. Maybe it was something simple. I opened the door, forcing myself to act normal, like I wasn't terrified, like I didn't know he was coming for me. I walked around to the front of the car, lifting the hood, pretending to look at the engine, though I had no idea what I was doing. He was closer now, just a few feet away. I could hear his footsteps crunching in the gravel. My heart was pounding in my ears. "Car trouble?" he asked, his voice too casual. I didn't answer. I was trying to think, trying to figure out some way to get out of this. My mind was blank, panic taking over. He was right there now, standing next to me, looking down at the engine. "Looks like you're stuck here," he said softly, and I felt a wave of dread wash over me. Without thinking, I slammed the hood down, the noise startling both of us. Before he could react, I ran to the driver's side, grabbed my phone from the seat, and bolted. I didn't know where I was going. There was nothing but desert in every direction, but staying there with him felt like a death sentence. I heard him yell something behind me, but I didn't look back. My legs were burning, my lungs on fire, but I kept running. I had no plan, no idea what to do next. My phone was useless without service, but I clutched it like a lifeline anyway. I could hear his footsteps behind me now, faster, angrier. He was chasing me. I pushed myself harder, my heart pounding in my chest. The heat was unbearable, the sun burning down on me. My body screamed for me to stop, but I couldn't. I had to keep going. Then, just when I thought I couldn't run anymore, I saw it. A car coming down the road. A miracle. I waved my arms, screaming, running toward it like it was my only hope. It slowed down, and the driver, an older man, looked at me with confusion as I ran up to his window. "Please," I gasped. "Please, help me.
Oh,
He
it
didn't ask
died.
questions. He unlocked the door, and I scrambled inside just as I heard the other man's footsteps behind me. I slammed the door shut and locked it. Drive. I shouted, and the old man, sensing the urgency, floored it. As we sped away, I glanced back. The guy from the gas station was standing in the middle of the road, watching us go, his face twisted in anger. I didn't look for long.
Huh.
I didn't want to
That's
see
kind of
what's in his
interesting.
eyes.
My
The old man didn't say much
glider
as he drove.
disappeared.
He didn't need to. I was safe now, and that was all that mattered. I didn't know what that guy had planned for me, and I didn't want to find out. All I knew was that I wasn't going back to that gas station or anywhere near it ever again.
Hmm. Well, we got a ways out there. Hmm.
I remember when
Could have
Tom
set up
first
a
pitched the idea
base.
of a wilderness survival trip. We'd known each
Shit.
other for years, so it didn't seem strange when he suggested it. We both liked the outdoors, camping,
I mean,
things like that.
not that far
This
away.
trip was supposed
Probably
to
too far for me. Well,
no phones, no GPS, just us and whatever we could carry on our backs for a week. It sounded like a challenge, and I was all in. I trusted Tom. There was no reason not to. We drove out to this remote area about 5 hours from the city, and into the mountains. No trails, no marked campsites, just wild, untamed land. It was beautiful in an isolated way, nothing but trees and the distant sound of a river somewhere nearby.
mountain base, mountain
The first couple of days
babies.
went fine. We set up camp, caught fish, built fires. It was
Why
tough,
am
but
I?
manageable.
Oh man, I am.
The whole point was to live off the land, and we were doing it. But looking back, I realized there were small things that started to feel off. Tom was quieter than usual, not his normal self. He wasn't joking around like he always did, wasn't complaining when something was hard. He seemed too focused, too serious. I chalked it up to him being into the challenge, but there was something more. I just didn't see it yet. On the third day, we hiked further into the woods, away from the river, up toward the mountains.
Let's see. We
It was
will
steep, and
eat the
trail, if you
fish.
could call it that, was rough. We barely saw any wildlife.
Eat
which struck me
all
as
the
odd, but I
fish.
didn't think much of it.
We'll eat some
It was getting late,
potatoes.
and we needed to set up
Eat
camp.
some mighty,
That's when
mighty
Tom suggested we stop at this
potatoes.
small clearing, a little too open for my liking. I thought it'd make us easy targets for animals, but he insisted. I noticed something weird when I started unpacking my gear. One of my knives was missing. I knew I packed it, double-checked everything before we left, but it was just gone. I mentioned it to Tom, and he shrugged, didn't seem concerned. "You still got your hatchet," he said. I figured I'd just misplaced it somehow, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't me who'd lost it. That night was when everything started to shift. We were sitting around the fire, not saying much, just watching the flames. Tom finally spoke up. The tone of his voice made me freeze. "You ever think about what it'd be like to just disappear out here?" he asked, staring into the fire, not looking at me. Like if someone just never came back. Nobody would ever know. I laughed, thinking he was trying to mess with me. "Yeah, I guess. Pretty easy to get lost out here." He didn't laugh back. He just looked at me, and there was something in his eyes I hadn't seen before. It wasn't the look of someone joking around. It was cold, almost calculating. "Nah, I mean on purpose," he said. "What if someone didn't want to come back? Or what if they didn't let someone else come back?" I stared at him, waiting for him to crack a smile, tell me he was kidding. He didn't. My stomach tightened. Something wasn't right. "Tom, what are you talking about?" He didn't answer right away, just kept poking at the fire with a stick, sending sparks up into the night. Just saying, out here, it'd be easy. Nobody would find you. I tried to laugh it off, tried to tell myself it was just the isolation getting to him. But something about the way he was acting made me uneasy. I decided to change the subject, asked him about the hike we had planned for the next day, but the tension didn't leave the air. He turned in not long after that. I couldn't sleep, though. I lay there in my sleeping bag, staring up at the sky, my mind racing. Tom's words kept echoing in my head. I wanted to believe he was just talking nonsense, but the feeling in my gut wouldn't go away. Sometime in the middle of the night, I heard movement. Quiet, almost like someone was trying not to wake me. I stayed still, listening, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound of soft footsteps moving away from the camp. I slowly sat up, careful not to make any noise. Tom's sleeping bag was empty. I grabbed my flashlight and slipped out of my bag, my fingers shaking as I clicked it on. The beam cut through the darkness, landing on the trees around the clearing. No sign of him. I called his name, softly at first, then louder. No answer. Panic set in.
529 potatoes. We're gonna eat potatoes till they're coming out of our ears.
That's when I heard it.
Oh,
The snap of a
also,
branch, not too far away. I pointed the flashlight in that direction, and there he was, standing just beyond the tree line. He didn't say anything, just stood there, staring at me. In his hand, he was holding something. My missing knife. Tom, I said, my voice shaking. What the hell are you doing? He didn't answer right away. He just took a step closer, the knife glinting in the beam of my flashlight. You know, he finally said, I've been thinking about this for a while. What it would be like to just walk out of the woods alone. What people would say. How they'd react when you didn't come back. My mind is spinning.
gonna eat all, well, not all of our fish, but we're gonna eat most of
This
these.
wasn't Tom. This wasn't the guy.
Can't
I'd
use
known
them
for
in the
years.
recipes.
I don't know what you're talking about, I said, backing up a step, gripping the hatchet tighter. We're going back tomorrow. Both of us. He smiled then, but it wasn't the kind of smile that put you at ease. It was the kind of smile that made your blood run cold. Not both of us, he said, taking another step toward me. One of us. That's when it hit me. This wasn't some messed up joke. He wasn't losing it from being out here too long. He had planned this. He brought me out here for this. My heart pounded in my chest, adrenaline kicking in. I didn't wait for him to take another step. I turned and ran. I didn't know where I was going, just deeper into the woods, away from him. I could hear him behind me, running too, the sound of his footsteps getting closer. I pushed myself harder, branches whipping against my face, the ground uneven beneath my feet. My lungs were burning, but I couldn't stop. I couldn't let him catch me. I stumbled, nearly falling, but I caught myself and kept going. I didn't dare look back. I knew he was right behind me. I could feel it. Then, out of nowhere, the ground gave way beneath me. I slid down a steep embankment, crashing
Pumpkin
through bushes
pie,
into the bottom.
pumpkin pie.
Pain shot through my ankle as I hit the ground hard. I gasped, trying to catch my breath, but the pain was overwhelming. I tried to stand, but my ankle gave out, sending me crashing back to the ground. I heard him at
Okay,
the top
vampire
of the hill,
juice thing
footsteps slowing. It
doesn't
was close,
do
too close.
dick.
I crawled, dragging myself behind a large boulder, hoping the darkness would hide me. I held my breath, trying not to make a sound. My heart was pounding so hard I thought he'd hear it. I heard him moving, slowly, searching. He was toying with me now, drawing it out. You can't run forever, he called out, his voice almost sing-song. It's just you and me out here. No one's coming to save you. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying he wouldn't find me. I was trapped, nowhere to go, no way to fight him off. But then, through the panic, I remembered the hatchet still clutched in my hand. My only chance. I waited, listening to his footsteps, trying to gauge how close he was. He was circling, getting closer, his breathing steady, calm. Then he was there, right on the other side of the boulder. I could see his shadow moving, hear the sound of the knife scraping against the rock as he dragged it along the surface. I didn't think. I just acted. I swung the hatchet with everything I had, blind, desperate. It connected with something solid, and there was a sickening thud, followed by a gasp. The knife clattered to the ground. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain in my ankle, and ran. I didn't look back, didn't check to see if he was down. I just ran. I don't know how long I ran for, but eventually, I found the road, the one we'd driven in on. I limped along it until I found help, someone who could get me out of there. I never saw Tom again.
Why didn't you call the cop? That's what I want to know.
I was driving back from my sister's place. It was late, and I wanted to get home before it got too dark, but somewhere along the way, I missed a turn. I don't even know how it happened. I swear I was following the directions. 1 minute, I was on a highway, and the next, I was winding through narrow roads with no signs, no lights, nothing. I kept telling myself I'd find my way back, but the more I drove, the more I realized I was completely lost. It was one of those stretches of road where it felt like no one had been through in ages. Trees on either side, the sky starting to darken, and not another car in sight. After what felt like an hour of driving aimlessly, I saw a sign that said there was a town up ahead. It wasn't on my GPS, but I figured it might have a gas station, maybe a place to stop and ask for directions. At this point, my gas gauge was dipping low, and my phone had no signal, so I didn't have much of a choice. The town wasn't
Evel
far
Knievel
away.
that piggy.
There wasn't any grand entrance, no signs welcoming me. It just sort of appeared. The buildings were old, like something out of a different time, brick and wood, some of them boarded up. I remember thinking it felt abandoned. I drove slowly down the main street, looking for signs of life. A gas station, a convenience store, anything. But the streets were empty. No cars, no people, no lights in the windows. It was like the place had been frozen in time. I pulled over near what looked like a general store. The windows were dusty, but there were shelves inside, though they looked bare. I turned off the engine and sat there for a minute, listening. Nothing. Just the sound of my own breathing and the soft creak of my car settling. That's when I noticed how quiet it was. No wind, no birds, no distant hum of anything. I got out of the car, thinking I could maybe knock on a door, see if anyone was around. As soon as I stepped out, the air felt thick. I can't explain it, but it was like everything around me was holding its breath. I walked over to the general store and tried the door. It was locked, of course. I looked up and down the street, hoping for some sign of life, but there was nothing. I started walking, just to get a better look at the place. It wasn't a big town, but as I made my way down the road, I started noticing things. Small things. Like one of the streetlights had its bulb broken, but not shattered, more like it had been taken apart piece by piece. A window on a nearby house had a curtain pulled back just slightly, as if someone had been peeking out and let it fall into place when they saw me. I was getting that feeling in my stomach, You know the one. Like when you walk into a room and know someone's been there, but there's no one in sight. I turned around, ready to go back to my car and get out of there. But when I looked back, something felt different. I couldn't put my finger on it at first. The car was still there. The streets seemed empty. But it was like the air had shifted. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I had a sudden urge to walk faster. I glanced at the buildings as I passed, and I swore I saw a shadow move inside one of them. But when I stopped to look, there was nothing. I was almost back to my car when I heard a sound. It was faint, like a whisper or a sigh, but it was enough to make me freeze. I turned slowly, trying to pinpoint where it came from. Across the street, there was an alleyway between two buildings. Dark, narrow, nothing special. But something about it felt wrong. Like someone was standing just inside the shadows, watching me. I took a step back and turned to get to my car as fast as I could without breaking into a road. I was fumbling to unlock the door when I heard it again this time later. It sounded like something heavy being pulled across concrete. I didn't turn around. I didn't want to see what was making that noise. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped the keys, but I got the door open and slid inside, slamming it shut behind me. I locked the doors, started the car, and hit the gas. I pulled out fast, tires screeching against the pavement. As I sped down the street, I caught a glimpse of the rearview mirror, and for just a second, I saw someone standing in the middle of the road where my car had been. They weren't moving, just standing there, watching me drive away. I didn't slow down. I kept driving, turning onto the first road that led out of town, not caring where it took me. I kept checking the mirror, half expecting to see someone following me, but there was nothing. No sign of anyone. It took me a while to find a main road again, and by the time I did, it was almost dark. My phone still had no signal, but I didn't care. I was far enough away from that place, and that's all that mattered. I don't know what that town was, or who was there. I don't know if they were following me, or if it was all in my head. But I'm never going back to find out. Something wasn't right about that place. I've never felt fear like that before, like someone was right there, watching, waiting for me to make the wrong move. I got home late that night, way later than I should have. I didn't tell anyone what happened, mostly because I didn't know how to explain it without sounding crazy. But I haven't stopped thinking about it. I wasn't even supposed to be out there that day. It was one of those lazy weekends where I'd planned to stay in, maybe catch up on some shows or whatever. But the sun was shining, and I got restless. So I grabbed my backpack, filled it with some snacks and a water bottle, and decided to head out to the old quarry. It's a place I'd heard about from some friends, an abandoned site just outside town, but I'd never actually been. They said it was quiet, peaceful, a good spot to clear your head. The drive out was uneventful, just miles of flat, empty road, the kind you can lose yourself on if you're not paying attention. By the time I reached the turnout for the quarry, the sky had started to cloud over, but I wasn't too worried. I figured I'd be in and out in an hour or two, just a quick hike and then back home. I parked near a rusted old gate that looked like it hadn't been touched in years. There wasn't a soul around. The place was completely abandoned. No cars, no houses, no sounds except for the wind and the crunch of gravel under my boots as I walked. It was eerie, but also kind of nice. I liked being out there alone, just me and my thoughts. The quarry itself was huge, a deep pit carved into the earth with sheer rock walls on all sides. You could see where they used to mine the stone, layers and layers of rock exposed, like the earth had been peeled back. The ground was littered with broken machinery, rusted out trucks, and piles of rubble. It was like stepping into another world, one that had been forgotten a long time ago. I walked around the edge of the quarry for a while, just taking it all in. The drop down into the pit was steep, maybe 50 or 60 feet, and there were no fences or anything to stop you from going over the edge if you weren't careful. I found a spot where the slope wasn't too bad, more of a gradual incline, and decided to make my way down into the quarry itself. It didn't look that difficult. I've done my fair share of hiking and climbing before, so I figured it wouldn't be a big deal. At first, it wasn't. The ground was loose, a mix of dirt and small rocks, but I took it slow and kept my balance. I made it about halfway down when I heard it. A low rumble, like distant thunder. I stopped, looked around, but the sky was still clear enough. That's when the ground under my feet shifted. Just a little at first, then more. Suddenly, the whole slope started to give way. I tried to move, to get out of the way, but I was too slow. The ground collapsed beneath me, and before I knew it, I was sliding down, rocks and dirt tumbling all around me. I grabbed at anything I could, but there was nothing solid to hold on to. I hit the bottom hard, the wind knocked out of me, dust and debris flying everywhere. When it finally stopped, I was lying flat on my back at the bottom of the quarry, covered in dirt, my legs scraped up from the fall. I sat up slowly, coughing, trying to catch my breath. I wasn't hurt too bad, just shaken up. But when I looked up, I realized how far I'd fallen. The slope I'd come down was now a pile of rubble, too loose to climb back up. The walls of the quarry were sheer, with no easy way out. I was stuck. At first, I didn't panic. I figured I could find another way out. There had to be something, a path, a ladder, maybe even an old road that led out of the pit. I started walking, scanning the walls for any kind of break or opening. But as I made my way around the perimeter of the quarry, it became clear that there was no easy way out. The walls were too high, too steep, and I didn't have any climbing gear. I was completely trapped down there. That's when I noticed them. At first, I thought I was seeing things. I looked up at the top of the quarry, where the cliffs met the sky, and there they were figures, standing at the edge, just looking down at me. I squinted, trying to get a better look, but they were too far away to make out any details. There were at least 4 or 5 of them, just standing there, motionless. I waved, shouted out, "Hey, can you help me? I'm stuck down here." No response. They didn't move. Just kept standing there, watching me. I felt a chill run down my spine. Maybe they hadn't heard me, I thought. Maybe they didn't see me from a distance.
Oh,
I waved again,
they always
more
hear
frantically
you.
this time, and shouted louder.
They just don't
Hey.
care.
"I need help. Can you hear me?" Still nothing. They didn't even flinch. It was like they were statues, just standing at the edge, staring down at the pit.
I fell off my own bridge.
But something about the way they were standing, so still, so quiet, unnerved me. I started to get desperate. I shouted again, my voice cracking. "Please. I'm stuck down here. I need help." And then one of them moved. Slowly, one of the figures stepped closer to the edge, leaning forward just slightly, as if to get a better look at me. I felt a surge of hope. Maybe they were finally going to help. But instead of calling down or making
God, why are you building
just
behind me?
peering down at me like I was some kind of curiosity. And then, one by one, the others stepped forward too, all of them standing right at the edge now, looking down at me. I backed away, my heart pounding. Something was wrong. Why weren't they saying anything? Why weren't they helping? I didn't know what to do. I couldn't just stand there, waiting for them to make a move. I had to find a way out, and fast. I turned and started walking again, trying to keep my focus on the walls of the quarry, looking for anything, any handhold, any ledge I could use to climb out. But the whole time, I could feel their eyes on me, watching my every move. I walked the entire perimeter of the quarry, and there was nothing. No exit, no ladder, no tools left behind that I could use. I was completely trapped.
It's 'cause
I
you're
tried
a
to climb the walls
dumb
a few times, but the bottom was too
fuck.
unstable.
You
Every time I
really
grabbed
are
a
a
handhold, it
dumb
crumbled under my
fuck.
fingers, sending me sliding back down. My hands were bleeding, my legs shaking from the effort, but I kept trying because the alternative, staying down there with those people watching me, was worse. After what felt like hours, I collapsed onto the ground, exhausted and terrified. I looked up again, and they were still there, still watching. But now, one of them had started to move. Slowly, deliberately, they began to walk along the edge of the quarry, tracing the same path I had just walked. The others followed, keeping their eyes on me the whole time. I don't know why, but that's when I finally lost it. I scrambled to my feet and started shouting again, my voice was full of dust and fear. What do you want? Why won't you help me? No answer. Just the sound
They
of
don't want anything, they just want to see you struggle.
They were closer now, moving in sync, like a group of predators closing in on their prey. I backed away, stumbling over the loose rocks, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't know what they were planning, but I knew I couldn't stay down there much longer. I had to get out, even if it meant risking another landslide or hurting myself in the process. I started climbing again, my fingers digging into the dirt, my feet slipping on the loose rocks. I didn't care how much it hurt. I didn't care how many times I fell. I just had to get out, away from those people, away from whatever they were planning to do. I was halfway up the wall when I heard a voice, soft and low, carried on the wind. It wasn't coming from the figures above. It was coming from behind me, down in the pit. I froze, my hands clinging to the rock, my body shaking with exhaustion and fear. Slowly, I turned my head just enough to see over my shoulder. There, at the bottom of the pit, was another figure, standing perfectly still, watching me. I never thought I'd drive through the other side of the turning safely like this. I had taken the back road that led into the guest house the other night, enjoying the quiet and the stars. There was something peaceful about it until it happened. I was cruising along, the radio playing softly, when out of nowhere, a deer darted across the road. I slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. The thud echoed in the silence, and my heart sank as I felt my car shudder from the impact. I pulled over to the side of a road, shaking. The deer lay still on the pavement. I didn't want to look, but I had to. I stepped out of the car, my legs feeling weak. The deer was alive but injured. It struggled, its eyes wide with fear. I stood there for a moment, feeling helpless. I had no idea what to do. I couldn't call anyone. I had no signal out here. The last thing I wanted was to just leave it there to suffer. I took a deep breath and got back into the car. I had to
Oh
think.
dear.
Maybe I could find a house nearby, ask for help. I grabbed my phone, but there was still no signal. I looked around, trying to figure out where I was. It was pitch dark, and all I could see were fields stretching out in every direction. Then, I noticed a light in the distance. It flickered like a lantern, maybe from a farmhouse or a barn. I felt a little relief. I could walk there, maybe get help for the deer, or at least call someone. So, I locked the car and headed toward the light, my heart still racing from the accident. I walked along the edge of the road, the gravel crunching under my shoes. The fields on either side of me seemed endless. I had only gone a few hundred feet when I turned and looked back. My car was just a tiny dark shape against the backdrop of the moonlit road. I felt a twinge of anxiety but brushed it off. I focused on the light ahead. After a while, I reached the edge of a cornfield. The tall stalks loomed over me, swaying gently in the night breeze. I could see the light now, glowing warmly from what looked like a small farmhouse at the other end of the field. I figured it would be faster to cut through the corn than walk all the way around it. I stepped into the rows, the leaves brushing against my arms, making a soft
Never
rustling
go
sound.
into the corn.
As I walked, the
The
light
children
seemed to
will
flicker,
get
and
you.
the air felt thick around me. I tried to keep calm, reminding myself
Or the
that it was just
aliens
a cornfield.
from Signs.
I picked my way through the rows, trying to keep my bearings, but everything looked the same. I felt a little disoriented, as if the stalks were closing in around me. I stopped and listened. At first, there was nothing but the sound of the wind. But then I heard it a rustle. It was soft, almost too soft to notice. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. It was coming from somewhere behind me, deeper into the cornfield. I looked back, but I could not see anything. I shook my head, trying to convince myself it was the wind playing tricks. I took a few more steps, but the feeling of being watched settled over me like a heavy blanket. I turned again, scanning the rows for any sign of movement. Nothing. Just the stillness of the field. I took a deep breath, telling myself I was being ridiculous. Then I heard it again, a soft rustling, but this time closer. I felt the hairs on my neck stand on end. I was not alone. I turned quickly, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever was behind me. I half expected to see a deer, or maybe a raccoon, but there was nothing. Just the empty rows stretching out before me. I kept moving, but my pace quickened. Each step felt like a drumbeat in the air. I could hear the rustling again, this time to my left, then to my right. Someone was moving through the corn.
Broken.
I couldn't see them,
Yeah.
but I could feel it, a presence just beyond the edges of my vision.
It's alright.
I picked up my pace.
That's why I have
and
backups.
chains. Hello? I called out, my voice shaky. Is anyone there? Silence. The rustling stopped.
Silence
I could
in
feel
the
my heart pounding harder in
night.
my chest. I had to get out of the cornfield. I turned and tried to head toward the light. I felt the same. Panic clawed at my throat. I could not just stand there, waiting. I started to jog, weaving through the rows, but the sound came back right behind me. It was no longer just rustling. It was footsteps, slow and deliberate, like someone was stalking me. I turned again, but I saw nothing. Just the dark shapes of the stalks, towering over me like they were closing in. I pushed myself harder, my breath coming in sharp gasps. I could not let them catch me. The light ahead seemed farther away, flickering like a distant star. I kept my eyes fixed on it, praying it would be my salvation. Then I heard a voice, low and muffled, echoing through the corn. Where are you going? It was right behind me. I stumbled, my feet tripping over the uneven ground. I didn't know who it was, but I felt a wave of fear.
Yeah, it disappeared. Eh.
I had to keep moving.
Oh well.
Please, just leave me alone. I shouted, desperation creeping into my voice. I felt the tears prick at the corners of my eyes. I sprinted toward the light, the darkness closing in around me. I could not let them catch me. As I ran, I could hear them moving again, rushing through the rows, and the sound was getting closer. I felt the panic clawing at my chest, but I focused on the light. I was almost there. Finally, I broke free from the cornfield, bursting out into the open space just beyond. The light was blinding, and I squinted against it. I stumbled forward, and there it was, the farmhouse. I rushed toward the door, pounding on it with all my strength. Help. Please. I yelled, desperation spilling out in my voice. I could hear the rustling behind me still, the footsteps echoing in the distance. The door swung open, and an older man stood there, looking confused. "What's going on?" he asked, his brow furrowed. I didn't wait for him to say more. I pushed past him, gasping for air. "Someone is in the cornfield. They're following me." He glanced behind me, his face going pale. "Get inside. Now!" I rushed in, and he slammed the door shut, locking it tight. I could still hear the rustling outside, and I pressed my back against the door, my heart racing. "Who was it?" the man asked, looking alarmed. "Did you see them?" "No, but they were following me." I could hear them moving through the rows. I was shaking now, trying to catch my breath. The man peered through a small window, looking out into the darkness. "Stay here," he said, moving toward the door. "Please don't go out there. They could be dangerous." He turned back to me, his eyes steady. "I have to make sure you're safe." I watched him grab a flashlight and a baseball bat before he opened the door. He wanted to stay inside to protect himself, but I felt frozen. He stepped outside, and I could see him shining the flashlight into the cornfield. The beam danced around, illuminating the rows, but I could not see anything. Just darkness and the faint sound of rustling. "Is anyone out there?" he called out, his voice steady, but I could hear the tension behind it. The rustling stopped again. There was a moment of silence, and I held my breath, waiting. Then I heard a low laugh, cruel and mocking, echoing from the darkness. "Get back inside." I shouted, panic rising in my throat. I was terrified. The man turned back toward me, but before he could say anything, the rustling erupted again, louder this time, as if whatever had been lurking in the cornfield was moving toward us. "Now!" he yelled, rushing back toward the door, and I flung myself out of the way just as he slammed it shut behind him. We stood there, breathing heavily, listening as the sound continued, but it was fading now, drifting off into the distance. "Who were they?" I asked, my voice trembling. He shook his head. "I don't know, but you're safe now." As I stood there, still shaking, I realized I was finally out of the field, away from whatever had been stalking me. But the fear lingered. The night was dark, the world beyond the door still uncertain.
The night is dark and full of terrors. Just saying.
I had always been drawn to the outdoors, finding peace in the stillness of the trees and the quiet of the mountains. When I heard about a survivalist group meeting deep in the wilderness, I thought it would be the perfect chance to learn new skills and be part of a community that shared my passion. The advertisement promised a week of training, teamwork, and the thrill of living off the land. I signed up without a second thought, eager to escape the chaos of my everyday life. The drive to the compound was longer than I expected. I turned up the main road, following a narrow dirt path that snaked through dense woods. As I drove deeper into the forest, the trees loomed overhead, blocking out much of the daylight. I felt a thrill of excitement mixed with a hint of apprehension. It was remote and beautiful, far from the noise of the city. When I arrived, I was greeted by a small group of people gathered around a fire pit. They looked rugged and prepared, dressed in survival gear and boots caked with dirt. The leader, a tall man with a long beard and piercing blue eyes, stepped forward to welcome me. "Welcome to our home. I'm Gideon. You will find that you are among friends here." I shook his hand, feeling a firm grip.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Smiled
say
at me,
Gideon's
their
a
expressions warned
freak.
me and guarded. It felt strange, like they were sizing me out. I brushed it off, reminding myself that I was there to learn. They showed me to a small cabin where I would be staying. It was rustic but cozy, surrounded by towering pines. The first day was filled with activities. Building shelters, starting fires, and identifying edible plants. I was having a great time, even if I felt a little out of my element. The group worked well together, and I felt like I was becoming part of something bigger. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows, I began to notice something off about the dynamics within the group. That night, we gathered around the fire. Gideon spoke with fervor, sharing stories about survival and the importance of preparedness. The way he spoke was almost hypnotic, his eyes gleaming in the firelight. In the coming years, there will be challenges that test our resolve. We must be ready to protect what is ours. Trust and loyalty are
Doomsday
paramount.
Call!
You must understand that once you join this group, you are family. The others nodded in agreement, their faces serious. I felt a chill run down my spine. I wondered if they had taken this a bit too far, but I tried to shake off my discomfort. I had signed up for a survival experience, after all. I needed to give it time. The next day was more intense. We hiked deep into the forest, learning to track animals and set traps. I found myself enjoying the lessons. There was an undercurrent of tension that I could not ignore. When we returned to the compound, I overheard Gideon speaking to a couple of the other members in hushed tones. Their faces were tight with worry. I felt an urge to know what they were talking about, but I didn't want to intrude. That evening, while the others were preparing dinner, I decided to take a walk around the compound. The air was cool, and the sounds of nature enveloped me. I wandered toward the edge of the property, where a chain-link fence surrounded the area. I noticed several warning signs about trespassing. It felt a bit unsettling, but I brushed it off, thinking they were just being cautious. As I turned to head back, I spotted a small shed hidden among the trees. My curiosity got the better of me. I approached it, feeling the pull of the unknown. The door creaked when I pushed it open. Inside, I saw a few shelves stocked with supplies, but what caught my eye was a table covered with various tools and equipment that looked out of place. My heart raced as I noticed the items: a few old firearms, ropes, and even something that looked like a hunting knife. As I processed what I was seeing, I heard footsteps behind me. I turned to find Gideon standing at the entrance, his expression dark. "What are you doing here?" he asked, his voice low and dangerous. I stammered. I was just looking around. He stepped inside, blocking my way. "This is not a place for outsiders. You should know better than to wander off." I felt a surge of fear as he moved closer. "I'm sorry. I did not mean to intrude. I will go back now." Gideon's eyes narrowed. "You need to understand something. This group is not just about survival skills. It is about loyalty. If you cannot follow the rules, you may not be welcome here much longer." My mind raced. What had I gotten myself into? "I will follow the rules." "I promise," I said, my voice shaky. He regarded me for a moment, then nodded slightly. "Good. We look out for one another. But you must never forget that leaving is not an option." I felt a chill run through me. I nodded, trying to mask my fear. "Of course. I won't leave." Gideon stepped aside, allowing me to pass.
Yep,
I
that's the
hurried
cult.
back to the main area, my heart racing. The atmosphere had shifted, and I could feel the weight of his words pressing down on me. I had thought I was among friends, but now I felt trapped. The next day, things only got worse. During a group exercise, I overheard Gideon speaking to the members in low tones, their expressions grave. I caught snippets of their conversation, words like control, loyalty, and no one leaves. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. This was not just a
How trippy
survival
looking
thing,
is this
something
shit?
much darker. Panic surged within me. I needed to leave. I could not stay there any longer. As the day progressed, I kept my distance, searching for a chance to escape without drawing attention.
It's the floating mountains of Pandora.
That night, I waited until the others settled down around the fire. The flickering flames cast eerie shadows on
Packed
their
my
faces
fucking
as they
shit
shared
up and
stories.
left. That's what I
I
did.
slipped away quietly, careful not to make any noise. I crept through the trees, my heart pounding. The moonlight guided me as I hurried toward the fence. As I reached the edge, I heard a voice behind me. Where do you think you are going? It was
Leaving.
standing there with several members behind him.
That's
their
where I'm
expressions
going.
serious. You were not thinking of leaving, were you? I froze, my mind racing.
Exactly what I'd
I
be
was just
doing.
going for a walk.
Be like,
I
yeah,
noticed something.
this is not what
Gideon
you
stepped closer,
advertised,
his eyes cold and
motherfucker.
unyielding.
I'm
I
out,
did not understand.
bitches.
You are part of this now. There is no going back. If you leave, it will not end well for you. Fear gripped me. I had to think quickly. I just need to get my thoughts. I promise I will come back. He shook his head slowly, a smile creeping onto his lips, but it did not reach his eyes. You do not get it. No one leaves this place alive. The group shifted closer, and I felt trapped. Panic surged through me. I took a step back.
Why you
glancing for
never
escape.
join a
I could not stay there.
cult?
I had to get away. Suddenly, I turned and ran, darting through the trees. I could hear them shouting behind me, but I didn't look back. My heart raced as I stumbled through the underbrush, branches scratching at my skin. The sounds of their footsteps echoed in my ears, growing closer. I kept running, adrenaline pushing me forward. I had to reach my car. I could not let them catch me. I ran blindly, praying for the dirt road to appear. My lungs burned, and I felt like I might
Jesus,
collapse,
save
but I
me.
pressed on. Finally,
Help me,
I burst through
Jeebus.
the trees and found the road. My car was just a few yards away, a beacon of hope in the dark. I fumbled for my keys, my hand shaking as I unlocked the door. I jumped in and slammed it shut, locking it tight. I could still hear their voices, distant but approaching. I turned the ignition and the engine roared to life. I threw the car into gear, spinning the tires in the dirt as I raced down the road. I didn't look back, focusing only on the way ahead. The minutes passed, and I felt a rush of relief wash over me. I drove for what felt like an eternity, the fear slowly fading as I put distance between myself and the compound. My heart was still racing, but I knew I was safe. I had escaped, but I could not shake the feeling of dread. I had narrowly avoided something dark and twisted. As I drove away from the wilderness, I promised myself I would never let my curiosity lead me into a situation like this. The storm hit suddenly. One moment, the sky was a dull gray, and the next, it exploded into a cacophony of thunder and torrential rain. I was driving back home from visiting a friend in the next town over when the first flash of lightning lit up the sky. The winds picked up, bending the trees and debris around like it was nothing. I knew I needed to find shelter. As I pulled over to the side of the road, I spotted a small field ahead with what looked like an old storm shelter nestled among the tall grass. I could hardly see it through the sheets
That's
of rain,
pretty
but it
close.
seemed like the only option.
Close enough.
I threw my car into park and jumped out,
Oop.
the rain instantly soaking me to the bone.
Wrong
I ran toward the
button.
shelter, heart pounding with both fear and adrenaline. The door was heavy, made of rusted metal. I pulled and pushed until it creaked open, revealing a dark, damp interior. I stepped inside, shivering as I closed the door behind me. I could hardly make out anything in the dim light, but it smelled of mildew and earth. My phone had lost signal the moment the storm began, and I realized I could be trapped here for a while. I listened to the storm rage outside, the wind howling like a wild animal. I took a few cautious steps inside, feeling the cold ground beneath my feet. That is when I heard it, a low sound, like someone breathing. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze. I was not alone. Hello? I called out, trying to keep my voice
Hello?
steady. No
Housekeeping?
The
You
only
want
sound
men
was the
for
storm
pillow?
raging outside and that persistent breathing. I turned slowly, scanning the shadows, but I could not see anyone. My instinct screamed at me to leave, but the storm was relentless, pounding against the shelter's metal roof. Hello? I tried again, louder this time. A voice broke through the darkness. Who's there? It was rough, gravelly, as if the speaker hadn't used it in years. I'm just seeking shelter from the storm. I did not mean to intrude. My words sounded weak, even to my own ears. You shouldn't be here, the voice said, closer now. I could see a figure shifting in the shadows, illuminated by the faint light seeping through the cracks in the walls. This place is not for you. I turned. I'll leave as soon as the storm passes. I just need a moment. I took a step back, toward the door, but my feet felt like lead. Leaving is not an option, the voice said, a hint of something menacing creeping into his tone. I took a deep breath, trying to compose myself. Please, I will not cause any trouble. I just need to wait for the storm to end. The figure stepped forward, and I finally saw him. He was tall and thin, with unkempt hair and wild eyes that seemed to glow in the dim light. He looked disheveled, as if he had been living in this shelter for a long time. The sight of him sent a chill down my spine. You have no idea what you are asking for, he said, his voice dripping with a strange kind of calmness. People like you do not belong here. This is my home. I understand, I replied, my voice trembling. Stay quiet. I promise. Just until the storm passes. He tilted his head, studying me with those piercing eyes. Why do you think you can just come in here? You think you can just walk away once you feel safe? I backed away slowly, looking for an escape, but there was none. The walls felt like they were closing in, the air growing thick with tension. I do not want any trouble. I just need to leave. He laughed, a low, unsettling sound. You do not get to leave. I have made this place my home, and you will learn to respect that. I glanced around, searching for something, anything I could use to defend myself. There was nothing but darkness and dampness, and my heart raced as panic set in. Please, let me go. I will not tell anyone I was here. Do you think that matters? He asked, stepping closer. You came here uninvited. You have to learn the consequences of your actions. He reached for me, and I instinctively stepped back, my back hitting the cold metal of the wall. Please. I begged, my voice breaking. You should not have come here, he said,
Please don't
almost like
hurt
he was trying
me.
to teach me a lesson. The wildness in his eyes grew more intense, and I felt the gravity of his intentions. I needed to escape. I could not let him have me. I took a deep breath and suddenly charged for the door, pushing past him with all my strength. The door was still heavy, and I struggled to pull it open, but he was right behind me. His hand gripped my arm, yanking me back. I twisted and fought, panic overwhelming me. "Let go!" I screamed, kicking out at him. He stumbled back, surprised by my sudden strength. I seized the opportunity and flung myself against the door, finally managing to break. The wind and rain rushed in, howling like a beast, and I stumbled outside. The storm was still raging, but I did not care. I ran, my feet slipping in the mud as I sprinted toward my car.
See, let that be a lesson to you. Even though it's storming, just go to your fucking car. Don't try to seek shelter.
I reached my car, fumbling for the keys as I jumped inside. I locked the doors, breathing heavily.
Don't run into weirdos.
The figure stood in the doorway, rain pouring down his face, a wild look in his eyes. I turned the ignition, and the engine roared to life. My hands
Engines
trembled as I
always
shifted the
roar
drive,
to life
glancing back once more before speeding away.
as well.
I drove as fast as I could.
When they
the rain
start.
pelting my windshield, blurring my vision. Every second felt like an eternity, but I kept my foot pressed down, eager to put as much distance between myself and that storm shelter as possible. The road was familiar again, and soon I was back on the main highway, my heart still racing. I did not stop until I reached home, slamming the door shut behind me and locking it tight. I could still hear the storm raging outside, but now I felt safe. The fear slowly faded, replaced by the weight of what I had just escaped. That storm shelter was no place for anyone. I knew I would never be able to shake the memory of that man and the dark intent behind his words. I learned that sometimes the safest places are not the ones that seem inviting, but the ones you can trust.
Duh. People are so stupid. Oh, someone's got a base right there.
Type. I enjoyed hiking and exploring nature, and when I decided to take a trip to the swamps, it felt like a great idea at the time. I pictured the beauty of the landscape, the stillness of the water, and the chance to immerse myself in something wild and untouched. What I did not consider was how easy it could be to get lost. The first few hours were wonderful.
That's kind of the cool thing about this map, too, is it shows when people build shit, it shows on the map.
As I walked, I snapped a few pictures, enjoying the vibrant greens and browns of the landscape. But as the day wore on, the sky darkened, and I lost my sense of direction. I knew I should have turned back, but I pushed deeper into the swamp, convinced I could find my way out. I stepped through the muck and mire.
Yeah, because you're such an adventurer.
And the air thickened with humidity. Soon, the path disappeared altogether, and I was surrounded by a maze of trees and water. I felt a creeping panic, the kind that tightened in your chest and made it hard to breathe. After what felt like hours of wandering, I realized I had no idea where I was. My phone had no signal, and the sun was sinking lower in the sky. I could hear the distant calls of birds settling in for the night, and the quiet sounds of the swamp felt unnerving. I knew I had to find shelter or risk spending the night out here. As I continued to stumble through the underbrush, I heard voices. They were faint at first, just a
He
low
get a pretty mouth on you, boy.
My heart raced with hope as I followed the sounds.
Squeal for me, piggy.
Maybe they could help me find my way back. I emerged from the trees and into a small clearing, where I saw a group of people gathered around a fire. They looked rough, dressed in worn clothing, and they turned to stare at me as I said, "Hey there," one of them called out, a tall man with a scruffy beard. "You lost?" I nodded, relieved to see them. "Yes, I got turned around out here. I was hoping you could help me." The group exchanged glances, and I could feel a strange tension in the air. The man smiled, but there was something unsettling about it. Of course. You can come to our camp. We'll take care of you. I hesitated for a moment, but the thought of being lost and alone in the swamp filled me with dread. Thank you, I said, feeling a mixture of gratitude and unease. They beckoned me closer, and I joined them around the fire. The warmth felt good against the cool evening air. The group consisted of 5 people, the man who had spoken, a woman with long, tangled hair, and 3 others who sat quietly, their expressions unreadable. They seemed friendly enough, though I felt a strange chill as I looked into their eyes. Where are you from? The woman asked. Just a town nearby. I thought I could handle the swamp on my own, I replied, forcing a laugh to ease the tension. You are brave to venture out here alone, the man said. Most people don't know what they're getting into. I see that now, I admitted, looking around the camp. The flickering firelight danced across their faces, but the shadows made it hard to read their expressions. Let us get you something to eat, the man offered. He reached into a cooler and pulled out a couple of cans. We have plenty to share. I was starving, so I accepted.
Well, that's
Food
just
tasted good,
fucking
but I couldn't
stupid.
shake the feeling that something was off. As I ate, I watched the others closely.
Why
They were
will
too
this
quiet,
not?
too focused on me. I started to notice how they exchanged glances, how their smiles never quite reached their eyes. Do you come here often? I asked, trying to make conversation. Sometimes, the woman replied. It's a good place to get away from everything. No distractions. Just the swamp and us. The man nodded, his gaze steady on me. This is safe. We take care of our own. A knot tightened in my stomach. The way he said it made me feel like I wasn't part of their group, like I was something else entirely. I glanced around again, trying to formulate a plan in my mind. I needed to get out of there, but how? As the night deepened, the fire crackled and popped, and the shadows grew longer. I felt the urge to leave, but I didn't want to raise suspicion. I casually looked around the campsite, searching for an escape route. The trees formed a thick wall around us, and I could hear the sounds of the swamp. My heart pounded louder as I started to think about my options. Why don't you stay the night? The man suggested suddenly. It is dangerous out here alone. You can rest and leave in the morning. No, I really should go, I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. I appreciate your hospitality, but I need to get back. The group exchanged looks again. The tension in the air felt thicker now, and I realized that I needed to leave immediately. I made my decision and stood up. Thank you for the food, but I need to go now, I said firmly. The man's expression shifted, his smile disappearing. You do not understand. It is not safe for you out there. I can take care of myself, I insisted. You do not have a choice, he said, his voice low and menacing. You are not leaving. Fear coursed through me, and I turned to run, but the woman blocked my path. You do not want to upset him, she said, her tone now cold and threatening. Adrenaline surged, and I pushed past her, bolting into the darkness of the swamp. The ground was uneven, and I stumbled over roots and muck, but I kept running. I could hear them shouting behind me, their voices blending into the sounds of the night.
We're gonna kill you and turn you into clam chowder.
In a frenzy. I was disoriented, the trees looming over me like giants. I forced myself to keep moving, to think. I needed to find my way back to my car. I ran blindly through the underbrush, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I could hear them crashing through the trees behind me, getting closer. My heart raced as I darted between the cypress trees, praying I would find an opening, a way out. Finally, I spotted a faint light through the trees, a glimmer of hope. I pushed toward it, crashing through the thick brush, and stumbled into a small clearing. It was the main path. Relief washed over me, but I had no time to rest. I could still hear them coming. I turned and ran down the path, forcing myself to keep moving. The sound of their footsteps echoed behind me, and I could feel the weight of their intentions closing in. The path narrowed, and I saw the glow of headlights in the distance. My car was just ahead. With every ounce of strength I had left, I sprinted toward it, my heart pounding in my chest. I reached my car, fumbled for my keys, and unlocked the door. I jumped inside and slammed the door shut, blocking it tight. I could hear them shouting, but I didn't look back. I turned the key in the ignition, and the engine roared to life. I pulled out of that swamp, the tires spinning in the mud as I sped away. I could still hear the distant shouts fading behind me as I drove toward the safety of the road. The weight of fear slowly lifted as I put miles between myself and the path. I never went back to the swamps again. That night changed something in me. I learned a lot about underneath its good intentions, and sometimes the wilderness can be far more dangerous than you realize. The first night at the cabin was quiet, too quiet. I had rented it for a weekend retreat, away from my busy life. Woods surrounded the place, and I felt the sense of everything, even if it was a
Did not do that,
I
boy.
arrived late and spent the evening settling in, admiring the rustic charm and the stillness of the night. I woke up the next morning to the soft light filtering through the windows. I stretched and glanced outside, but something felt off. The air was thick, and the stillness outside felt heavy. I stepped out onto the porch and noticed the ground was different. There were rows of wooden stakes sticking out of the dirt, and they seemed to be spotted on balance. I chalked it up to the remnants of an old hunting camp. As I wandered about it, I found more hunting traps. They were crude but effective. Some looked like bear traps, while others were simple snares made from twine and sticks. A cold shiver ran down my spine. Who would set these up? I backed away slowly, feeling a sudden sense of vulnerability. I was alone, and there was no cell service out here. I
God damn
returned
it.
inside, locking the door. I tried to shake the feeling, pouring myself a cup of coffee and forcing myself to relax. But the feeling lingered, gnawing at me like a persistent itch. I sat in front of the fireplace, staring into the flames, listening for any sign of movement outside. Hours passed, and the uneasy feeling only grew stronger. Suddenly, I heard a sound outside, a crack of a branch. My heart raced as I turned to look out the window. I saw a figure in the distance. He stood still, partially hidden among the trees. He was dressed in worn, camouflage clothing, and his eyes were fixed on the cabin. I felt a rush of panic. Who was he? What did he want? I watched him for what felt like an eternity. He seemed to be studying the cabin, and then he began moving toward it. My instinct screamed at me to hide, so I ducked down behind the couch, barely breathing. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears, a terrifying drumbeat of impending doom. I could see through the window just enough to watch him approach. He stopped in front of the door, looking up and down the sides of the cabin. I wanted to scream, to run, but I stayed silent, frozen in place. After what felt like hours, he finally moved away from the door, but my relief was short-lived. I could hear the sound of the door creaking open. He had found another way in. I crawled quietly to the back of the cabin, searching for a place to hide. The man's voice rang out, low and gravelly. I know you are in there. The door slammed shut, and I heard footsteps moving through the cabin. Panic flooded my mind. He was here for me. There was nowhere to go, no one to call for help. I pressed myself against the wall, my breath shallow and quiet.
Oh
He
yeah.
didn't find me.
Landed it.
Then I heard him. He was closer now, moving through the rooms. I just wanted to talk. You should not have come here. I was trembling, tears welling in my eyes. I couldn't think straight. I needed to get out. The back window was my only option. I took a deep breath, my heart pounding loudly in my chest. I tiptoed toward the window, praying he wouldn't hear me. Just as I reached the window, I heard him again. You cannot hide forever. I pushed the window open, and it creaked loudly. I froze, praying he wouldn't come to investigate. I squeezed through the opening and dropped down on the ground outside. I worked hard, pain shooting through my ankle, but I had no time to dwell on it. I had to run. I darted away from the cabin, weaving through the trees, trying to remember the way I had come in. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps crunching through the underbrush, growing closer. I stumbled through the woods, branches slapping against my arms and legs, the sting of the leaves sharp against my skin. The sound of my heart filled my ears.
Okay, I will
drowning
be
everything
right
else.
back. I'm gonna go
I
use the
ran as fast as I
restroom.
could, adrenaline pushing me forward, until I finally broke into a clearing. Ahead, I saw the road. I could hardly believe it. I pushed myself harder, willing my legs to move faster. I reached the edge of the clearing, my breath ragged as I burst onto the gravel road. I turned to look back, and there he was, standing at the edge of the trees, watching me. I could see his eyes, cold and predatory. I didn't waste a second. I ran to my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking. I jumped inside and locked the door, gasping for breath. I turned the key in the ignition and the engine roared to life. I sped away from the cabin, my heart still racing. As I drove, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see him chasing after me. But there was nothing, only the quiet woods disappearing behind me. I left that place, vowing never to return.
March 15th, 1937. It wasn't about fame or fortune. It wasn't about making history or to stand on the shoulders of giants. It was about knowledge and truth. I needed to know what happened to my grandfather. I needed to know what he discovered. I needed to see what he saw with his own eyes and come to an understanding. The mundanity and pointlessness of life finally sent me on my way. My friend, Captain Peasley, would take me on my quest. We traveled the ocean on the captain's fishing trawler, the Southern Crux. We were to make landfall at Cooktown, a coastal town in the Shire of Cook, Queensland, Australia. Before he died, my grandfather was a university lecturer who taught archaeology. I followed in his footsteps. In his will, he left me a key to a safety deposit box at his bank. And to my surprise, the box contained several books on the occult and mysticism and numerous maps. But the most significant items in the box were a pair of sketches and a curious black stone with the face of sorts carved into it. In my grandfather's letter, he stated that the drawings were inspired by strange dreams that had been plaguing him. I examined the sketches. The subterranean cavern of immense height was meticulously drawn on paper with black pencil. The centerpiece of the sketch were 2 rows of standing stones that ran parallel to one another. They were built from massive cyclopean rocks that were stacked in such a way that it was reminiscent of Stonehenge. The image evoked fleeting thoughts of eldritch terror. Written on the back side of the drawing, the gateway to the other side resides within the mountain. The second drawing was even more bizarre. I got the distinct impression that it was a cold and arid desert at night. The ground was fissured and littered with fields of mummified human remains. The focus of this image, however, was that of an enormous plateau which stood menacingly. On the surface of the plateau was also a collection of standing stones similar to the first. An indistinct shape stood at the edge of the plateau. An animal, I think. Written on the opposite side of the paper was a message. The fabled plateau of Lang. Each and every single one of us will face this. It is inevitable. The stone carving came from a time when we knew very little of fear of the primal world. A modern mind would find it difficult to visualize the world through the eyes of ancient man. Face on the stone, however, instilled an instinctive fear of the dark. My destination was a site called Sacred by Australian Aborigines, where humans feel unwanted, where they vanished without a trace. A place that is rugged and foreboding, clouded in mystery and immersed in superstition. Black Mountain. Aboriginals refer to it as the Mountain of Death. Tunnels and caves honeycomb the area. The only living things on the mountain are giant spiders, pythons, and pythons. Thousands upon thousands of gigantic boulders strewn across the landscape make up the mountain. A treacherous, barren waste. Scientists have offered theories behind the origin of this peculiar mountain. A volcanic eruption, an upheaval during the Ice Age, an asteroid impact site. But none of these possibilities seem satisfactory. I stood at the bow of the ship gazing at the continent that loomed on the horizon. My God, Tom approached. I think you're as mad as a bag of ferrets. Tell me a tale, I said. Tommy leaned on the railing next to me. My people have many beliefs in how anything came to be. Go on, I said as I repeated a pack of cigarettes from my shirt pocket. I offered Tommy a cigarette. He declined. I looked up as he began. One such legend says, in a dream, the time when legends were born, there was a beautiful young boy whose skin shone like silver. 2 brothers were smitten by it. Both were determined to win the heart. My attention was directed upward big on sky directly above us. It was the Aurora Australis, the so-called Southern Lights. Tommy continued sharing his tale. To settle their differences, each brother set out to build a mountain of boulders. The brother with the highest mountain would take the woman. Day after day, the brothers worked. Their piles of boulders grew taller and taller. Tommy paused and focused on the Aurora. The glowing ribbons of red light spread across the dark sky as it glowed with intensity. The rippling lights continued to dance across the background of the stars. Before the contest could be decided, the wild storm descended upon the land. Boulders tumbled down and crushed both brothers, and the woman died too. Can you believe it's haunted, Tom? That sacrifice can be heard throughout the canyons and caves of the mountains. The place is cursed. At dusk, the evil of the place begins to reveal itself. You can hear it on the wind that blows in the endless caverns that run deep into the earth. It's a moaning wind that lures unsuspecting people to their doom. I grabbed my kit bag and withdrew the black stone with the carving on it. I presented it to Tommy. My grandfather
This
found
looks
this in the
like
mountain.
it would be.
Does it look
Oh
familiar,
my
Tommy?
goodness, is
Tommy
that?
stared at the stone a good while. He traced the finger over the
Are we
lines
that
formed the
close?
face.
Is that the?
No,
Oh no, it's up on
this does not
Olympus
resemble anything that I've
or
ever seen.
Elysium.
You say he found it in the
Never
mountain.
mind. It's
Yeah,
not the Eiffel
some
Tower
grand
that I'm
chamber.
seeing over there.
It's very strange. Shortly afterwards,
Someone built
he
the
docked
Eiffel
at a
Tower
famous
on
wharf
here.
just outside of Cooktown. I booked a room at a nearby inn.
Or built an
Tuesday
Eiffel
would stay
Tower
at
on
the
here.
ship. During the day, we'd go into town and stock up on supplies. While I was chatting with the innkeeper, I noticed movement in my peripheral vision. A person sitting on a bench directly across the inn. Underneath the street lamp was an elderly tribal man with a very distinct look that was seared into my memory. He had winter white hair and a beard that was long and unkempt. He was wearing a dusty old suit, which seemed to be slightly frayed. But I think the most unsettling thing about him was his gaze. I wrote him off as a drunkard before checking in. Before departing to my room, I took one more glance at the old man, only to see that he was gone. Little did I know that this was a sign of things to come. After a very long voyage, sleep came easily. The following day, I sat down with one of the tribal elders and ordered a pub. I enjoyed a pleasant conversation with a drink and food. He explained the belief among his people in the area. The tribal elder began telling me some of the beliefs of his people. The mountain is of important significance to the tribe. Kalkajaka is what they call it, the place of spears. The tribal elder paused to take a sip of his drink. His eyes scanned the room. He seemed suspicious of something. The mountain originated in a dream with an evil medicine man who convened with the old spirits from beyond. A young chief confronted him about this and was murdered by the medicine man. He leaned in and lowered his voice. But it didn't stop there. The cruel medicine man went on to devour the flesh of the chief and drank his blood. The tribe became aware of this and chased the man out with burning vengeance in their hearts. He fled into the mountain, where he was then struck by a cleansing bolt of lightning. His body exploded and in turn charred the surrounding rocks. The
I
tribal
see
elder stopped again.
Elysium in
I
the
could see his eyes focus on
distance.
someone behind me. He focused on me again.
Ooh,
and
that's a
continued.
long
It was
way
a place
back.
that demands respect. But the white man has often disregarded the legends. In 1877, a courier was horseback riding, searching for a strayed calf, when he, the horse, and calf all disappeared. Several years later, a constable was hot on the heels of a wanted man. He was tracking the criminal through the brush at the base of Black Mountain. They both seemingly vanished into thin air. Other trackers followed the trail to a cave entrance, but came up empty-handed. Despite the unrelenting heat, I could feel a chill course through my body, like someone walked over my grave. The tribal elder saw me shiver. A grim look formed on his face. The disappearances have occurred ever since. Nearby cattle ranchers and their herds have gone without a trace. Gold prospectors and cave explorers have all inexplicably disappeared into the ether. Human remains have been found in the vicinity in the mountains. Their bodies cut to ribbons. But the most shocking thing about these grisly finds is that each of the individuals have had their skulls cracked open and their brains removed, possibly devoured. The tribal elder paused when he saw the color drain from my face. My grandfather was killed by someone in a very similar fashion while he was seeking treatment in Canberra. There are many predatory animals in Australia, but none of them are known to have these particular habits. Rumors of a killer stalking the countryside run rampant. The police have been working overtime on this. My heart sank into my stomach. What about the phantom cat I've heard about? The tribal elder took another long sip from his drink before continuing. There have been rumblings of a large, mysterious black cat that has been sighted on the mountain. Maybe it's a surviving relative of Thylacoleo carnifex, which was one of Australia's largest marsupial carnivore. This is an especially curious claim because there are no terrestrial cats on the continent. Domestic cats were introduced by colonists in 1804, and there are large wild cats that live in public zoos in the capital city, but none that live in the wilderness. Another pause between the two of us. We were both scanning the room. I think I could confidently say we both felt like something was wrong. A shift in the conversation. I showed the black stone to the tribal elder as well as the drawings created by my grandfather. He examined each one carefully and shook his head. A look of worry formed on his face. How did your grandfather die? The tribal elder asked. He was murdered. Well, my condolences to you. May I ask how he was before he died? He looked like a man who was pursued. He was always looking over his shoulder. He shut himself away from the world. The tribal elder let out a sigh. Maybe he saw things he shouldn't have. Maybe he took things he shouldn't have touched. There was a long silence between the two of us as we looked down at our drinks. We were both pondering things. I happened to glance up and briefly caught sight of an old tribal man with a striking white beard and wild hair. He was dressed in a disheveled suit that looked like it came from another period. He was fixated on me. He slowly raised a hand and pointed a finger directly at me. I blinked, and the man was gone. The tribal elder broke the silence. Maybe it would be best to return the stone to its rightful place. I spent some time at the library. I'm not sure what to make of this. Excerpts from a doomed expedition, it was called. In 1850, a French explorer, Axel Guillemot, set out to explore Black Mountain. The expedition consisted of 4 other Europeans, 2 Aboriginal guides, and 7 horses. They were never seen or heard from again. Only the remains of one of the guides was discovered. Their camp was found at the base of the mountain. It is believed they perished on the mountain. Subsequent search parties turned up nothing. Now there are photographs of each member of the expedition. The photographs were taken at a local church in Cooktown. One photograph in particular has put a strain on my nerves. It was of one of the guides, an old man with a head of white hair and a great beard. He was wearing a dark frock coat over light trousers and low-heel shoes. The name under the photograph, Clifford Bombat. Not much is known of his youth, but his skills in tracking and knowledge of Aboriginal languages suggest a traditional upbringing. His skills in horse riding and marksmanship indicated extensive contact with colonial culture. He was serving as a native assistant in the police force at Cooktown, where his tasks were to assist in the tracking of escaped convicts who were wanted by the authorities. He had a reputation as a superb tracker and a reliable and useful member of any traveling party. The mutilated remains of Clifford Bombat was discovered on the outskirts of their camp. Possible animal attack. The most significant wound was done to his head. Now the trek through the forests of eucalyptus trees was long and arduous. A thick fog bank swallowed the landscape. It suffocated the environment in its omnipresence. The looming mountain was a ghostly silhouette in the thick white veil. Fortunately, we were not far from the base of the mountain when the worst of it arrived. Maybe it was my imagination, but I could have sworn I saw a spectral shape moving in the fog. A feeling of dread began to squeeze my heart.
Ooh, spectral
I whispered to
shapes.
Tommy. I know. Tommy reached into his rucksack and withdrew a 1911 pistol. He looked at me. You know how to use firearms? I nodded. Tommy handed the gun over to me and withdrew a second handgun. He stuck it in his belt. They're huge pythons that live in the mountain, big enough to swallow a full-grown kangaroo. Tommy and I set up camp in a small clearing surrounded by tall grass. We would wait for the fog to dissipate before moving on. In the meantime, we examined my grandfather's maps. It was
Oh,
unusually
terrible
quiet. The surrounding area was
posture.
completely mute, save for the sound of a gentle breeze. I cannot help but feel eyes on both of us. In a dream, I was standing in a dark hallway at night, my grandfather's home in Poland. At the end of the hall was a door that was partially open. A dim orange light seeped through the minute openings. I approached the door with great trepidation in my heart. I summoned whatever courage I had and nudged the door open. A slow, painful creak sounded as the door gently swung open. It was my grandfather's study. A lone figure stood at the desk. It was my grandfather. A look of sorrow and regret was etched onto his face. He reached into the desk and withdrew the black stone. He held it in a hand, extending his arm towards me. His lips were moving as though he was speaking, but no words came out. And then something materialized behind my grandfather. An apparition. It was Clifford Bombat. His gaze was piercing my soul. And then something happened. His form began to change. He fell to the floor as a thrashing mass of shadows. A giant cat emerged from the dark. Its coat was inky black that refused to reflect any light. The beast was unlike any cat species I was familiar with. I could say its sleek body shape was similar to that of a cheetah, but its head was shaped like that of a jaguar with powerful jaws. But I think its eyes were the worst. Both pupils were completely dilated. They were both ringed by luminescent irises that gave off a white light. They reminded me of a solar eclipse of totality. It bared its teeth, revealing rows of sharp teeth that dripped with saliva. A low rumbling growl sounded from its throat. Its jaws unhinged, and something erupted from its maw. A serpent. Tentacles. It was a muscular appendage that extruded towards me. It was the cat's esophagus and stomach turned inside out. At the end of the gut sac was a bony lance of sorts. It punctured my skull and I collapsed to the floor. Several smaller tendrils emerged from the beast's throat and lashed out towards me. They entered
It's
the bleeding
gotta
gash
be
in my skull and began
that
to
one?
pry it open.
Yeah,
The room
it's
went
that
black,
one.
and I awoke to a late-night thunderstorm. I was gripping the stone with a face carved into it. It was a tough scramble up the mound of gigantic black boulders that formed Black Mountain. We had the benefit of my grandfather's maps that showed us the path to take. It was very meticulous about detailing the location. The cave entrance was on the summit of the mountain. In order to access it, we had to get down on our bellies and push all the air out of our lungs in order to squeeze through the narrow gap. Once we got through the squeeze, we were able to stand upright. Next was a downward sloping tunnel. The sunlight lessened in here, so we readied our electric torches. The further we traversed the tunnel, the darker it became. At the end of the passage was a drop straight down. Tommy grabbed climbing ropes from his rucksack and secured them, which would allow us to climb down the shaft. And then it happened. Heavy footfalls surrounded behind us. A black silhouette knocked Tommy face first against the cavern wall. In the light from my electric torch, a massive feline was revealed. It swiped its claws at me just inches from my midsection. I could see pure animal rage in its eyes. It let out an ear-deafening roar that rippled through the passage. It was the phantom cat from my dream. But this was no dream. This was real. In a desperate panic, I withdrew the pistol from my kit bag and fired several times at the beast. The tunnel lit up from each shot. The deafening rounds punched holes into its hide. But the cat didn't even flinch. A guttural rumble sounded from deep within its throat. The cat opened its mouth, showing off rows of razor-sharp teeth. A muscular and flexible protuberance emerged from its throat. And just like in my dream, it was the animal's stomach and esophagus turned inside out and repurposed into a tentacle of sorts. A bony claw protruded from the very tip of the tentacle. The tentacle reeled back like a snake getting ready to strike. It launched towards me and struck the ground just inches from my feet. It did this several times, forcing me backward each time. I kept backing up in complete and utter terror until I found myself falling. Darkness. When I came to, I found myself at the bottom of that shaft. I was in a state of shock, agony, despair, horror. I detected movement coming from above me. I grabbed my electric torch, which survived the fall, and shined it upwards. A face was peering down at me. My grandfather. I cried out. I painfully retreated into the dark passage behind me. My heart noisily beat against my ribcage, and my lungs felt like there were fire in them. I came to a complete stop at the end of the passage. My mind was trying to process everything that had happened. Primordial masonry stood in front of me, a wall composed of cyclopean stones. Perhaps it was a structure built
Wow,
by the
it
ancients.
just
It
up
had
and
to be.
died.
Oddly enough, a single block was missing. It was a way through. I squeezed my way through, silently praying that the whole thing would not collapse onto me, and I clumsily emerged into a chamber beyond the cyclopean wall. Spikes of pain shot through my back, reminding me of my great fall, and I gasped in pain. My gasp had drawn the attention of something, though. Something big, something hungry. The sound of something dragging through the loose rocks on the chamber floor. A massive creature slithered towards me. A cylindrical, limbless body moved into my light. Glistening scales, an arrow-shaped head, 2 yellow eyes fixed on me, and a large, fanged mouth. The giant python was moving towards me with predatory intent. I raised the pistol and fired it twice into its head, putting it down instantly. The recoil of the pistol started making my hands feel numb. Instinctively turned around and saw a shadow figure standing back at the cyclopean wall. He shakily pointed the pistol and torch at the apparition. And to my dismay, the shape seemingly ate the light. It was darker than blackness. It didn't strike. It just stood there staring at me with creeping brutality. I started singing a lullaby to myself. When the blazing sun is gone, when he nothing shines upon, then you show your little light. Twinkle, twinkle, all the night. Now by this point I was on the other side of madness, a descent into the inferno. Then the traveler in the dark thanks you for your tiny spark. How could he see where to go if you did not twinkle so? Tears welled up in my eyes. My heart was overworking itself now. In the dead silence of the nameless ruins, I could hear hell's churn in my ears. My breath was stolen. I fled. After plowing through an untold distance of Stygian depths, I found myself standing in an enormous cavern. The limits of the chamber were farther away than any eye could see. The inky darkness proved impenetrable from my flimsy torch. I halted my mad dash. It was freezing cold down here, a stark contrast to the surface climate. I could see vapors of my breath in the light, and my teeth began to chatter as I started to shiver. The twilight mist began to slowly drift up from the cavern floor. 2 rows of gigantic standing stones towered over me. It was a prehistoric monument of nebulous origin. It was much larger than Stonehenge. These were the ruins my grandfather sketched on paper. I gazed up at the monoliths. Each of them had an unidentified glyph etched onto them. What they were supposed to represent remains unknown. Horrible suggestions and primordial fear is what came to my mind. A curious altar between the first 2 monoliths caught my attention. Dark stains discolored the top with rivulets on the sides. Movement
Just in
case. I turned
case.
around only to come face to face with my grandfather. I found myself being lifted up off the ground. I kicked and thrashed helplessly, and next I found myself being flung towards the altar. I landed on my back, having the wind knocked out of me a second time. I groggily got up and saw my grandfather pointing at me. By now, the twilight mist became waist high, and the temperature in the cavern continued to drop. I realized my grandfather wasn't pointing at me, but at the altar behind me. I knew what had to be done. I nervously reached a hand into my kit bag and pulled out the black stone with the face carved onto it. I gently placed the rock onto the altar, and I felt an electric sensation travel throughout my body. There was a smell in the air like that of a thunderstorm. The mist started to dissipate, and the temperature began to warm up. A loud eruption startled me, and everything went black. I remember flashes of consciousness, dark passages and cave tunnels, the sensation of being dragged, and a voice, Tommy's voice. You're going to be okay, just a little further. I looked up ahead and saw Tommy's face, but there was something different about him. His eyes, that reminded me of a total solar eclipse, and I freaked out. When I finally came to, I found myself in the Cook County Hospital. I now know the truth about Black Mountain. I know about the dark and forbidden secrets that are hidden within. I put things right and reestablished balance. I think I have been forgiven. However, the mountain of death, the place of the spirit, will forever remain in my dreams.
itchy eyebrows.
Phantom Station Horror Stories. It was late, far too late for me to still be out. I could feel the exhaustion pulling at me, my mind foggy as I glanced down at my phone. A notification popped up, redirecting me due to construction on my usual train line. The app suggested an alternate route using a line I'd never heard of before. Blackbird Station? I muttered, squinting at the screen. The name didn't ring any bells. My gut twisted. Something about it felt off. But I was out of options. I had to get home, and this was the only way. When I arrived at the platform, it was eerily quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that makes you second-guess your surroundings. I hugged my jacket tighter against the cool night air and kept telling myself it was fine. Just another late-night commute. The train screeched into the station, its sound cutting through the silence like a blade. It was practically empty. No conductor, no passengers. Just me and the hum of the flickering fluorescent lights inside. I stepped in, my footsteps echoing as if the train was amplifying my unease. All right, I whispered to myself, settling into a seat by the window. Just relax, it's just a train ride. Outside, the city lights melted away, replaced by inky darkness. The rhythmic clatter of the train against the tracks became oddly soothing, lulling me into a light doze. My mind drifted, but something didn't sit right. A sudden violent jolt yanked me awake. What the? My heart pounded as I looked around. The train had come to a dead stop. Not a gradual slowdown, but an abrupt, jarring halt that sent my stomach lurching. I looked out the window, hoping for some logical explanation. Instead, I saw a platform shrouded in thick mist. It looked old, like it hadn't been touched in decades. The sign above was barely readable. Blackridge Station. Blackridge? I muttered, my voice shaky. This isn't supposed to be on the route. I waited, expecting an announcement or for the train to start moving again. But nothing happened, just silence. Then the doors hissed open, letting in a rush of cold, damp air that made my skin crawl. I hesitated, gripping the edge of my seat. Every instinct told me to stay put, but something about the platform, it drew me in. Against my better judgment, I stepped off. The mist was thicker than it looked from inside, swirling around me like it had a life of its own. The air smelled of damp earth and decay, and a chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the cold. Hello? I called out, my voice trembling. Is anyone here? No response, just the faint sound of the train humming behind me. I walked along the platform, my footsteps echoed. That's when I saw him, a man standing at the far end. He was still, almost unnaturally so, his back to me. He wore an old-fashioned conductor's uniform, and something about him felt wrong. Excuse me, I called out, my voice cracking slightly. Do you know why the train stopped here? He didn't move. Hello? I tried again, stepping closer, but my gut was screaming at me to turn around. Slowly, he turned. His movements were stiff, almost mechanical, and when I saw his face, my breath caught. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and his eyes, they weren't eyes at all. Just dark, hollow voids that seemed to pull me in. He raised a trembling arm and pointed toward the station building. What's in there? I managed to choke out, my voice barely above a whisper. He didn't answer. Instead, the fog seemed to thicken around him, swallowing him whole. I stumbled back, my chest tightening. My hands shook as I turned toward the train, but the doors slammed shut with a hiss, and the lights inside flickered out. My pulse raced. No, 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 I whispered, panic creeping in. The train looked abandoned now, like it had been sitting there for decades. Then I heard it, a faint, distant laugh. I froze, every muscle in my body screaming at me to run. But the laugh grew louder, echoing from the direction of the station building. Get back on the train, I told myself. But when I looked at it, something told me it wouldn't take me anywhere. Against all reason, I found myself walking toward the building. The wooden door creaked as I pushed it open, the sound cutting through the oppressive silence. Inside, it was colder, the air thick and stale. The hallway stretched longer than it should have. The walls cracked and peeled. My footsteps sounded too loud, too real, as if the station was amplifying every move I made. And then I saw her. She was sitting on a bench in the waiting room, her back to me. Her hair was dark and tangled, cascading over her shoulders. She sat perfectly still, as if she were waiting for something, or someone. Ma'am, I called out, my voice shaking. She didn't respond. I swallowed hard and stepped closer. Are you all right? Slowly, she turned her head. Too slowly, too unnaturally. Her face was pale, her eyes sunken and lifeless. Her smile, it wasn't human. It stretched too far, too wide, as if her skin was about to split. You shouldn't have left the train, she said, her voice soft, dripping with malice. My chest tightened. I didn't mean that, I stammered, taking a shaky step back. Her smile grew impossibly wider, and she stood, her movements fluid and inhuman. But you did, she whispered, her voice echoing around the room. Shadows crept up the walls, twisting and writhing like they were alive. The air grew heavier, pressing against my chest. I turned and ran. The hallway stretched endlessly, but I kept moving, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Behind me, her laughter echoed, mingling with whispers and faint cries. When I burst back onto the platform, the train was gone. The fog was thicker, swallowing everything around me. Please, I whispered, tears streaming down my face. I just want to go home. A whistle pierced the air, faint at first, then louder. A light cut through the fog, and another train emerged. Its headlights flickered, casting eerie shadows. The train slowed, its doors creaking open. Inside, the carriage was dark, empty. I hesitated, but there was nowhere else to go. I stepped inside, the doors slamming shut behind me. For a moment, I let out a shaky breath, relief washing over me. Maybe this was it. Maybe I was finally leaving. Then I saw them, the passengers. They sat motionless, their faces pale and lifeless, their hollow eyes staring straight ahead. I sank into a seat, trembling. My reflection in the window stared back at me, but it wasn't mine. It was theirs. I realized then, with a sinking dread, that I wasn't going home. I was part of the station now. This is the Phantom Station Horror Story number 2. It had been a long day at work, the kind that makes your shoulders sag and your feet drag. I just wanted to get home, collapse on the couch, and forget the world existed. The station was oddly quiet that evening. Usually it buzzed with life, commuters chatting on phones, hurried footsteps, the crackle of announcements overhead. But tonight, just the hum of the fluorescent lights, a faint flicker in the corner casting jittery shadows. I glanced at the board. My train was listed, right on time. But the destination, North Hollow Station. I frowned. I'd taken this route for years, and I'd never heard of that station. I rubbed my temples, thinking maybe I was just too tired to think straight. I approached the ticket counter. The man behind the glass looked as tired as I felt, his face half lit by the glow of a small desk lamp. Excuse me, I said, my voice hesitant. What's North Hollow Station? Has the route changed? He didn't look up right away, his hand scribbling something I couldn't see. Finally, he met my eyes. It's an old route, he said, his voice flat, almost mechanical. Still works. It'll take you where you need to go. Wait, what do you mean by old? I asked, my chest tightening with unease. But he didn't answer. He'd already gone back to his scribbling, like I wasn't even there. The train arrived a moment later, gliding into the station almost silently. The brakes barely made a sound as the door slid open with a sharp hiss. I hesitated. The carriage was empty, eerily so. Dim lights flickered overhead, casting long, erratic shadows. I almost didn't get on. My gut was screaming at me to turn around, to wait for the next train. But I shook my head, brushing off the feeling. Don't be ridiculous, I told myself. It's just a train. I stepped inside. The first few minutes were uneventful. The train rattled along its tracks, the city's glow faded behind me. I tried to relax, leaning back in the hard plastic seat. But something felt off. The rhythm of the train wasn't right. The clap-clap of the wheel on the track seemed slow, irregular, almost
God damn it.
The lights flickered once, twice, plunging the carriage into darkness for a brief moment. I instinctively reached for my phone. No signal, not even a single bar. When the lights came back on, they were dimmer than before, and shadows stretched long and thin across the empty seats. I glanced out the window, hoping to ground myself. My stomach dropped. There was nothing outside. No streetlights, no buildings, no trees. Just a vast, empty darkness pressing against the glass, thick and impenetrable. The train began to slow. "Why are we stopping?" I muttered aloud, my voice shaky. There was no announcement, no chime, just the screech of brakes as we came to a halt. I squinted through the window, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. There, barely visible in the dim light, was a weathered sign, North Hollow Station. The doors slid open with that same sharp hiss, and a gust of cold, damp air rushed in. It carried a scent I couldn't quite place, metallic, like rusted iron. I hesitated, looking at the darkened platform. It was crumbling, the concrete cracked and littered with debris. Rusted benches sat under shattered lights, and graffiti covered the walls, faded and illegible. Something deep inside me screamed not to step off the train. But then the doors slid shut behind me. "Wait!" I shouted, spinning around, banging on the closed doors. The train didn't move. It sat there silently, its lights flickering once before going dark. I was alone. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing across the
Hello?
station. Silence. I took a hesitant step forward, then another. My footsteps echoed unnaturally loud in the stillness. And that's when I saw her. A woman stood at the far end of the platform, her figure barely visible through the thickening mist. She was still, too still, wearing a tattered dress that clung to her frame. Her long dark hair obscured her face. "Excuse me," I called, my voice trembling. "Can you help me? I think I'm lost." She didn't move. My heart pounded in my chest. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and run, but my feet wouldn't obey. I forced myself to take a shaky step forward.
No.
"Miss?" I
I'll
tried
stay
again.
outside.
This time she turned, slowly. Her face was pale, unnaturally so, and her eyes were sunken and hollow. She stared at me
You're
with an
all
intensity that made my breath catch.
pledge.
"You shouldn't be here," she said, her voice soft and distant, like it was coming from somewhere far away.
No,
"I didn't mean to
no.
come here," I stammered, my throat dry. "The train, it
No,
just brought me.
no,
I just want to get home. Can you tell me how to leave?" Her lips curved into a faint, unsettling smile. "No one leaves North Hollow," she whispered. "What do you mean?" I demanded, panic rising. "There has to be a way." Her smile faded, and her expression darkened. "Once you're here, you stay. That's the rule." Suddenly, movement caught my eye. Behind her, figures began emerging from the mist. At first, they looked like people, commuters like me, but as they drew closer, their features twisted, blurred, like smudged ink on paper. My chest tightened. No, I wasn't.
Son of a
Don't run, the woman said, her voice cold and sharp. It only makes it worse. But I ran anyway. I sprinted toward the stairs, my heart pounding, my lungs pumping. There had to be an exit. There had to be. But when I reached the top of the stairs, my legs nearly gave out beneath me. I was back on the platform. No, I breathed, shaking my head. This isn't real. This isn't possible. You can't leave. Her voice echoed, impossibly close now. I turned, and she was right there, her hollow eyes boring into mine. What do you want from me? I shouted, my voice cracking. Her expression softened, just slightly. It's not what I want, she said quietly. It's what the station wants. Desperation clawed at my chest as I pulled out my phone. To my shock, the screen lit up. There was a timer. It wasn't showing the time. It was counting down. What? What is this? I asked, holding up the phone. Her face darkened with something that looked like fear. It's your chance, she whispered. When it hits 0, the choice is made. Stay or go. The figures from the mist were closing in now, their distorted faces twisted into grotesque grins. The timer hit 10 seconds. I bolted for the train. The doors slid open just as I reached them, and I threw myself inside. The doors slammed shut, and the train lurched forward, pulling away from the platform. I collapsed into a seat, gasping for air. Outside, the darkness began to lift. Lights appeared, familiar streets and buildings replacing the oppressive void. When the train stopped, I stumbled onto the platform. Everything was normal again. But as the train pulled away, I saw her. The woman stood in the window of the last carriage, her hollow eyes fixed on me. Next time, her voice echoed in my mind. I haven't taken a late-night train since. This is the Phantom Station Horror Story number 3. On a bitterly cold winter night, Jacob Turner was running late again. The clock on his phone showed 11:45 p.m. He cursed under his breath, pulling his scarf tighter around his neck as he hurried down the empty street. The snow crunched under his boots with every step, and his breath hung in the air like smoke. It had been one of those days, a long, draining workday that left him feeling fragile and exhausted. And now, just when he thought he was finally done, his last train home would be his only shot to get back. He had no choice but to make it. When he reached the station, he expected to see the usual crowds of late-night commuters, but it was almost eerily silent. The digital sign above flickered once, then went blank before displaying just one name, North Hollow, 10 minutes. He frowned. North Hollow? That was a new one. He'd been commuting from this station for years and had never heard of it. His gut tightened for unknown, but he showed off. Must be a rerouted train, he thought. Pulling out his phone, he typed a quick message. Running late. Last train looks weird, but I'll be home soon. His fingers fumbled as he hit send, eyes scanning the dark, quiet platform. There was something off. Jacob sat down on a bench, the cold metal digging into his legs. The low hum of distant lights did little to comfort him. Everything felt too still. The station had an abandoned vibe, though he knew it was just a late hour. When the train finally pulled into the station, it was odd. The screeching of the brakes seemed dampened, like the sound was swallowed by the silence around them. It slid in so quietly, it almost seemed to glide. The exterior was weathered and faded with healing paint and rust. For a moment, Jacob just stared. Something about it was off, but he pushed it aside, his mind still on getting home. He climbed aboard, scanning the train as he did. It was old, too. The seats were worn, and the lighting overhead buzzed faintly. The whole train felt neglected. There were a few passengers scattered around, but none of them were speaking.
Ooh, almost got me that time.
He walked to the middle of the car. He took a seat, feeling his exhaustion creep back in. The low hum of the train seemed to vibrate deep inside his chest. He gazed out the window, expecting the city lights to flash past, but instead, there was nothing. Just an endless stretch of blackness. His stomach churned.
Got me that
It
time.
was unnerving. He tried to check his phone again, maybe catch up on the news, or at least text his friend to make sure someone was going to be awake when he got home. But the signal was gone. His phone showed nothing. No bars, no Wi-Fi, just the blank screen. Panic began to rise in his chest. He checked again. Nothing. He turned it off, then on again. Still nothing. There was a soft shuffle from across the aisle. Jacob glanced over and noticed a man in a long trench coat, his face obscured by a low-brimmed hat. He wasn't moving. He was just sitting, staring straight ahead, completely still. That's when he noticed the woman. Across from the man, a woman sat curled in her seat, clutching a leather bag in her lap. She was gazing out of the window, her eyes fixed on something in the distance. But it wasn't the stare that unsettled Jacob. It was the silence. It felt like everything in that train car had paused, like they were all suspended in time, and Jacob was the only one aware of it. "Excuse me," he began, his voice shaking slightly. He hadn't even meant to speak, but he needed to break the silence, to connect with someone. "Where is this train going?" She didn't answer. Her eyes slowly turned toward him, meeting his gaze. Jacob's breath caught in his throat. Her eyes were hollow, empty. They weren't like regular eyes. These were dark voids, like there was nothing inside. And then, slowly, she smiled. It was a small, unsettling curl of her lips like a greeting. It didn't feel friendly. It felt like something else, something sinister. Then she turned away. Jacob felt his heart rate spike. His palms were sweating, his breath uneven. What was happening? Why was no one reacting? Why was everything so wrong? Before he could shake off the feeling, the train began to slow. An automated voice crackled overhead, distorted and faint, but clear enough to make out the words. "Next stop, North Hollow." Jacob stiffened. He had assumed that this was just some weird detour, but North Hollow? The name had a strange ring to it, and his mind instantly began to race, trying to place it. As the train came to a slow stop, the doors slid open with a hiss. Jacob glanced outside, expecting to see the familiar bustling platform of his usual stop. Instead, there was only a dimly lit station, its tiles cracked and rusted, the lights flickering as if barely clinging to life. North Hollow. Jacob's instincts screamed at him to stay on the train. But as the man in the trench coat rose and exited the train, followed by the woman, Jacob found himself frozen. The doors shut behind him with an eerie finality. And then he was alone. He blinked, disbelief washing over him. Where did they go? He thought, trying to convince himself it was just the haze of exhaustion. His body tensed when he noticed something out of the corner of his eye. A little girl, no older than 10, was sitting behind him. She was humming a soft, haunting melody. Her eyes were closed, and her long, tangled hair covered most of her face. It felt like she had always been there, like she had just materialized out of thin air. "Hey," Jacob said, his voice barely more than a whisper. His pulse was racing. "Are you lost? Where are your parents?" The girl's humming stopped abruptly. She slowly turned her head, her face still hidden by her hair. Jacob felt his heart thump in his chest, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. When she finally looked up, her eyes, they weren't eyes. They were black voids, empty pits that seemed to pull him in. "You shouldn't be here," she whispered in a voice that was both young and old at once, an unnatural echo that sent a shiver down his spine. The air grew cold, colder than before. The train's hum seemed to stop altogether, leaving only the sound of Jacob's breath and the rhythmic ticking of the clock. Without thinking, Jacob leapt to his feet and pulled the emergency stop lever, his heart hammering in his chest. He waited for the screech of the brakes, the slow crawl to stop, but nothing happened. The train didn't stop. It only seemed to speed up. "Please," Jacob gasped, his voice breaking. "Stop! Let me off!" But the train didn't respond. The girl's voice came again, a whisper carried by the wind. It won't let you. The train grew louder. The walls seemed to shake, the lights flickering in desperate stutters. Jacob's breathing grew erratic. His hands were shaking, his head spinning. The doors slid open once more. The platform was dark, the train lights casting long, twisted shadows against the cracked walls. And then he heard it, his mother's voice, soft and familiar, calling his name. Jacob! His feet moved before he could stop. He stepped onto the platform, feeling the weight of the darkness press against him. The train doors slid shut behind him. The train was gone, and Jacob was standing alone in the eerie emptiness of North Hollow. His phone buzzed. A message appeared on the cracked screen. Welcome to North Hollow. Figures emerged from the darkness, their faces hidden, their eyes watching him. Jacob's breath caught in his throat. The cold wrapped around him, suffocating him. The platform stretched endlessly before him, and in the distance, he could hear the faint hum of another train approaching. But this one would never stop. North Hollow had no exits.
Fuck's sakes. The old school story of the Phantom Coach. Let's listen to that one.
You have a paranormal encounter you'd like to share? The circumstances of James Murray's experience were still as vivid as if they had taken place only yesterday, but 20 years had gone by since that night. It was near the end of the grouse season, and he had been out all day with his gun
Rotten fucker.
Who had implored him to return before dusk, and he had promised her that he would. They had been married only 4 months, and she would be suffering at his absence as he became weary and increasingly uneasy. His shouts for help seemed only to make the silence deeper. Then it seemed to be a window joined with a wavering speck of light which grew nearer and brighter. Running towards it at great speed, to his great joy, he came face to face with an old man and a lantern. The silent man told him that he was a good 20 miles from Baldy, but objected when James proposed that he provide him with shelter and sustenance. The master would not let him go. James followed in snow. Eventually, a large mass loomed up out of the darkness. The man opened the door and James past him into the house. To his surprise, the great rounded hall held not only agricultural implements and stored food, but a huge telescope. With a malicious grin, the old man pointed to a low black door at the opposite end of the hall, where James rapped loudly, and Robert could not let him find the patient. A huge white-haired old man rose from his book and screamed out who he was and what he wanted. James introduced himself as James Murray, the barrister at law, and requested food and shelter. There was an implication about James having forced his way into the house, to which he pleaded self-preservation, given the already increasing layer of snow. The man looked out the window and agreed to James staying until morning of the trade. After the meal, he proceeded to ask James about what was happening when he got the road, as he was the first stranger who had crossed his threshold for more than 4 years. After a long conversation about science and philosophy, he was James talking about the man again looked out the window. He could see the snow. However, James still was hopeless about reaching his wife and rising that night. Even if he could find her against the moon, he could not walk the 20 miles that night. She didn't know that he had been away, and would probably greatly have harmed his suspense and terror. With a smile, his host offered a solution. He wanted to know how to walk, which changes was at the body, partly to the environment perhaps, and the due also be calculated within a narrow and a frequent. His servant Jacob had guided him across the moor and given interview with each road. He could take his way there. Thank you, man. James happily started his journey further away. After some minutes of trudging in the bitter cold, they reached the old coach road, and Jacob informed them that it was about 3 miles to the crossroads. They were going to tell him themselves that it became walking route, warning them to come into the road and carried outside, and it had often fixed since the 18th. One evening, 9 years ago, a night man had pitched a tent on the All lives were lost, and only 3 died by the snow. After hanging Jacob up the channel, saying that he was unable to fit the new milestone fence on its empty. His feet were fast, he walked in safety to the tower, with all the fence. As he looked back up the road, he saw to his relief the approaching carriage The coach answered his question, emerging around the bend of the road, a driver with one passenger on the outside, four screaming horses, and lamps blazing. James jumped forward, waved his hat and shouted, and for terrible news, and looked in. There were but 3 travellers inside, and so he stopped, shut the door, slipped into the vacant corner, and congratulated himself on his good fortune. The atmosphere of the passengers were all men and all silent. They did not seem asleep, but each leaned back in his corner of the vehicle as if self-absorbed. James attempted to open conversation about the weather.
Why is
One
it
man
doing
lifted
that?
his head and looked at him, but made no reply. In the dim light, James saw that his eyes remained full on him, and yet he answered him for a word. James was feeling chilled to his very marrow, and a strange sneeze nausea. Turning to his left-hand neighbour, he asked him if he had any objection to an open window. He neither spoke nor stirred. James repeated the question somewhat more loudly, with the same result. He lost patience and let the sash down. As he did so, the leather strap broke in his hand, and he observed that the glass was covered with a thick coat of mildew, the apparent accumulation of years. He examined it closely and saw by the uncertain light of the lamps that it was in a nice state of dark not only out of repair, but in the condition of the sashes screwed, the leather fitting from the possibly nailed and rotting from the woodwork, and the floor was almost breaking away under his feet. The whole carriage was
Well, we're
foul
definitely
and
high
bad,
enough.
as if it had been mouldering away for years in some outhouse. James turned to the third passenger and commented on the deplorable condition of the coach. He moved his head slowly and looked James in the face without speaking a word, a look that James would never forget while he lived. James turned cold at heart under it, and would whenever he recalled it. The passenger's eyes glowed with a fiery, unnatural lustre. His face was filled with rage. His lips drawn back, as if in the agony of death, showing gleaming teeth between.
Brilliant hot.
James' words died on his lips. Terrible horror came upon him. By now, his sight had become
And he sticks the
with
landing.
unutterable distinctness. He saw that his opposite neighbour had the same startling pallor in his face, the same stony glitter in his eyes. He realised
Now,
that none of the passengers were living men like himself. A pale phosphorescent light, like of putrefaction, played upon their awful faces, upon their hair, dank with the dews of the grave, their clothes earth-stained and dropping to pieces, their gaunt hands.
I kind of
Their terrible
skipped
eyes
one.
were living.
It's over
Their
there.
eyes were all turned menacingly upon him.
Oops.
A shriek of terror, a wild,
Oopsie.
unintelligible cry for help and mercy burst from his lips as he flung himself against the door and strove in vain to open it. In that single instant, James saw in the moonlight the ghastly signpost rearing its warning finger by the wayside, a broken parapet, the plunging horses, a black gulf below. The coach reeled like a ship at sea. Then came a mighty crash, a sense of crushing pain, then darkness. It seemed like years later that James awoke one morning from a deep sleep and found his wife watching by his bedside. With tears of thanksgiving, she told him what had happened. He had fallen over a precipice close to the junction of the old coach road and the new, and had only been saved from certain death by landing on a deep snowdrift at the foot of the rock beneath. He was discovered at daybreak by 2 shepherds who had carried him to the nearest shelter and brought a surgeon to his aid. The letters treated his account as a mere dream born of the fever in his brain. But James always knew that 20 years ago he was the 4th passenger in that phantom coach.
Oh, you fucking kidding me? What? Well, the simplest way to get wood would be run back up this and take all this wood back.
Welcome to Real Scary, the home of true scary stories, where we bring you the most unnerving to the most gruesome of murders. So if you are quite a scary story, you're in the right place. A quaint little village nestled away in the countryside of East Yorkshire, England, is the subject of today's story. Now on the surface, this little village is no different from any other village throughout England. However, this village hides a secret, and a secret that anyone choosing to visit should be aware of. This is the story of a Welwick hitchhiker. Welwick is a village and civil parish in the East Riding of Yorkshire, in England, and which also has very strong ties to the famous gunpowder plot of 1605. The gunpowder plot was a failed attempt by plotters to blow up the House of Lords by way of placing large amounts of gunpowder underneath the chambers, and when the time was right...
Oh, I've heard this one before.
The most recognisable name among the plotters is that of Guy Fawkes, but there was also two lesser-known brothers among the plotters by the names of John and Christopher Wright. Both John and Christopher were born, raised, and are buried in Welwick. On one cool, misty December night in 1985, a man by the name of Dennis Wilkinson unwittingly agreed to work late at the Wilmington farm where he worked. Dennis finished work at approximately 9 p.m, got in his car and began his usual drive home. However, this was a journey that would stay with Dennis for the rest of his life. Dennis recalls with great clarity the events that took place on that cold December night in 1985. He was slowly driving along the B1445 road due to the foggy weather conditions and was approaching the traffic lights alongside St Mary's Church in Welwick, when all of a sudden he heard the most almighty thud. Dennis slammed on the brakes and jumped out of the car, convinced he had hit someone. But upon checking, and checking again, bizarrely there was nothing to be found. He checked the front of his car, all looked in order, as did the tyres. A little confused, Dennis got back in his car and continued his journey along the lonely B1445 road. When all of a sudden he heard a cough come from the back of the vehicle. Dennis immediately pulled over, switched on the interior light, turned round and looked in the back, where terrifyingly there was now a man sat with his head looking down and dressed in what Dennis describes as Guy Fawkes clothing. Dennis asked the man, "Who are you? What do you want?" But the dark figure did not respond. Dennis again asked, "Who are you?" Again, the dark figure did not respond. Dennis then ordered the man out of the car, but once again, the dark figure did not respond. Dennis, now angry, got out of the car, opened the back door and ordered the man to get out. But before Dennis could finish his sentence, he realized that the dark figure was no longer in the back of the car. It had suddenly disappeared into thin air. In an understandably terrified state, Dennis jumped back in his car, locked all the doors, and rapidly sped off home.
He said, "Fuck this shit, I'm out."
He informed his wife of what had just taken place, and it was agreed that the incident needs to be reported to the police. However, after contacting the police, Dennis was told he was not the only person to have made the same report of the same dark figure at the same location. A newly appointed nurse by the name of Maria Gainford, who lived in the neighbouring village of Skeffling, had a very similar encounter in 2001. Maria says, "I remember it as if it happened yesterday. It was a drab December night, and I finished my shift at Hull Royal Infirmary just after 10 p.m. On my drive home, I remember waiting what seemed like an eternity for the traffic lights to change near St Mary's Church in Welwick. Eventually, however, they did change, and off I went. Then all of a sudden, I heard what sounded like a cough from the back of the vehicle. It really made me jump," Maria recalls. "I looked round, and I literally froze on the spot. There was a man sat there, dressed from head to toe in black clothing, wearing an old-fashioned hat, and was just pointing forward. Hysterically, I opened the door and ran the remaining distance to my home, which luckily was only a short distance. I returned to my car, which was still running, and the side of the road with my husband. And whatever or whoever it was in the back of my car was no longer there. It was the most terrifying
You rotten rat bastard. Motherfucker.
I mentioned the incident to some of the locals in my village the following morning, who nonchalantly informed me that this was quite a common encounter, and that the dark figure, who uninvitedly hitched a lift in the back of my car, was the ghost of Mr. John Wright, making his way back to his home in Welwick. And upon investigating, it is factually recorded that John Wright and his brother Christopher, both born, lived and are buried in Welwick, and were killed by the Sheriff of Worcester on the 8th of November 1605 for their participation in the Gunpowder Plot. Needless to say, neither Dennis nor Marie ever took that route via St. Mary's Church home again. So, if you are ever in East Yorkshire, on the lonely B1445 road, and you suddenly hear a thud, whatever you do, don't look round. Thank you for joining me in our latest edition of Scary Stories. I hope you enjoyed, and if you did enjoy, I would ask that you like, share and subscribe. And as always, be safe.
A little late, but
there's something about small towns that always feels timeless. Maybe it's the way everyone knows each other, or how the streets look like they've been frozen in time.
It's a Halloween story.
A timeless charm, the kind of place where you grow up, move away, and then find yourself drifting back to when life doesn't go as planned. That's exactly what happened to me. After years of living in the city, chasing a career in marketing that never quite took off, I found myself back in my childhood home, in a town I'd long left behind. I'd inherited the place after my parents passed, and though I wasn't thrilled about coming back, it was better than staying stuck in the endless grind of a dead-end job. The house was old, nestled at the edge of town, just where the fields stretched out toward the woods. It was quiet, almost too quiet after years of city noise. I hadn't lived in a place this quiet in years, but there was something else about Raids Hollow, something I couldn't quite shake. It had always been a strange town. There were stories, of course. Every town has its urban legends, but in Ravens Hollow, they felt different, more real somehow. And then there was the legend of the phantom trick-or-treaters. It was early October, and the whole town was already preparing for Halloween. Decorations went up on every street, fake cobwebs, floating jack-o'-lanterns, skeletons hanging from porches. There was an excitement in the air, the kind that always comes with fall. But beneath it, there was something else, something darker that I could feel but not quite name. One evening, I found myself talking to Mrs. Whitlock, my elderly neighbor who lived across the street. She was one of those people who seemed like they'd been around forever, always on her front porch with a cup of tea, watching the world go by. I was returning from the grocery store when she waved me over, her wrinkled face lighting up with a smile that never quite reached her eyes. "Getting ready for Halloween, George?" she asked, her voice raspy from years of smoking. "Yeah, just grabbing some candy. You know how it is. Kids will come knocking soon." Her smile faltered for a second, and she glanced over her shoulder before leaning in a little closer. You best keep some candy by the door, dear, just in case. I raised an eyebrow, unsure if I'd heard her right. Just in case? She nodded slowly, her eyes darting around as if someone might be listening. You wouldn't want to upset them. Upset who? I asked, feeling a strange chill crawl up my spine. Mrs. Whitlock's face darkened, and she looked away, her hands trembling slightly. Children, they'll come knocking soon. You'd do well to answer. I didn't know what to say to that. She was clearly talking about the local legend, the phantom trick-or-treaters. I'd heard about them growing up, though I'd never given it much thought. It was just another spooky story, like the ones you tell around a campfire to scare your friends. Mrs. Whitlock, I said, trying to lighten the mood. You're not seriously telling me you believe in that old story, are you? She didn't laugh. Instead, she looked me dead in the eyes, her voice barely above a whisper. It's not a story, George. It's a warning. The next day, I found myself thinking about Mrs. Whitlock's words more than I wanted to. It was just a legend, I reminded myself. A silly story about ghost children who supposedly wandered the town on Halloween night, knocking on doors and demanding candy. But still, the way she'd said it, the fear in her voice, it stuck with me. Later that afternoon, I ran into Jake, the town's postman, as I was checking my mail. He was an older guy, probably in his 50s, with a grizzled beard and a cigarette permanently hanging from his lips. Hey, George, he called as he approached, his mailbag slung over his shoulder. Settling back into town? Yeah, trying to, anyway, I replied, sorting through the junk mail. It's been a while. Jake nodded, taking a drag from his cigarette. You hear about the phantom trick-or-treaters? I looked up at him, surprised by the question. Yeah, Mrs. Whitlock mentioned something about it. Just a local legend, right? He gave me a look that sent a shiver down my spine, his cigarette dangling loosely from his lips. Most folks think it's just a story, but you should be careful, George. People go missing around here on Halloween, kids mostly. I frowned. Missing? What do you mean? Jake glanced around, making sure no one else was listening. Last 5 years, 4 kids disappeared on Halloween night. No bodies, no evidence, just gone. People don't talk about it much, but, well, let's just say the phantom trick-or-treaters aren't just some old wives' tale. He didn't wait for me to respond. He just tipped his hat and walked away, leaving me standing there with a knot forming in my stomach. That night, I had the first dream. It was subtle at first, just me standing at my front window, watching as children in costumes ran up and down the street, their laughter echoing through the cool autumn air. But something was off. The sky was too dark, the trees too still. And then, I heard the knocking. I opened the door, expecting to see a group of kids holding out their bags for candy, but there was no one there. Just the wind rustling the leaves on the ground. I looked down and saw something strange. The candy I'd left on the porch was gone, and in its place were small footprints, leading away from the house. I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding in my chest. The dreams didn't stop after that. That night, they got worse. In one dream, I was walking through the empty streets of Ravens Hollow, and everywhere I looked, there were jack-o'-lanterns with grotesque, twisted faces. They watched me as I passed, whispering my name in low, raspy voices. In another, I saw the children again, standing in the distance, their faces hidden behind masks. One of them stepped forward, pointing at me. And, in a voice that chilled me to the bone, he said, "We're coming for you, George." When I woke up that morning, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. As Halloween drew closer, the air in Ravens Hollow seemed to shift. The festive decorations were still up, the jack-o'-lanterns still smiling their eerie grins from porches, but the town felt off. The usual sense of excitement around Halloween was absent. People hurried through the streets, avoiding eye contact, and there was a constant low amount of attention. It didn't help that my elderly neighbor, Mrs. Woodlock, grew more cryptic by the day. Every time I saw her, she seemed more nervous, her hands shaking as she clutched her tea on the porch. Over the next few days, the atmosphere in Raven's Hollow grew even stranger. The streets felt emptier, quieter. Even during the day, there was a heaviness in the air. At the grocery store, I overheard two older women whispering near the canned goods aisle. Their voices were low, conspiratorial. "Did you see the newcomer? He doesn't know what's coming," one of them said, casting a glance in my direction. The other woman nodded solemnly. "They never do. Poor man. I just hope he listens." When I walked past them, their conversation stopped abruptly, and they hurried away, avoiding my eyes. That night, I was cooking dinner when the TV in the living room caught my attention. The local news anchor's voice filled the room, sounding graver than usual. "Authorities are still investigating the disappearance of the young boy who was last seen trick-or-treating in Raven's Hollow on Halloween night last year. This marks the fourth disappearance in 5 years, all of them occurring around Halloween. Police have yet to find any leads or connections between the cases, but the town remains on high alert as Halloween approaches once again." My stomach turned as I listened. 4 disappearances, no bodies, no trace of a missing kids. And the warnings felt different, too serious to ignore. Desperate for answers, I decided to do some digging into the town's history, but I needed something that could explain what was happening. The town library was as old as the rest of Raven's Hollow, its shelves lined with dusty books that hadn't been touched in years. I spent hours combing through records, old newspaper clippings, and town archives, hoping to find something about the disappearances, about the legend of the phantom trick-or-treaters. As I sifted through the yellowed pages of old newspapers, I found articles dating back to the 1950s, stories of missing children, strange occurrences on Halloween night. One article described faint figures seen wandering the streets at midnight, children's voices calling out from empty alleyways.
Well,
Another
it was
detailed
high
unsolved
enough that we
case of
could
a group
make
of
it.
trick-or-treaters who disappeared after knocking on a door that never opened. And then I felt a presence behind me. I turned to see Mrs. Kessler, the elderly librarian, standing there, her face lined with worry. She must have been in her 70s, but she moved quietly, almost too quietly for her age. "Looking into our town's history, dear?" she asked, her voice a soft whisper. I nodded, not sure how to respond. She leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone. "That's a dangerous thing to do around Halloween. You don't want to dig too deep." Before I could ask what she meant, she slipped a piece of paper into my hand. I unfolded it, and in shaky handwriting, I saw a single sentence. "The children come for those who don't believe. Be ready." When I looked up, Mrs. Kessler was gone. Halloween night arrived like an unwelcome guest. The day had passed uneventfully, but the tension in the air was palpable, thick enough that even the crisp autumn breeze couldn't cut through it. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving only the glow of porch lights and jack-o'-lanterns, I found myself pacing around my house, unsure of what to expect. The strange warnings from Mrs. Whitlock and the postman, Jake, still echoed in my head, mingling with the disturbing dreams that had plagued me for days. The piece of paper Mrs. Kessler had given me at the library felt like it was burning a hole in my pocket, its ominous message replaying over and over in my mind. "The children come for those who don't believe. Be ready." I wasn't sure if I believed any of it, but I wasn't willing to take any chances either. I had a bowl of candy sitting by the door, just as Mrs. Whitlock had advised, though I hadn't seen many trick-or-treaters out that night. The streets were unusually quiet, the usual Halloween excitement absent, as though the town itself was hiding in anticipation. I tried to focus on other things, cooking dinner, flipping through the channels on the TV, but nothing could shake the growing unease gnawing at me. Every creak of the house made me jump. Every gust of wind against the window felt like a warning. By the time the clock struck 8 p.m., the town was eerily silent. No laughter from trick-or-treaters, no movement on the streets, just the faint rustling of dead leaves outside and the low hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. I caught myself glancing at the clock every few minutes, each passing second making my anxiety grow. I decided to step outside for some air. Maybe I was just overthinking things. The chilly October air stung my face as I opened the door and stepped onto the porch. The street was dark, save for the occasional flicker of a jack-o'-lantern or the dim glow of a porch light. My breath came out in soft clouds, dissipating into the cold night. Then, I heard it. A faint knock, so soft I almost thought I'd imagined it. I froze, straining to listen. The knock came again, louder this time, echoing through the stillness of the night. My heart started to race as I slowly turned toward the source of the sound. There, standing at the edge of my driveway, were 3 small figures. At first, they looked like any other trick-or-treaters. They were wearing costumes, old-fashioned ones, the kind you'd see in black and white Halloween photos. A ghost, a little witch, and something that resembled a skeleton. But there was something off about them, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. Their faces were shadowed beneath their costumes, and they didn't move. They just stood there, staring up at me. The ghost lifted a hand and waved, a slow, deliberate movement that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I swallowed hard, trying to shake off the creeping sense of dread that was crawling over my spine. "Hey there," I called, my voice shaking slightly. "You kids out trick-or-treating this late?" They didn't respond. They just stood there, staring. A shiver ran through me. "Hang on," I muttered, turning back toward the door. I grabbed the bowl of candy I'd left by the entryway and walked back out onto the porch. I had no idea why these kids were still out at this hour, but I wasn't about to ignore them. Not after everything I'd heard. I stepped down onto the driveway and held out the bowl. "Here you go, take whatever you like." For a moment they didn't move. The 3 of them just stood there, staring at me with those shadowed faces, their figures barely visible under the dim streetlight. Then, the little witch stepped forward, her hand reaching out slowly, almost reluctantly, as if she wasn't sure what to do. Her hand hovered over the candy for a moment before she grabbed a single piece, a small chocolate bar, and pulled back. The others followed her lead, each taking just one piece of candy before stepping back. "Happy Halloween," I said, forcing a smile. Again, no response. They turned in unison, their movements slow and unnatural, and began walking back down the street, disappearing into the darkness. I stood there for a moment, staring after them, my heart pounding in my chest. There was something deeply unsettling about the encounter, but I couldn't explain why. They were just kids. But why had they felt so wrong? I shook off the feeling and turned to go back inside, but as I reached for the door, I heard a voice. A small, whispering voice that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. "We'll come back for you." I whipped around, my heart racing, but the street was empty. The 3 trick-or-treaters were gone. I stood there for a moment, my breath coming in short, shallow bursts. The words echoed in my head, chilling me to the bone. Had I imagined it? I must have. It was late, I was tired, and the stories I'd heard were playing tricks on my mind. I went back inside, trying to calm myself. But as I sat down on the couch, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. The strange occurrences started almost immediately after the children left. At first it was small things, barely noticeable. The lights flickered once or twice, the air in the house grew colder, and the faint sound of laughter seemed to drift in through the windows. I told myself it was just the wind, or maybe kids still out on the streets. The radio, which had been off, suddenly crackled to life. Static filled the room, followed by what sounded like faint whispers. I walked over to turn it off, but just as I reached for the dial, I heard my name, soft, barely audible but unmistakable. "George." I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest. I turned the radio off, but the whispers continued, faint and persistent, as if they were coming from inside the walls. I backed away, the hairs on my arms standing on end. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening, but there was no logic to any of it. I grabbed my phone, thinking I'd call someone, anyone. But the screen flickered and went dark. The house felt suffocated. The air was thick, heavy with something I couldn't explain, and the faint sound of children's laughter echoed from somewhere outside. I moved through the house, trying to shake the feeling of being watched. At one point, I passed by the hallway mirror and froze. For a split second, I saw something or someone standing behind me. A small figure, dressed in a tattered costume, its face obscured by shadow. I spun around, my heart racing, but the hallway was empty. The mirror, however, still showed the faint outline of a child just for a moment, before the reflection returned to normal. My pulse quickened, and I backed away from the mirror, my breath coming in shallow gasps. This wasn't just a trick of the mind. Something was happening, something I couldn't explain. After pacing around the house and trying to calm myself down, I decided to take a shower. The warm water would soothe my frayed nerves. But as I stepped out of the bathroom, wiping the steam from the mirror, I froze. There, written in the condensation, were the words, "You should have given us more." I stumbled back, my heart hammering in my chest. No one had been in the house but me.
Maybe they should have
I wiped
taken
the mirror
more.
clean, but the message remained.
He said they
The
could
letters
have
stark
whatever
and
they
clear against the
wanted.
glass. I felt a
Little
cold
brat.
shiver run down my spine, and I hurried out of the bathroom, slamming the door behind me. The night dragged on, each minute feeling like an eternity. The strange occurrences grew more intense, more unsettling. At one point I heard the front door creak open, even though I'd locked it. I rushed to the entrance, but when I checked, the door was closed, the deadbolt still in place. I could have sworn I heard the door open, and footsteps, small, soft, as if children were running inside my house. I also checked the porch, but it was empty, only the faint rustling of leaves in the wind. It was around 10 p.m. when lights flickered on and off. The TV turned itself on, playing static. The furniture shifted slightly, as if someone or something had pushed it out of place. Every so often, I'd hear the faint sound of footsteps running through the house, but whenever I checked, there was no one there. I even received a text from an unknown number, the message chilling me to the bone. "We're coming to play." I couldn't take it anymore. The clock on the wall ticked slowly, its steady rhythm the only sound in the house. I sat on the edge of the couch, my hands gripping my knees, staring at the front door as if it might open by itself at any moment. The house had grown unnaturally cold, the kind of chill that seeped into your bones and stayed there. The candy bowl sat empty now, the wrappers discarded on the coffee table outside, like forgotten evidence of something I didn't fully understand. I hadn't had any more visitors since the strange trio of trick-or-treaters. I felt a presence. Something I couldn't see, but I could feel. I'd never been superstitious, never believed in ghosts or hauntings. But right now, sitting in my own home, I wasn't so sure anymore. At around 10:15 p.m., I heard footsteps again. They were light, almost playful, like children running down the hall. At first, I thought I was imagining it, that my mind was playing tricks on me after everything that had happened earlier. But when I heard them again, closer this time, I knew it wasn't my imagination. I stood up, my heart pounding, and slowly made my way toward the hallway. The floor creaked beneath my feet as I moved, the house feeling far too large, far too empty for comfort. The hallway stretched out in front of me, dark and quiet, the shadows long and menacing in the dim light. As I stepped into the hallway, the footsteps stopped. I glanced around, the silence pressing in on me like a weight. There was nothing there. The doors to the bedrooms were closed, the windows dark, and yet I could feel something, a presence, just out of sight. I turned, ready to head back to the living room, when I saw it. A small figure standing at the end of the hallway. My heart stopped. It was one of the children, the little witch from earlier. Her old-fashioned costume looked even more tattered now, her face hidden beneath the shadow of her hat. She was standing perfectly still, her small skeletal hand raised as if she was about to knock on a door. I blinked, and she was gone. The hallway was empty again. I retreated to the living room, my hands shaking, trying to convince myself that I hadn't really seen anything. But the moment I sat down, I noticed something different. The mirror above the fireplace, the same one that had shown me the reflection earlier, was fogging up, as though someone had breathed on it. I stood up, moving slowly toward it, my breath catching in my throat. There, written in the foggy condensation, was another message. "We warned you." I stumbled back, the blood draining from my face. The writing seemed to shimmer in the dim light, the letters twisting slightly. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. The house groaned around me, the temperature dropping even further. I could see my breath now, small clouds of mist forming in front of me as I stood there, frozen in place. I tried to calm myself, tried to tell myself it was just some elaborate Halloween prank, but deep down, I knew that wasn't true, and it wasn't done with me yet. A sudden crash came from the kitchen, the sound of glass shattering. I jumped, my pulse spiking as I rushed toward the source of the noise. When I reached the kitchen, I saw that one of the cabinet doors had swung open, and a glass had fallen onto the floor, shattering into pieces. I carefully stepped over the broken glass, my eyes darting around the room, but there was nothing out of place, except for the fact that the window above the sink was wide open. I could have sworn I'd locked it earlier, but now it hung open, letting the cold night air flood into the room. I shut the window, my hands trembling, and backed out of the kitchen. I couldn't stay in here any longer. I needed to leave. I needed to get out of the house. Just as I reached for my coat, a soft knock echoed through the house.
What
I
up,
froze,
pussy?
my hand hovering over the doorknob. The knock came again, louder this time, followed by the unmistakable sound of children's voices, muffled but clear enough to send a chill down my spine. They were outside. The trick-or-treaters. I didn't want to open the door. Every instinct I had screamed at me to ignore it, to pretend I hadn't heard them. But I knew that wasn't an option, not after everything that had happened. Slowly, I opened the door, the hinges creaking in the stillness of the night. They were there again. The same 3 children. Their costumes were even more tattered now, dirt-stained and torn at the edges. Their faces were still hidden, shadows clinging to them like a second skin. They stood there staring up at me. One of them, the little ghost, stepped forward, holding out a small bony hand. "Trick or treat," he said, his voice hollow. I swallowed hard, my hand shaking as I grabbed a few pieces of candy from the bowl beside the door. I held them out, but the boy didn't move. He just stood there, his hand outstretched, waiting. "Take it," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. The little ghost tilted his head, his hand still hovering in the air. "It's not enough," he said, his voice suddenly deeper, darker. My stomach twisted.
But you'll
The
just
little
have
witch
to
stepped
live
forward this
with
time,
it.
her voice soft, but filled with malice. "You should have given us more." I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. They just stood there, staring at me, their dark eyes unblinking, their small bodies perfectly still. The house groaned again, the wind outside picking up, and the front door slammed shut with a force that made me jump. I spun around, heart pounding, but the house was empty. When I turned back to open the door, they were gone. The porch was empty. I rushed back inside, locking the door behind me. My heart was racing and my mind was spinning, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The clock on the wall chimed, the sound reverberating through the house, marking the stroke of 11 p.m. The air grew thick, oppressive, as though the house itself was closing in on me. I knew they were coming back. I could feel it. I could hear their footsteps in the distance, growing louder with each passing second. The house was alive with noise, the creaking of the floors, the rattling of the windows, the low hum of whispers filling the air. I couldn't stay here. I grabbed my coat, my hands shaking uncontrollably, and rushed for the front door. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what was real and what wasn't. My phone was still dead. The
None
landline
of
had
it.
been cut off earlier. The cold night air hit me as I bolted out of the house and into the darkened street. The world outside seemed eerie. The streetlights flickered weakly, casting long shadows over the empty road. I could hear the faint rustling of trees in the wind. I ran to my closest neighbor's house, Mrs. Whitlock's.
And
Her porch light was on, a faint glow against the oppressive darkness. My knuckles rapped hard against her front door, panic surging through my body. Mrs. Whitlock, please open up, I need help. I knocked again, harder this time, my heart pounding. The door creaked open slightly, just enough for me to glimpse Mrs. Whitlock standing in the shadows, her frail figure barely visible. George? Her voice was weak, trembling. What are you doing out at this hour? I need to call the police. Something's happening. The kids, they're back. They came to my door and now they're in my house. My words tumbled out, frantic and desperate. But Mrs. Whitlock just stared at me, her eyes dark and distant. Go home, George. Get some rest. Don't make them angry. The door slammed shut before I could say another word. I stumbled back, overwhelmed by the cold dread settling in my chest. I had no choice. I had to find help. My next thought was the police station. Surely they couldn't ignore this. They had to listen. I ran down the street, the soles of my shoes slapping against the pavement as I rushed toward the center of town. My thoughts were racing.
why didn't he
What would I
get in
even
his
say?
car?
When I reached the station, the lights were still on, a single officer standing behind the counter. I burst in, gasping for air, my hands gripping the edge of the counter. You have to help me, I shouted. There's something happening at my house. Children, these ghost kids, they're trying to... The officer raised an eyebrow, his expression skeptical. Ghost kids, sir, it's Halloween. We've already had a few prank calls tonight. I suggest you calm down. It's not a prank. Please, you have to come with me. Check it out. But the officer shook his head. Look, maybe you're just spooked by all the Halloween stuff. Happens all the time. People think they're seeing things. It's just stress.
Son of a bitch.
No one was. Please, I whispered, my voice barely audible now. I'm not crazy.
Fucker.
The officer gave me a tight smile. Go home. Get some sleep. I turned and stumbled back out into the street. I was on my own. Desperate for answers, I made one last decision. I had to speak to someone who could tell me more about the legend. Someone who would believe me. The town historian, Mr. Harlan, lived on the outskirts of Ravens Hollow. He'd been there for decades, knew the town's every secret. If anyone could explain what was happening to me, it was him. By the time I reached Mr. Harlan's house, it was almost 11:30 p.m. The old man opened the door cautiously, peering out from behind a pair of thick glasses. George, what on earth are you doing here at this hour? I need to talk to you about the phantom trick-or-treaters, I gasped, leaning against the doorframe. They came to my house tonight. Mr. Harlan's face darkened immediately. You shouldn't be speaking about them, George. Not now. Not so close to midnight. I pushed past him, desperate. You know the legend. Tell me, what are they? What's happening to me? The old man sighed, shutting the door behind him. It's not a legend. Not really. Back in the 1940s, a group of children went missing on Halloween night. They were trick-or-treating, just like any other kids. But the people of this town, they refused them, slammed doors in their faces, chased them away. I swallowed hard, the weight of his words sinking in. And they died? They were last seen wandering the streets, knocking on doors. Some say they got lost in the woods. Others say the spirits of the town's past claimed them for their own. I shuddered, the pieces starting to fall into place. And now they come back? Mr. Harlan nodded. It's been happening for years. You're not the first. The gravity of his words hit me like a punch to the gut. So, what do I do? Mr. Harlan sighed. You can't. Once they've chosen you, it's too late. No, there has to be something. There's only one way to keep them at bay, Mr. Harlan muttered, glancing at the clock on his wall. You must find their graves. Leave them an offering, something that shows respect. Something from your own childhood, maybe. Do it before midnight. Where are the graves? The old cemetery. They're unmarked, but you'll know when you're close. It was almost 11:45 p.m. I had to hurry. As I rushed back toward the cemetery, the town around me seemed to warp and shift. The streets were empty, but I could feel the children watching me from the shadows, their eyes following my every move. I reached the cemetery, my breath coming in ragged gasps, and hurried through the rows of old tombstones. The wind picked up, swirling leaves around me, and I could hear the faint sound of footsteps behind me, small, shuffling footsteps. I ran, scanning the ground for any sign of the graves, when I felt something brush against my ankle. I stumbled, looking down to see a small, pale hand reaching out from under the earth. Another hand followed, and then another, until a group of skeletal hands were reaching for me from beneath the soil. I screamed, backing away, my heart racing. I had to find the graves. I had to finish this before it was too late. The clock struck 11:50 p.m. as I finally spotted them. 3 unmarked graves hidden beneath a layer of vines and dirt. The phantom children stood nearby, their hollow eyes fixed on me. I fumbled through my pockets, pulling out the candy I had left and a small toy, a metal truck I found in the attic earlier that week that I kept in my jacket's pocket. It was all I had. I placed the offerings on the graves, my hands shaking, and stepped back, praying it would be enough. The children stared at the offerings for a long moment, their dark eyes unreadable, and then, slowly, they began to disappear, fading into the night like shadows. For a brief moment, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. It was over. They were gone. But as I walked back toward my house, something nagged at the back of my mind. The wind still carried the faint sound of children's laughter. The next morning, I found a small piece of candy on my doorstep. They were still watching. In the weeks following that harrowing Halloween, Raven's Hollow seemed to settle back into its usual quiet rhythm. The festive decorations came down, replaced by the simple trappings of an approaching winter. Yet, for me, the chill in the air never seemed to lift. I made it a point to visit the cemetery once a week, leaving small trinkets and treats at the unmarked graves. It felt strange, morbid even, but some part of me believed it was necessary, as if this was the only way to keep them at bay. But the sense of being watched never quite faded. The uneasy feeling lingered like a shadow that stretched far beyond Halloween night. And then, one foggy morning in early November, a familiar voice called my name. I turned to see Jake, the postman, approaching with his mailbag slung over his shoulder. His usual gruff demeanor was gone, replaced by an expression I couldn't quite place. Sympathy, fear. "George," he said, stopping a few feet away, "heard about your visit to the cemetery." I didn't reply, just stared at him, waiting for him to continue. He took a slow drag from his cigarette before letting out a deep sigh. "You did what you had to, I suppose. But you should know, no one ever really leaves Raven's Hollow. At least, not once they've been marked." A cold shiver ran through me. "What do you mean, marked?" Jake flicked his cigarette away, his gaze shifting to the ground. "Those children, they weren't just looking for candy, they wanted acknowledgement. And by giving it to them, you tied yourself to this place. You'll always feel them watching. You'll always be a part of their game now." I took a step back, shaking my head. "No, there has to be a way to break free." Jake's eyes met mine, and for the first time I saw genuine sorrow there. "I wish there was, George. But once you've opened the door, it doesn't close so easily." I watched as he walked away, disappearing into the morning mist. The days turned into months, and the memories of that Halloween night faded, though never entirely. The faint laughter still drifted through the air on some nights, and every so often, I'd find a small piece of candy left on my doorstep. The offerings at the graves kept the whispers at bay, but but the feeling that I was never truly alone persisted.
That's 'cause you're a wuss. Just saying. We got time for another one, if I can find one. If I can find one. A decent one. Reddit stories. They're all short and lame.
What if a phone call from beyond the grave could save your life or ruin it for you? Chapter 1. Calls from the Departed, Messages from Beyond the Grave. There are few things more unsettling than receiving a phone call from someone who is no longer alive. For those who have experienced such phenomena, these calls often blur the line between reality and the supernatural. In this chapter, we explore documented cases where people have reported receiving phone calls or messages from loved ones who have recently passed away. These chilling encounters leave their recipients with a mixture of fear, disbelief, and sometimes a strange sense of comfort. Are these incidents manifestations of grief, technological glitches, or evidence of communication from beyond the grave? One of the most well-known cases involving posthumous phone calls is that of Charles Peck, a passenger on a Metrolink commuter train that tragically collided with a freight train in Los Angeles in 2008. The crash resulted in the deaths of 25 people, including Peck. However, in the hours following the crash, something eerie occurred. Over the course of 11 hours, Peck's family members received a total of 35 calls from his cell phone. His fiancée parents and siblings were among those who received the calls, but every time they answered, they heard only static or silence on the other end. Desperate to find him, the family clung to the hope that he might still be alive. Rescue workers traced the signal and worked tirelessly to locate the source. Sadly, when they finally found his body, they determined he had died on impact, raising an unsettling question: who was making the calls? After his body was recovered, the calls stopped. Investigators were never able to explain how Peck's phone could have made those calls, or why they ceased so abruptly. The case of Charles Peck was not an isolated
Because he died.
Another famous case involves Jack Frost, who died suddenly from a heart arrhythmia in 2011 at the age of 32. Several months after his death, his close friend Tim Hart received a chilling email from Frost's account. The email subject was "I'm watching" and contained a message that referenced the conversation Hart and Frost had shortly before his death. In the email, Frost wrote, "Did you hear that? I'm at your house. Clean your attic." Hart was shocked because only Frost knew about their attic conversation. Initially dismissing it as a cool prank or a hack, Hart tried to trace the source, but nothing seemed out of place. Similar emails were also received by other friends, all containing personal and specific information only Frost would have known. While some believed it could be a hacker's cruel joke, others felt it was Frost himself reaching out from beyond the grave. Stories of calls from deceased loved ones have been reported worldwide, and the United Kingdom has its fair share of such cases. In 1993, a British woman named Brenda received a call from her recently deceased mother. The call came late at night, and as she answered the phone, she immediately recognized her mother's voice. She described the conversation as clear and direct. "I just wanted to tell you that I'm okay," her mother said. Brenda was stunned, knowing her mother had died just a week earlier. The phone call ended abruptly, and when Brenda tried to call back, she was met with an operator message stating the number was disconnected. Later, a medium suggested that her mother wanted to offer closure and reassurance, a theory Brenda found comfort in. Such stories are surprisingly common, with other accounts across the UK recounting similar experiences of the deceased, calling to check on their loved ones, offer guidance, or provide comfort. In India, a more recent case in 2019 also raised eyebrows and left investigators puzzled. A woman named Sunita Sharma received a call from her husband's number 2 days after he died in a car accident. When she answered, all she could hear was his voice repeating her name over and over again, followed by a period of silence. Terrified, she hung up the phone. The next day, she received a text message from the same number that read, "I am fine, don't worry." Panicked, she went to the local police station, where officers verified that the number was indeed her deceased husband's, but there was no rational explanation for the calls or texts. After a few days, the calls and messages ceased entirely, leaving the family with more questions than answers. Such occurrences are not limited to specific cultures or regions. They span the globe, suggesting a more universal phenomenon. In some cases, the deceased appear to want to convey messages of love and closure. For example, a story out of Japan involves a young man who received a call from his deceased sister just days after she had died in a car accident. The call came at night, and he described hearing her voice, calm and serene, saying, "I am at peace. I love you all." When he tried to speak, the call disconnected, leaving him in tears. The call, he said, brought his family some peace, knowing she was in a better place. The phone number was later found to be inactive, adding to the mystery. Theories about these strange occurrences vary widely. Some skeptics argue that these calls are mere technological glitches or pranks, designed to exploit the grief of those who have lost someone close. With modern technology, it is certainly possible to spoof phone numbers or hack into accounts to send fake messages. However, in many of these cases, the specific details or deeply personal content of the messages make such explanations feel inadequate. Others believe that grief itself could play a role in these phenomena. Grief can sometimes lead to auditory or visual hallucinations, a psychological response to intense emotional distress. However, this does not explain how several people could experience the same phenomenon, such as multiple family members receiving calls from a deceased loved one's phone. Then there are those who argue for a more paranormal explanation. They believe that these phone calls are genuine attempts by the deceased to communicate with the living. In some cultures, it is believed that the spirits of the recently deceased remain close to their loved ones for a period after death and may try to contact them through familiar means, such as the telephone. Regardless of the explanation, these stories share a common theme of emotional impact. Whether they bring fear, comfort, or confusion, these calls from the departed continue to challenge our understanding of life, death, and the thin veil that separates them. Are these genuine messages from beyond, technological anomalies, or something else entirely? The answer may never be fully understood, but the experiences of those who have received these phantom calls suggest that there may be more to our reality than meets the eye. Chapter 2, Warning Calls, Premonitions of Danger.
And he sticks the
Throughout history,
landing.
there have been eerie stories of mysterious phone calls or messages that seem to serve as premonitions, warnings of impending danger, death, or disaster. These unsettling occurrences have been documented worldwide, where recipients have received phone calls or texts that predict future events, sometimes saving lives or preventing catastrophes. In this chapter, we delve into some of the most chilling cases of warning calls, exploring the thin line between coincidence and the supernatural, and whether these communications come from an otherworldly source or are simply uncanny coincidences. One of the most baffling cases of a warning call involves an American man named David Sims, who lived in Chicago. In 1979,
Well, I
David
thought this
received a
was
phone
going to
call from an
be
unregistered number while
some
at
of
work.
these personal scary stories, but it's more like watching a documentary. Ugh. Phantom Coach again. Terrible Reddit stories.
The reason I remember that so distinctly was because the incident happened a week before my birthday, in the March of the year 2003. The clarity of the 15-minute or so ordeal has stuck with me to this day, and at the time it really messed me up for about 5 years. The day that turned into a horror story for me started off on a rather exciting note. My parents informed me that for the first time ever, I would be staying at home alone for a little while since they were going to a party until midnight. And my younger brother, who was about 9, was going to a sleepover at his friend's house a few blocks away. Now, this probably doesn't sound like much, but let me tell you, as a 4th grader, that kind of independence seems incredible. Evening comes, and I remember spending most of the night from 6 to 10 p.m. playing games without my parents enforcing their usual limits. Now, before I get into the part where my night went downhill, allow me to give you some background information on where I live. My neighborhood is in southeast Michigan.
Because I want to try to make myself sound credible.
Class homes, and was spread out
Even
fairly
though
spaciously.
It's
isn't
not.
like giant 4-acre country plots, but there's a good 100 yards in between houses. Enough room for privacy, close enough to feel like a community. I lived in a 3-level home about 4 minutes into the subdivision of the main road. So, at 8 a.m., my developing self-control told me I should probably stop playing video games and go upstairs for some rest.
Yeah, there we go.
I brushed my teeth and decided to read in bed until I got tired. After about 10 minutes of reading, the chime of the doorbell suddenly snapped me out of my peaceful state. I lay in bed for a second,
Ding dong.
cautiously walked out of my room. I stood on the landing of the top floor, peering down into the darkness of the main floor, and I jumped as the doorbell rang 2 more times. My young mind was racing, and I was thinking of all the possibilities of who it could be. Was it my parents coming home early? They would have used the garage, right? Was it my brother's friend who lived next door? Well, it seemed kind of late for that. I didn't turn on the lights to the stairway, but instead slowly started to descend the stairs to go to the door. My stairs are 5 feet to the left of the front door, and when I was halfway down them I could clearly look out at the decorative half-circle of glass that's on top of the door. What I saw gave me one of those moments where you can feel your whole body flush with hot blood as the adrenaline kicks in and your heart rate rapidly accelerates. Facing the front door were 3 men in masks. I only glanced for a second, but they were ingrained in my memory forever. All 3 masks were grotesque, Halloween style. Wiry hairs sticking in all directions on the back. In a split second, I ran back up the stairs, debating what to do. This was pre-cell-phones, so I couldn't call my parents. And I foolishly thought at the time the police would be mad or wouldn't believe such a young kid had I crept into my upstairs bathroom. It was directly over the front door. The sense was quickly leaving, and I mistakenly turned the light on in the bathroom. I crawled to the blinds and I pushed one up to do a view. The 3 men were still standing there, but I also saw a 4th masked person crouching underneath a large pine tree in my front yard, holding an object that I didn't immediately recognize. Over the years I've speculated either a camera or a firearm, never knew for sure. However, in my haste, a slot of light streaming out the window quickly caught their attention. They gazed up at me. I'm sure my small figure was out there, and this was when it started to bang at the door, begging it to come down. I stood there with tears streaming down my face. Me looking down at the 4 figures and masks in the after blinds. Then the strength got back.
Son of a bitch.
By the side of the house. I ran to my room, turning off all the lights and huddling under my desk and hiding. I could hear the motion behind by the sliding glass door facing my backyard, clicking on and off over the next 15 minutes, but I didn't dare look outside. I braced myself to hear pounding on the downstairs back windows, and at any moment, it felt like I would hear glass shattering, and then barging inside. Crying, shivering, not feeling safe inside my own house has to be some of the worst 15 minutes of my life, especially at such a young age. Thankfully, after a while the motion light shut off for good. There was no trace of them. My parents came home, and me wedged in between the wall and the bed in the guest room, eyes wide with fear. I told them what happened, and my dad explained to me there wasn't really any evidence or anything for the police to track. For a few years I became super protective of my brother, and wouldn't let him go outside alone for fear of the masked men. I thankfully never had any other encounters, but it still fucked me up pretty bad for quite a while. This won't be as creepy as most of the stories here, but it is something that completely horrified me to my core when it happened. Back in my late teens in Dublin, Ireland, I used to head to a particular nightclub every single week. I got to know most of the regulars there, to the point that I could sit at any table and know at least a few people. One night, I was introduced to a new woman who no one really knew very well, and I said hello, made very short, polite conversation, and then went about my time as normal, dancing and drinking. Nothing much of note happened during my time in the club. At the end of the night, I left a little earlier than my friends because I lived really far away outside of the city. I got a taxi home and got into bed, walking into a deep sleep. I woke up in the morning, sunlight streaming over the room. Immediately knew something was wrong. Too much weight on the bed. I spun and moved down to the end of the room, and there sat on the end of my bed was the woman from the night before, staring at me wide-eyed, utter devotion and a weird smile. It was totally fucking horrible. I had no idea what to say, so I said nothing. I was so weirded out by her expression, the whole bizarre nature of the situation. It was dumbstruck. It wasn't a lustful look. It was spooky, obsessive, insane. I know for a lot of guys the idea of having some random woman appear in their bedroom might be a thrill, but this was nothing like that. It was scary, plain and simple.
She's a creepy chick that you met at the bar. You followed you home, hiding in the back of your car.
She left without saying anything. From talking to friends and family, I pieced together what happened. After I looked at her, she had tried to catch up with me, but instead had lost me. She went back, asked around until someone told her the rough area I lived in. Got a taxi there. Knocked on random doors, waking up neighbors, and eventually unfolded exactly where we lived. She then lied to my sister, saying that I had been expecting her. My sister was pissed off
That is it.
but let her in. From there, she got to my room and sat there for God knows how long, silently watching me. As it turns out, almost nobody from the club knew her at all. We all assumed someone else must know her. What really spooks me is that if she had wanted to hurt me for whatever reason, she easily found her way right into my family house, right into my bedroom. Ugh, I'm shuddering thinking of it. My younger sibling has a couple of medical conditions requiring supplies, and my hometown has a pharmacy with a delivery service. We often got deliveries from them. When I was in middle school, my mom got a different job, which meant that I would get home about 2 hours before everyone else, and I'd be in the house by myself. A few weeks after the start of school, right after I got home, a guy rang the doorbell and said he was from the pharmacy. He had the uniform shirt on and was holding a small bag with their logo on it. I started to unlock the door and went as far as to take the deadbolt and the top lock off, when I happened to think about the fact that the guy had sunglasses and a hat on, and jeans underneath the uniform shirt, whereas most of their drivers were very professional looking. I looked down at the street and saw that there weren't any of their delivery cars anywhere. Plus, the bag he had was really small, and the deliveries we got were a lot bigger. I told him to wait a minute and called my mom to ask if we were expecting a small delivery. She told me that we weren't expecting any deliveries, and to tell the guy that he must have the wrong house. I went back to the door and told him through the door that I thought he had the wrong house. And he started insisting it was the right one, and he knew our last name. I
Not
asked
like
which
that's
person
hard
the
to
medicine
get
was
off of
for,
a
and he
mailbox.
didn't know. I told him that we would just pick up the medicine at the pharmacy, and he started to get mad and say it didn't make any sense, and that your parents are going to be mad at you if you don't get this delivered. At this point, I was getting scared because he wasn't leaving. Right after he said that, my uncle, who lived nearby, was coming up our stairs to pick up something. When the guy turned around and saw him, he went down the stairs and said, "Wrong house," to my uncle, and jumped in his car and left. My mom called the pharmacy when she got home, and they didn't have any drivers who matched the guy's description or any delivery schedule for us, and the pharmacy manager was really disturbed because she'd said one of their workers had his work shirt stolen out of his building for a few weeks before. I completely refused to be at home by myself for months after that, and it still creeps me out to think of how close I was to open the door, and the fact that he knew our last name.
Shit. I can still stick the landing bow.
My husband and I lived in a tiny 1950s bungalow in a cute little town. The type of place
See
where Main
that?
Street is gentrified with trendy restaurants and art galleries, but surrounded by lower and working class homes. The area was pretty shady, but we bought it in 2005 for what we thought was an absolute steal, in the hopes the area would turn itself around.
Tons of ways to feed
With the
frostbitten
you can imagine.
vine in the tundra biome.
We knew and liked all of our immediate neighbors, but just a street over in any direction were pretty rough areas.
Craft a plated limestone
Anyway, I've been there for
weapon.
nearly 5 years and felt pretty safe, even with
Craft
iffy incidents.
plated limestone
One night
pickaxe.
around 9, my husband headed to the gym with one of his friends.
Meteoric
I went to the kitchen to make some
armor.
popcorn before I settled in to watch TV.
Feed
Through the
frostbitten
curtain of the kitchen
vine.
window, which is on the side of the house, I saw a car's headlights slow to a stop. I didn't think too much
I
of
think
it.
that's why I
The
gotta
street was
find
pretty heavily
limestone,
trafficked.
is so that I can mine that
A few moments later, I heard my
meteor.
dogs start barking and a loud knocking at the door. Thinking it was a neighbor, I went to the door and pulled back the blinds. The top half of the door was a window, and I saw a man with a bandana covering his face, pointing a gun at me and screaming. I'm not sure if it was another language, or if I was just too stunned to understand what he was saying, but I turned and ran with my dogs toward the back of the house, as 3 gunshots fired behind me. My dogs and I ran into the backyard and I plastered myself against the house. On the other side of the fence I could see the car from before, still sitting there. I jumped as 2 more gunshots fired into the backyard. Then I heard a car door slam and watched the car peel off. My neighbors were all too scared to come out at first, but after I called out to them for a while, they came and helped me over the fence. I did not want to go back in. I called the cops and got in touch with my husband at the gym. The police came and collected evidence and said that there were footprints on my door, as if after he had shot, the assailant tried to kick in the door. They asked me flat out who would want to kill me. The answer is no one. My husband and I have never had enemies of any sort, and the only thing they could figure was it was either some sort of gang initiation or a case of wrong location. Why they would shoot at a girl in her pajamas, I have no idea. One of the bullets lodged in the door jamb of my living room, right at my head level. If it had been a few inches to the right, it would have hit me. Another bullet ricocheted into the dining room, which was the next room I ran through. We packed up that night and went to my parents' house, and I never spent another night there again. We found another place to live about 6 months later, but we're stuck with this house that's now worth about half of what we paid for it, and the area is still pretty shitty. Nothing ever came of my investigation.
Place it here.
County with a lot of crime, and they have bigger fish to fry. But there was a large drug bust a couple of blocks away shortly thereafter, and 13 people were arrested. I can only speculate that it could be related. I dealt with some pretty tough PTSD for about a year after, but I live in a much safer place now, and I'm just happy to be alive. I'm female, and I was 16 when this happened, years ago. There were 2 incidents that happened before the really scary incident. We lived in a fairly new residential neighborhood, and at night, about 10 p.m., I was laying in bed doing homework, and I heard this tapping, scratching at my window.
Rap, tap, tap.
My mother wasn't at home that night.
Rap,
My father was
tap,
always
tap.
I jumped out of bed and ran into his room and said, "Dad, someone is outside, tapping on my window." My dad, who thought I was being a hysterical teenager, peeked out his own window and said, it was probably a tree branch or something. He then went back to bed. My father was a lazy bastard, I tell you. Couldn't even be bothered to go look out my window or outside. Never mind the fact that there were no bushes or trees near enough to touch my window. I was creeped out, but I double-checked no one could see in my bedroom, and that the curtains covered everything, and went back to bed. A few weeks later, I'm sitting in the living room. It's just me and my mom home. I had just finished taking a shower, and I was lounging in the towel, talking to my mom and painting my toenails. Suddenly, we both heard a tapping and scratching noise at the sidewalk. My mom was pissed. She immediately jumped up and went outside, where she confronted a man. The man walked off. She ran in the house and called the police. The police came and they caught the guy a few blocks away, and my mom identified him as the man who was peeking in the window. The man claimed that he was just back there between the houses because he had to take a leak. The police said, "Okay, so if you took a leak, where's the urine?" There was none. He was hauled off to jail for at least trespassing. I'm not sure if he was charged with being a PB Tom or not. Fast forward about a month later. I woke up in the middle of the night because my dad suddenly jumped off the bed. I heard a slight noise in the hallway. I tiptoed to my bedroom door and peeked out. And there he was. The man who had been peeking. All I could hear was the thump-thump of my heart racing. The moment I saw him, he was standing in the doorway of my little sister's room with a gun in his hand. He was just starting to close the door. He had a gun in one hand and a bag in the other. That wasn't the room he wanted. I was sure I was about to die a horrible death after being raped. I've never, ever had an adrenaline rush so big in my life. Not even years later when I jumped out of a perfectly good airplane to skydive a few times. I was suddenly and powerfully alert. I'm telling you that I had super strength, hearing, and sight. It might be my imagination, but I swear I could see, hear, and smell better than normal. An effect of all that adrenaline. Within a few seconds, I considered my options. Scream? He had a gun. My father would come running and he'd get shot. Hide in the closet under the bed. He would find me. Try and fight him. He had a gun. This was before cell phones, and I didn't have a phone in my room. So without any hesitation, I quickly opened up my window and jumped out, bare feet onto the gravel. I'm the kind of girl with zero upper body strength, And yet, I was able to get up and out of that window quickly and quietly with hardly any effort. Landing on the gravel and bare feet hurt a tiny bit. Did I mention that I was completely nude? Yeah, I slept in the nude. What can I say? It was summer and warm. I falls out about 3 houses down to a neighbor's house and banged on the door. As a 16-year-old girl, seeing you naked is horrifying beyond belief. But in that moment, I didn't care for 1 second. I went 3 houses down because I didn't want the creepy man to hear me banging on a door. When I didn't get an immediate response, I went to the next house and banged on their door. The whole time I'm terrified for my family and my house. Finally, someone at this house answered quickly, and I just got out. Man in my house. Call the police. Man in my house. They called 911. The police were there really fast. They came in without lights and sirens, and they caught the guy in the house. In my room. This is what he brought with him. A gun, a bag, a rape kit really, that included a tape, 2 X-Acto knives, a couple of dildos, bondage porn magazines, bleach, condoms, lube, ball gag, pliers, and maybe some other stuff that I can't remember off the top of my head. Luckily, it never went through. He did a plea bargain and got 25 to life with sleeping charges. He's still in prison and will be for the rest of his life, because a few years after going to jail, he got a life sentence for committing a murder while inside prison. The DA who handled my case called me to tell me. Thank God. I didn't sleep well again for a number of years. I would wake up numerous times per night at the slightest noise or even hint of noise. It wasn't until I got a dog that I was able to sleep. I let my dog do his job, warn me of any noise. Now, I can finally sleep. It didn't hurt that I also got a gun and keep it near me when I sleep. I took gun safety class lessons. I go to range every month without fail. I will kill any motherfucker who comes into my house in the night.
Good for you. Shoot that motherfucker. Shoot him. Shoot him dead. Die, little piggy. You must die. Oh, down the bottom of the ocean. Yeah, that's yeah, it's not gonna happen. I will go collect some more wood. Go collect some more lumber and kill another piggy. Oh, unlock scroll. Nothing to loot. No loot. No loot. Doggy, avoid. Ooh, slaughtered that piggy. Slaughtered that piggy. Take it all, take it all, take it all, take it all. Drop all the stuff I don't need. 'Cause it's garbage to me. Records. Don't know why they give you records. Little baby Porker. Baby Bacon. Let's see. Hello? Oh, killed himself trying to get to me. Hello? Why can't I stand on top of anything? Am I invisible? Is it because I'm building far too close to that? Curiouser and curiouser. Okay, I'm on top of stuff now. Oh, you mother... For some reason, that piece doesn't exist. Why? Why does that not exist? It shows that it's there, but it's not really there. So we'll go like this. One of the fatal drawbacks to this game is it's still early alpha. still a lot of fun to build and run around and explore and find all the shit. Fight the big monsters and do all the crafting, which I still haven't unlocked everything yet. It's tough. That's it, yeah. I need some more wood. You got wood? Got some yellow wood? Yellow wood's good. Do one more. We can do one more. We can keep going a little bit longer. We can keep going a little bit longer. You worried about it. Basement horror stories. That sounds like Reddit tales to me.
Welcome to Phantom Echoes, a channel dedicated to a seemingly mundane profession that more often than not put me face to face with things I couldn't explain. As a young man, I worked countless night shifts, patrolling dimly lit basements of all kinds of buildings. It was during those long, silent nights that I encountered events that would haunt me forever. Now that I have the time, I've decided to document all of these encounters in a book. Each story is told in chronological order, starting from when I was just 19 years old, the year I first took a job as a night guard. These experiences not only made me question the world around me, but also taught me that some things lie beyond human understanding. This is the first story, set in the year I started, when I worked at an old office building.
Drive me to this last
Story 1.
Tower.
The knocking in the old basement. I was just 19 years old, newly hired as the night guard for an old office building in the middle of downtown. Built in the 1920s, the building boasted beautiful classic architecture, though parts of it seemed forgotten by time. The basement was one of those parts, a dark, damp space, with twisting hallways and heavy steel doors leading to storage rooms. I remember the first night I had to check the basement vividly. It was around 2 a.m., and the silence was so thick I could hear every step I took echoing down the hallway. Armed with a small flashlight, its faint beam barely illuminated a few feet ahead of me. As I neared the end of the corridor, a faint knocking sound echoed from the far end of the basement. At first, I thought it might be the plumbing or some noise from upstairs, but the knocks grew more rhythmic and louder, sending a chill through me. I approached the steel door, where the sound seemed to originate. My hand trembled as I reached for the icy handle. When I pulled it open, the room beyond was empty, a bare concrete-walled space. But something caught my eye.
Is it icy or
a dark red
just
streak
cold?
across the floor, starting from the center of the room and trailing into the farthest shadow-filled corner. I shone my flashlight toward the corner, but the beam seemed swallowed by an unnatural darkness. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed behind me, as if someone had slammed the steel door shut. Spinning around, I found nothing but the open door swinging slightly. Panic set in, but I forced myself to stay calm. "It's just an old building," I whispered to myself. "Nothing strange here." As I prepared to leave, a whisper broke the silence. "Get out! Don't come back!" The voice was soft, yet icy, as though it didn't belong to anything human. My entire body froze in place. But deep down, I knew I had to leave. Without looking back, I bolted out of the basement, my heart pounding in my ears. From that night onward, I avoided going to the basement alone whenever I could, though the job didn't always allow it. Each time I stepped down there, it felt like something unseen was watching me from the shadows. A few months later, I transferred to another
somebody's
location, but the
watching
memories of that
me.
basement stuck with me. A constant reminder that some doors are better left unopened. Story 2, Room Number 6. After leaving my first job, I moved on to work as a security guard at an old hotel on the outskirts of New Orleans. This place was built in the 1800s, once serving as a boarding house for immigrants, before being converted into a hotel. While there weren't any outright rumors about it, I couldn't shake the eerie atmosphere that seemed to linger from the moment I set foot inside. But the one thing that left the deepest mark on me was the hotel's basement and a room marked with the number 6. My first night on the job was uneventful until around midnight. The manager asked me to check the basement because the electrical system had been acting up. The basement was divided into small rooms, each used for storing guests' belongings or unused equipment. Room number 6 was located at the farthest end, a place no one dared to bring up in casual conversations. As I descended into the basement, the air turned unnaturally cold, even though it was a sweltering summer night outside. The flashlight in my hand swept across the damp walls, its beam reflecting off patches of moisture that formed strange, unrecognizable shapes. As I neared room 6, I noticed the door was slightly ajar, and the space inside was completely dark. I pushed the door open, the beam of my flashlight revealing old trunks and furniture covered in thick layers of dust. But what caught my attention was a single armchair positioned in the center of the room, facing a large mirror on the wall. The mirror was cracked, with jagged lines resembling a spider's web. As I moved closer, a faint, drawn-out laugh echoed from somewhere deep in the room, sending a chill down my spine. I raised my flashlight higher, but there was nothing but empty space. Just as I turned to leave, the mirror emitted a soft crack, as if someone had tapped it lightly. I whipped around, and in the dim glow of my flashlight, I saw my reflection. or so I thought. The figure in the mirror didn't mimic my movements. Instead, it slowly stood up from the armchair in the reflection. The figure in the mirror began to move slowly, each step always accompanied by a sharp crackling sound that reverberated through the room. It approached the mirror's surface, its dark eyes swallowing the faint light. I stood frozen in place, unable to tear my gaze away. When the distance between us narrowed to just a few feet, the figure stopped and raised a finger, as if pointing directly at me. Words began to appear on the glass, in what looked like blood. Take my place. I stumbled backward, barely managing to hold my flashlight. The figure in the mirror smirked, before stepping out of the reflection's boundaries. The armchair behind me was now empty, and the laughter that had echoed earlier grew louder, filling the entire room. I bolted out of the room, slamming the door shut behind me, but the laughter seeped through the cracks, mocking me as I ran. As I sprinted up the staircase, the hallway above was shrouded in darkness, even though the electrical system was supposed to have been repaired. My footsteps echoed, but they weren't the only ones. A second set of footsteps trailed me, drawing closer with every step. When I finally reached the main hall, the manager gave me a puzzled look. I told him everything that had happened, but he merely chuckled. Everyone has their first experience with Room 6, he said. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. His words left me shaken, confirming that the basement had seen far more than I could ever imagine. I continued working at the hotel for a few more months, though I avoided the basement whenever I could. One day, curiosity got the better of me, and I asked an older colleague about Room 6. He glanced around nervously, as if afraid someone might overhear, before whispering. That mirror belonged to a family that was murdered here, back when this place was a boarding house. They say their souls are trapped in it, waiting for someone to free them, or replace them. From then on, I avoided mirrors altogether. But during my last shift at the hotel, I received a call over the intercom. The voice on the other end, barely above a whisper, sounded like a woman's. Come down. We're waiting for you. I froze, my heart pounding, and switched off the intercom. Moments later, it clicked back on, and soft laughter echoed through the halls. Since then, every time I look into a mirror, I wonder if what I see is truly my reflection, or if something else is waiting for me in the world beyond the glass. Story 3. The Singing in the Basement of the Abandoned Theater. When I was 21, I took a job at an old theater in downtown Chicago. This theater had once been a symbol of the arts, but a devastating fire in the 1940s had left it abandoned ever since. Despite its disuse, security guards were still hired to prevent unauthorized access. Working night shifts at such a place sounded monotonous at first, but I soon discovered that the theater's basement was a world entirely its own. The basement of the theater had been used to store props, costumes, and stage equipment. It was vast and maze-like, with long hallways and small interconnected rooms. I vividly remember my first patrol down there, feeling as though I had stepped into a dark labyrinth where my flashlight's beam could not reach every corner. As I walked past rotting prop shelves and costumes still hanging, as if waiting for actors to wear them, I neared the end of a hallway. That's when I heard it, a faint singing voice echoing from afar. At first, I thought it must be the sound of the city above, but as I paused to listen, I realized the voice was coming from deeper within the basement. Following the sound, I pushed through faded wooden doors. The singing grew clearer, a melancholy yet captivating melody, as if a woman were singing alone in sorrow. The closer I got, the more the sound seemed to guide me to a small room, tucked away at the farthest end of the basement. The door was slightly ajar, and my flashlight revealed an old piano sitting in the center of the room. I stepped inside, searching for the source of the voice, but the room was empty. As I approached the piano, a soft, singular note chimed, plink, as if someone had gently struck a key. I froze, heart racing, but the piano remained silent. Deciding to leave, I turned toward the door, but before I could take another step, the singing began again, this time right behind me. I spun around, my flashlight illuminating the darkest corner of the room. There she was, a faint figure of a woman in a long white gown. She stood motionless, her head bowed, and her hands glided across the piano keys as if playing an invisible melody. When I mustered the courage to speak, the figure slowly turned toward me, revealing a pale, expressionless face and hollow, empty eyes. I don't know how long I stood there, paralyzed by fear. But when I finally came to my senses, I fled the room, leaving everything behind. The singing chased me down the hallway, growing louder with each step, until I burst out of the basement and slammed the door shut behind me. Pressing my back against the wall, I gasped for air, my heart pounding in my chest. The next day, I told the manager what had happened. He smirked dismissively and said, "Don't worry, that's just the theater's diva. She doesn't harm anyone." When I asked him to explain, he shared the story of a singer who had once performed at the theater. She had perished in a fire, trapped in the basement, while trying to save the piano she loved so dearly. Since then, people often reported hearing her sing at night. I stayed on at the theater for a few more months, but I never went into the basement alone again. Though I didn't see her again, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched whenever I heard a mournful tune. On late nights, staring at the darkened stage, I often wondered if she was still there, waiting for a performance that would never come. Story 4. Footprints on the Cement Floor. At 23 years old, I took a job as a night guard at an old warehouse on the outskirts of Philadelphia. The warehouse had once been a wartime manufacturing plant, but it had long since been abandoned, now serving only as a storage space for outdated goods. Before starting, I had heard strange stories from my coworkers, but I dismissed them as jokies meant to spook the new guy. The warehouse was vast, so vast that even the echo of my own footsteps felt like someone else was walking behind me. On my first night, I was tasked with inspecting the basement, a section that had once been used to develop secret weapons. It was rarely accessed, perpetually damp, and covered in cracked cement floors.
Oh, my
layered with
glider
thick
broke.
dust.
Did they change
With a
that?
flashlight, I descended the
They
steel
had to have
staircase leading
changed
into the
that.
basement.
It does
The
not
dim yellow
last
glow from the sparse
nearly.
overhead
Oh
lights
yeah, they
did
don't.
little to penetrate the oppressive darkness.
They don't
The
last
temperature
nearly
dropped
as
sharply
long as they used
as I
to.
entered the space, and the sound of wind whistling through the cracks in the walls
30
resembled faint
minutes
whispers.
of
I
glide
ignored
time.
it and pressed on. As I swept my flashlight across a corner of the room, its beam illuminated something
Well, that got
unbelievable.
updated.
Footprints, clear and fresh, imprinted in the thick dust, covering the cement floor. What was strange was that they appeared recent, as if someone had just walked through. The footprints led from the middle of the room, toward a large wooden door at the end of the hallway. Intrigued, I decided to follow them. The old wooden door creaked loudly as I pushed it open, revealing a smaller, more confined room. On the floor, the footprints abruptly ended, right before a large circular cement pit. It was as if whoever made them had jumped into the pit. Shining my flashlight into its depths, I saw nothing but impenetrable darkness. As I stood there, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, a loud noise erupted behind me, like someone kicking the door I had just entered through. I spun around, but the hallway was empty. My heart raced, as I decided it was time to head back to the staircase. But just as I stepped out of the room, I heard heavy, deliberate footsteps rising from the depths of the pit.
Oh,
They
come
were
on.
slow at first, but grew faster, as if something was climbing out. I ran up the staircase without looking back. As I ascended, the overhead lights flickered and went out one by one, as if something unseen was following me closely. When I finally reached the upper level, I slammed the basement door shut and leaned against it, panting. From the other side, I heard a single heavy bang, but when I turned to look, everything was silent again. The next day, I recounted the incident to my manager. He went quiet for a moment before explaining that the basement had been used for biological weapons experiments during the war. Many workers had mysteriously vanished, and reports of footsteps and strange occurrences were common among former guards. "You're lucky you got out in time," he said grimly. Though I never returned to the basement, the strange events didn't stop. One night during a shift, I noticed fresh footprints in the dust on the ground floor, a place where no one had been. To my horror, the footprints led directly to the security office where I was stationed. Checking the surveillance cameras, I saw something that froze me in place. On the screen was a figure that looked like me, but it wasn't me. The figure stood motionless, staring directly into the camera, as if sending the message. I quit the job the very next day. Yet, every night since, I've been haunted by dreams of those footprints, leading me back to the old basement, where the darkness seems to be waiting for my return. Story 5. The Freezing Room in the Hospital Basement. When I was 25, I took a job as a security guard at an old hospital in downtown Detroit. This hospital had once served as a primary care center during the influenza pandemic of the 1910s, but had closed years earlier before being repurposed for medical research. However, its decrepit basement remained untouched, carrying an ominous atmosphere that words couldn't fully capture. The manager had warned me to stay away from the eastern basement, but as always, I didn't give much thought to the advice. One late night, the hospital's electrical system malfunctioned, and I was tasked with inspecting the basement. The path to the eastern basement was long and winding, illuminated only by flickering neon lights that made the surroundings even more unsettling. As I opened the door leading to the basement, an icy blast of air hit me, starkly different from the stifling heat above. My footsteps echoed eerily in the stillness, and I quickly realized that every sound here felt distorted, as if twisted by the heavy air. I walked past empty rooms, some still marked with signs like cold storage or surgery room. As I approached the eastern section, the temperature dropped unnaturally, and I began to feel a presence, though I saw no one. While inspecting the area,
Okay, we're
I came
in a
across a heavy metal
tundra
door, faintly
zone.
engraved with the words
You're in
Room
tundra zone?
B13.
Yeah, tundra zone.
Oddly enough, this
So
door was
we
unlocked,
can draw
unlike the others,
a
which were securely
base
sealed. Curious,
here.
I pushed it open and was immediately struck by a bone-chilling cold
Whoa,
that made it
that's
hard
kind
to
of
breathe.
messed up.
Inside, the room was lined with old hospital beds, each covered in a faded white sheet. As I walked past the rows of beds, my flashlight beam landed on a wall-mounted board listing patient names. Most entries were marked with notes like deceased or sent to morgue. Just then, a faint whisper broke the silence behind me. My heart pounded as I spun around, but there was nothing there. Just the motionless white sheets. As I prepared to leave, I noticed something peculiar. One of the sheets on a nearby bed was shifting slightly, as if something underneath was stirring.
Or we can drop a
I
forest
aimed my
base
flashlight at it, and the sheet
between
suddenly
the
slid off
two
onto
of
the floor,
those.
revealing a hazy, human-like form lying beneath. Before I could react, all the
No,
sheets in the room flew
we
into the air,
will
swirling
jump
violently, as though caught in an invisible whirlwind.
Make
The darkness thickened,
run
and
for
shadowy
that. That
figures
almost
began
looks
to
like
dart around the
mountain,
room,
though.
circling me. I could hear whispers, sobs, and even piercing screams, as if hundreds of voices were trapped in this confined space. The door behind me slammed shut, trapping me inside. I desperately tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. Suddenly, one of the shadows stopped directly in front of me, slowly forming into the shape of a woman. Her face was pale, her eyes hollow and empty. "Why are you here?" she asked, her voice echoing, as if it came from the depths of the earth. Summoning courage from somewhere deep within, I shouted and slammed my fists against the door. After a few moments, it burst open, and I bolted out, racing up the stairs without daring to look back. The next day, I recounted everything to the manager. His face turned pale as he reluctantly admitted that room B13 had once been used as an isolation ward during the pandemic. Many patients had died there due to neglect. It's said their souls haven't moved on, he explained. That's why we always keep that area locked. Though I quit the job shortly afterward, I couldn't shake what I had experienced. Even now, I often dream of that freezing room, with its white sheets swirling in the air and the whispers echoing in my mind. I can't help but wonder if I truly escaped those
Truly
or if I
cheated
merely left
ghosts,
them waiting
huh?
for my return. Story 6.
Okay.
The music box in the mansion basement. When I was 27, I took a job as a night guard
Right.
at an old mansion in Charleston, South Carolina. Built in the 19th century, the mansion once belonged to a wealthy aristocratic family. After years of tragedy and neglect, it was abandoned and eventually converted into a historical landmark. My job was to patrol at night and ensure no one entered the basement, which housed artifacts from the family's golden era. One night during my rounds, I heard a faint melody echoing through the mansion. It sounded like the tinkling notes of a music box, distinct and metallic, but I
Not a
couldn't pinpoint
music
its source.
box. Oh my
The
goodness.
melody sent chills down my spine, but I reassured myself it was likely an antique, being triggered by noise or a gust of wind. I followed the sound, descending into the dark basement via a narrow stone staircase. The door to the basement was supposed to be securely locked, yet when I touched it, it opened easily, as if someone had been there just moments before. The basement was vast, filled with wooden shelves stacked with antiques, ceramic vases, oil paintings, and tarnished silverware. As I ventured further, the melody grew louder. Finally, I saw it, a small wooden music box sitting on a table in the middle of the room. Its lid was open, and a tiny figurine of a ballerina spun gracefully to the haunting tune. I approached, feeling an inexplicable chill spread through my body.
Ooh,
When I picked up the
spooky.
music box, I noticed an inscription carved inside the lid. For Eleanor, with love forever. Suddenly the melody stopped, and an eerie silence enveloped the room. I felt a presence behind me. Turning quickly, my flashlight swept across the room, revealing nothing but shadows. Then, on the wall, I saw it, my shadow, joined by another smaller one standing beside it. The second shadow was childlike, yet there was no one there. I set the music box back on the table and stepped away. But at that moment, a soft giggle echoed from the corner of the room. The laughter was sweet but unnerving, as if it didn't belong to this world. From the shadows, a faint figure emerged, a little girl in a white dress, with curly hair cascading over her face. She moved slowly toward the music box, placed her hand on its lid, and turned her head to look directly at me. I tried to back away, but my feet felt rooted to the floor. The girl opened the music box again, and the melody began to play once more, this time slower, distorted,
Boris
and haunting.
Bates.
The room around me seemed to warp, The shelves tilted, the darkness
Yeah,
thickened, and the air grew so cold that my breath turned to mist. Her laughter filled the basement, echoing from every corner. "You shouldn't have touched it," she said, her childlike voice laced with an unnatural authority. The music box abruptly stopped, and she vanished, leaving behind a long, drawn-out sigh that seemed to linger in the frigid air. I regained control of my legs and ran out of the basement, leaving everything behind. Once I reached the ground floor,
ran out
I
saying,
locked the door
"Fuck
tightly and
this."
swore never to go back. That night, I couldn't sleep. The melody played endlessly in my mind, like a relentless reminder. The next day, I recounted the incident to the mansion's manager. His expression turned grave as he explained that the music box had once belonged to Eleanor, the family's youngest daughter, who mysteriously disappeared in 1893. They say her spirit still lingers in the basement, waiting for someone to find her music box, he said. And if anyone dares to touch it, they carry her curse forever. I left the job shortly afterward, but the story didn't end there. Each night, as I drifted off to sleep, I could hear that haunting melody, slow and chilling, as if the music box was still playing somewhere close. I wonder if I can ever escape it, or if Eleanor will find her way back to me once more. Story 7. The Plumber. When I was 29, I took a job as a night guard at an old office building in Boston. This building had once been a grand bank in the 1920s, but had since been converted into office space for small businesses. The basement retained its original design, with document storage rooms and old vaults. One night, I had an unsettling encounter with someone, or something, that seemed to have never left. My shift started as usual. I patrolled the upper floors, checking windows and security systems. Around 1 a.m., I heard a faint tapping sound coming from the basement. Assuming it was mice or the old plumbing acting up, I decided to investigate. The basement was pitch dark, lit only by dim, flickering neon lights. As I descended, the air grew noticeably colder. The tapping continued, steady and deliberate,
we are
like someone
gonna
lightly hammering on a
pop
pipe with a metal
over
tool.
to
I followed the sound to a small room, tucked away in the farthest corner
our
of the
mountain
basement.
base.
When I opened the door,
When I
my
say
flashlight
our mountain
illuminated
base,
a
I'm
man
going to say
wearing an
my
old
mountain
plumber's
base
uniform, crouched
because
over a large
I built
pipe
it.
running along
It's
the wall.
mine.
"What are you doing here?" I asked, my voice tinged with surprise. The man didn't respond. He just kept tapping the pipe with a rusty wrench. His pale skin and vacant eyes gave him an odd, unsettling appearance. I stepped closer, but as soon as I took another step, the man lifted his head and looked directly at me. His empty eyes glinted with no light, and a chilling smile spread across his face. "This pipe still needs fixing," he rasped, his voice low and gravelly, as if coming from somewhere far away.
This
I
pipe
stepped back,
still needs
about to ask more
fixing.
questions, but in the blink of an eye,
I've been dead
the
for
man
200
vanished.
years. They
The
still
room
ain't
fell
fixed
silent,
its pipe.
and the rusty wrench clattered to the floor with an echoing thud. I bent down to pick it up, noticing it felt unnaturally heavy and cold, as though it had just been pulled from a freezer. Looking back at the pipe, I found no signs of repair or disturbance. The man had left no trace, no footprints, no tools, nothing to suggest he had ever been there. As I turned to leave, I heard heavy, deliberate footsteps echoing down the hallway behind me. They were slow at first, but they grew louder and faster, as if someone or something was chasing me. I quickened my pace, but the footsteps followed suit, drawing closer with every step. I bolted up the stairs, slamming the basement door shut behind me. Only then did the footsteps stop, and the oppressive silence returned. The next day, I recounted the incident to the building manager. His face darkened with a mix of surprise and unease. "That's strange," he said, before sharing an old story. Back when this building was a bank, a plumber died in the basement while trying to fix a leak. He got trapped in a sealed room and wasn't found in time. Ever since, a few guards have reported seeing him. I tried to carry on with my job for a few more weeks, but the memory of that night lingered. Occasionally, while patrolling, I would hear faint tapping sounds coming from the basement, steady, deliberate, and unnervingly familiar. It felt as though the plumber was still down there, endlessly working on a task he would never finish. Story 8. The Ghost in the Freezer Room. At 32 years old, I started working as a night guard at a frozen food warehouse on the outskirts of Minneapolis. The warehouse was massive, used to store perishable goods for large supermarket chains. Its basement was designed to maintain extremely low temperatures, with deep freezer rooms and endless cold hallways. From my first day, the place had an eerie atmosphere that unsettled me in ways I couldn't explain. One winter night, as temperatures outside dipped close to freezing, I was asked to investigate a triggered alarm in the basement. As I stepped into the basement, I was immediately enveloped by a cold far more intense than usual. The heavy steel door behind me closed with a loud clunk, making me flinch. Walking down the long hallway, I noticed the unusual silence. There were no sounds from the machinery or ventilation systems, only the echo of my boots on the floor. When I approached one of the freezer rooms, I noticed a faint smudge on the glass window, what looked like a handprint. Oddly enough, no one was supposed to be in this area after hours. Shining my flashlight through the window, I saw a figure standing at the far end of the freezer room. It was a woman with long hair, wearing a tattered white coat. She stood motionless, her back to me. I knocked lightly on the glass, but she didn't respond. My anxiety grew as I decided to open the door and step inside. The temperature inside was even colder than I expected, making my breath visibly misty. As I moved closer to where the figure had been, I realized she was gone. All that remained were faint water stains on the floor, as if someone had stood there moments before, melting into the air. Turning to leave, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind me. Spinning around, my flashlight swept over the empty room. The footsteps continued, slow and deliberate, getting closer. The heavy door slammed shut behind me, trapping me inside the freezing room.
Saturday morning.
Set in, as I pounded on the door, trying to force it open. In the suffocating stillness, I heard a whisper just inches from my ear. "Why are you here?" The voice was soft yet piercing, freezing me in place. I turned, and there she was, the woman standing inches away. Her face was pale, her eyes hollow, and a chilling smile spread across her lips. In a desperate burst of adrenaline, I charged at the door, slamming against it until it swung open. I stumbled into the hallway, falling to the ground. When I turned back, the freezer room was empty, with no sign of her presence. Yet on the glass window, the frosty handprint remained, a silent reminder of what I had encountered. The next day, I asked a longtime employee about what I had seen. He hesitated before sharing a story. Years ago, a woman had been trapped inside one of the freezer rooms due to a system malfunction. Unable to escape, she froze to death. People say her spirit still roams the basement, he said, lowering his voice. She doesn't like anyone disturbing her space. But the strangeness didn't end there. Weeks after leaving the job, I began experiencing recurring dreams about that freezer room. In my dreams, I was standing in the middle of the icy room, surrounded by frost and ghostly
Not
handprints on the
enough
glass.
iron.
The familiar whisper returned.
That's
Clearer
not
this time.
good.
You'll never escape. One night, I woke from a nightmare to find my bedroom inexplicably cold. On my window, a faint handprint appeared, identical to the one I had seen in the basement. I turned on every light in the house, searching for an intruder, but found nothing. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I've moved houses multiple times since then, trying to leave the experience behind, but the presence seems to follow. Footsteps echo in empty spaces, sudden chills fill warm rooms, and her icy smile haunts my dreams. It's as if I brought something back with me, a lingering reminder that I trespassed where I didn't belong. Even now, every time I step into a cold space, I feel her presence just behind me, watching and waiting.
Ooh, that
Story
looks
9,
warm
The
and
Whispers
like
in the
you can
library
get
basement.
by it and stay
At
nice and
35
warm.
years old, I took a job as a night guard at an old library in a small town in Maine. Built in the 1800s, the library was renowned
Gonna
for its
need to
collection of
mine
rare
some
books.
more
But what set it
iron.
apart and made it unsettling was the basement,
More
a
iron.
place no one ventured willingly. Rumor had it that the basement had been used as a shelter during wartime and held secrets even the staff were reluctant to uncover. One night, after all the patrons had left, I began my usual rounds. The job mostly involved patrolling the silent hallways, checking windows, and ensuring the security system was intact. That night, as I passed by the door leading to the basement, I felt a cold draft seep through the crack. The door appeared slightly ajar. Thinking someone might have forgotten to lock it, I decided to investigate. The basement staircase was made of creaky old wood, each step groaning under my weight as I descended into the darkness. When I reached the bottom, the silence was so profound I could hear my own heartbeat. Shining my flashlight around, I saw rows of dusty shelves filled with old, forgotten books. Everything seemed normal at first, but then I heard a faint whispering sound, like someone speaking softly in the far corner of the room. I stopped and strained to listen, but I couldn't determine where it was coming from. I moved cautiously toward the sound, weaving through the towering bookshelves. When I reached a large, imposing shelf, I noticed a book partially pulled out, as if someone had been reading it. I picked up the book, and a sudden gust of cold air blew through the room, causing my flashlight to flicker. When the light steadied, I caught a glimpse of a shadow darting behind the bookshelf. I tried to follow the shadow, but it disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. Oddly, when I turned to head back to the stairs, the hallway in front of me seemed to stretch endlessly. The bookshelves grew taller and denser, and I couldn't find my way back. A voice rang out, clearer this time. Don't turn back. Just read. Looking down at the book in my hand, I noticed it was open to a specific page. Scrawled across the aged paper in shaky handwriting were the words, "They don't want to leave. Don't wake them." The air around me grew heavy, and I felt a presence closing in. A freezing hand suddenly gripped my shoulder. Spinning around, I found nothing behind me. Instead, the darkness in front of me seemed to shift, revealing a pale face staring at me through a gap in the bookshelves. The eyes were hollow, the expression lifeless. "You touched something that isn't yours," the voice whispered, cold and accusing. Panicked, I bolted down the hallway, praying it would lead back to the stairs. Strangely, the corridor seemed shorter this time, and I soon stumbled upon the staircase. I raced up the stairs, slamming the door shut behind me and locking it. My heart pounded as I leaned against the door, trying to calm myself. The next day, I confided in one of the senior staff members about what I had experienced. She hesitated before revealing a chilling story. The basement had been used as a wartime shelter, but many who sought refuge there never returned. Over the years, staff members had reported hearing whispers and seeing shadowy figures. "They say the basement holds the souls of those who couldn't leave," she said. I left the job shortly afterward, but the incident stayed with me. Sometimes, in my dreams, The same book reappears, always open to the same page. Each time, the handwriting grows longer, as if urging me to finish reading.
See what it does
I dare
for
not
this.
complete it, for deep down, I know that doing so would bind me to the curse of the library basement forever. Story 10. The Voice from the Supermarket Basement. At 37 years old, I took a job as a night guard at a large supermarket on the outskirts of Denver. The place was bustling during the day.
Just to see what
But
it
at night,
does.
the supermarket turned eerily quiet. Its basement, where goods and equipment were stored, was an
Not
area
too
no one
impressed
wanted
with
to
the
linger in.
AI stuff. It doesn't
Rumors
really
swirled
seem
about a
to
tragic accident that had occurred there years ago, though
to
no one was willing
research
to share the
anything.
details. One night,
You know what I mean?
while checking the security system, I heard an unusual sound coming from the basement. At first, I dismissed it as rats or noisy pipes, but the sound grew clearer. A voice. It was faint, yet haunting. Someone, help me. I stopped in my tracks, straining to hear. The voice repeated, this time emanating from the door leading to the basement. Summoning
See
my
how long
courage,
it takes.
I
though.
opened the door and descended the stairs. A chill
Shouldn't take
enveloped
too
me,
long.
and the beam of my flashlight seemed weak,
Usually doesn't
as
take
if the
more than
darkness was
a couple
absorbing
minutes.
its light.
But
Reaching the basement, I noticed a little streak on the dusty
check on
floor,
this too.
as if something or someone had been dragged across it. The trail led to a small room at
90
the end of
minutes
the
left
corridor.
on that.
The door was ajar, and inside, I heard labored breathing. Pushing the door open, I shone my flashlight on an overturned shopping cart surrounded by scattered boxes. In the
Well,
corner
to see
of
if
the
this will
room
give me
sat a
like
figure hunched
all of
over,
them in a
head
row.
bowed, with long hair
And then I
obscuring
can
their
kind of
face.
put them
Who
on
are
a
you?
wall
Do you
somewhere.
need help? I asked.
Just to
my
see
voice
if I
shaky.
can do it.
The figure didn't respond, but slowly lifted its head. Empty eyes stared at me, and a twisted smile spread across its pale face. I stumbled back, but the figure stood and began walking toward me with slow, deliberate steps. Each footfall echoed in the room. I turned to run, but the door behind me slammed shut. The darkness grew thicker, and the only sound left was a raspy, mocking laugh that seemed to surround me. Frantically, I pounded on the door, begging it to open. Suddenly, an icy hand grasped my shoulder. I spun around, but there was nothing there, only the oppressive darkness. Just as I was about to give up, the door burst open, and I bolted into the
okay.
hallway,
Well,
slamming it shut behind me. I vowed
Hmm.
never to return to that basement. The next day, I recounted the experience to a longtime coworker. He shook his head grimly.
not exactly what I had in
warned you.
mind.
That woman died in an accident down there years ago. They say she's still waiting for someone to help her or replace her. But the story didn't end there. A week after leaving the job, I began noticing strange occurrences at home. In the dead of night, I would hear the clattering sound of cartwheels on the tiled floor, though nothing was there. One day, while checking my storage room, I found a long
Why is
streak
it
on the
doing
floor,
that now?
eerily similar to the one I'd seen in the basement. One night, I woke from a nightmare to find my bedroom door slightly ajar. In the dim light of the hallway, a shadowy figure stood, a woman with long hair covering her face, and those same empty eyes staring directly at me. I screamed, flipping on every light, but when I looked again, she was gone. Since then, I've lived in constant fear that she followed me, carrying the curse of that basement. The faint voice calling for help, the clatter of wheels, and the fleeting shadow in the night all remind me that once you step into a place like that, you may never truly leave. Even now, in the stillness of the night, I sometimes hear her faint, haunting call. Someone, help me. A chilling reminder that I trespassed into a realm I never belonged to. Story 11. The Secret of the Mansion Basement. At 40 years old, my family and I decided to take a vacation and rented an old mansion in rural Virginia. Surrounded by towering trees and exuding an enigmatic charm, the mansion sat on a vast piece of land. The owner didn't share much about its history, only mentioning that it had stood for over 150 years and passed through many generations. We thought it would be a peaceful getaway, but the truth turned out to be far from that. On the first night, while my family was sound asleep, I woke up to a strange noise. It was a faint metallic
I don't
clink,
like it.
steady and rhythmic, seeming to come from beneath the floor. At first, I thought it might be the plumbing or small animals, but the persistent sound wouldn't
Got
let
a
me ignore
better
it.
idea.
I grabbed my flashlight and started to investigate. The mansion was eerily quiet, with each step I took echoing through the halls. When I reached the living room, the noise grew louder, guiding me to a corner, where a large rug was spread across the wooden floor. Curious, I pulled the rug aside and uncovered a small wooden door hidden beneath it. I lifted the wooden door to reveal a narrow staircase leading down. Not wanting to wake my family, I decided to explore on my own. As I descended, a chill swept over me, and the smell of dampness filled the air. The basement was pitch dark, except for the beam of my flashlight. At the bottom of the stairs, my flashlight illuminated a large, dusty room filled with old furniture and items.
You know, I've done other coat of
And
arms.
a massive
This
table
should take
stood in the
even
center.
less time.
But what drew my attention most was a large mirror mounted on the wall. Its
And their
large
AI is
wooden
not
frame
really
was
AI
intricately
either.
carved,
It's
though
just an
worn by
algorithm.
time. The mirror reflected the light from my flashlight, giving the eerie impression that something in the darkness was moving. As I approached the mirror, I noticed something strange. My reflection didn't match my movements. The figure in the mirror moved more slowly, as if it had a will of its own. A creeping
I'm
fear settled in
getting
my chest
hungry.
as I stepped back. Suddenly the reflection smiled, a twisted grin that didn't match the stoic expression on my face. I spun around, shining my flashlight behind me, but the room was empty. When I turned back to the mirror, the reflection had returned to normal. Before I could leave, a faint voice whispered from the corner of the room, "You're not supposed to disturb us." I aimed my flashlight toward the source of the voice, but all I saw was an old
of the
trunk in
voice.
corner. At that moment, the door to the stairs slammed shut with a resounding bang, the sound reverberating through the basement. I rushed to the door, pulling at it desperately, but it wouldn't budge. Behind me, slow, deliberate footsteps echoed, drawing closer. I turned and saw a tall, shadowy figure standing in front of the mirror. The figure raised a hand, as if beckoning me to come closer. A cold wave swept over me, and I shouted, "Who's there?" But instead of answering, the figure vanished, leaving the mirror's surface completely blank. Panicked, I pounded on the door with all my strength. After what felt like an eternity, the door creaked open, and I bolted up the stairs. Slamming the door shut, I dragged the rug back over it and sat trembling, trying to compose myself.
My
The
phone
next
is
morning, I told the owner about the
dying.
events of the night. He
Oh.
sighed deeply before
Did it
revealing
actually
that the
make
mansion
one,
once
or did it
belonged
just
to a
make a
wealthy but
Griffin
mysterious family. One of the previous owners
coat
had
of
become
arms?
obsessed with the mirror in the basement, claiming it reflected souls trapped
I
in
don't know
another
if
realm.
that's the actual coat of
"Don't
arms or
ever go down
not.
there again," he warned. "No one ever truly leaves that mirror." I decided to cut our trip short and left the mansion with my family. But the mirror and its haunting figure stayed with me. Occasionally, I see faint shadows flit across mirrors in my home, lingering just long enough to catch my eye. Late at night, when the lights are off, I always feel as though someone is watching me from the darkness. A curse from the basement has followed me, a reminder that there are places best left unexplored, and doors that should never be opened. Story 12: The Secret of My Uncle's Basement. At 42 years old,
Someone would
my
have to
family
tell
and I
me if
visited my
that's
uncle,
actually
who
what
lived
the
in a bustling neighborhood
Gryffindor
in Chicago. His house wasn't particularly large,
coat of
but had a
arms
classic design that
looks
stood
like
out among the modern buildings around it, giving it an
from
air of
Harry
mystery.
Potter.
My uncle was a reserved man, and despite visiting him multiple times, I had never heard him mention a basement in his home. On the first night, while my family was fast asleep, I woke up to an unusual sound. It was the haunting tune of a flute, each note drawn out and melancholic, as if someone was playing nearby. At first, I thought it was coming from the surrounding apartments, but as the sound grew clearer, I realized it was emanating from inside the house. I decided to leave my room to investigate. The eerie melody led me to the kitchen. When I turned on the light, I noticed a small gap under a large wooden cabinet pressed against the wall. Curious, I pulled the cabinet away and discovered a metal trapdoor concealed beneath it. Though a sense of unease gripped me, I opened the door to reveal a narrow staircase leading downward. The steep staircase led me to a small, confined space, just big enough for someone to stand upright. The basement looked like an old storage room, filled with dusty boxes, yellowing books, and a small wooden table in the center. But the air in the room was unnaturally cold, despite the house's heating system working fine. As I shone my flashlight around, its beam landed on an old picture frame sitting on the table. Inside was a family photograph of my uncle as a younger man, standing
See what
next
it
to a
does for this.
What caught my attention was that the woman in the photo didn't resemble anyone I'd ever known in our family. As I examined the photo, a sudden gust of cold air blew past, extinguishing my flashlight. In the pitch darkness, I heard a soft voice whisper, "She's been waiting too long." Panicking, I quickly turned the flashlight back on, but the room was empty. No one else was there. I decided to leave immediately, but when I turned toward the staircase, I saw that the trapdoor had
My
shut tightly.
character has hair
The flow's
plugs or
melody had
something.
changed. It was now
Hair
distorted,
plugs from
distant,
Liam.
and coming from deeper within the basement. Summoning my courage, I turned my flashlight toward the sound. A faint figure appeared, slender and ghostly, standing next to the table. The woman in the shadows wore a long vintage dress, her hair cascading down and covering half her face. As I stepped back, she slowly lifted her head, revealing a pale, hollow face with empty eyes. "Why have you come down here?" she asked, her voice as cold as the winter wind. I fought the rising panic and bolted for the staircase, pushing against the trapdoor with all my strength. After several desperate attempts, it finally gave way, and I scrambled back into the kitchen. Slamming the door shut, I could still hear the faint whisper behind me, "Don't come back." The next morning, I asked my uncle about the basement and the woman in the photograph. His face went pale, and he hesitated before confessing that the woman was his first wife, who had mysteriously disappeared years ago. "She always loved going down to the basement," he said. "I haven't opened that place since she vanished." But the story didn't end there. A week after returning home, I began noticing strange occurrences around me. Late at night, in the stillness of my house, I would hear the same
Curious.
faintly playing from somewhere nearby.
What can I make
At
with
first, I dismissed
this?
it as exhaustion playing tricks on me, but the sound only grew clearer with each passing night. One evening, as I sat in my living room, the light from a mirror on the wall flickered. When I approached it, I noticed my reflection didn't perfectly match my movements. For a fleeting moment, I saw the figure of the woman in the vintage dress pass behind me, accompanied by the haunting notes of the flute. I tried convincing myself it was all in my mind, but one night I was jolted awake by the sound of light footsteps around my bedroom. The air turned icy cold, and through the crack in the door, I saw her silhouette standing motionless, Her back turned to me. I screamed, turned on the lights, but the hallway was empty. It felt as though a piece of that basement, had followed me home, carrying a curse I had inadvertently awakened. To this day, I haven't told my family the full story, fearing that the presence might return, not just for me, but for those I love. Now, every time I pass by a mirror or a quiet hallway, I can't shake the feeling of being watched. Late at night, when the house is silent, I occasionally hear the faint, sorrowful tune of a flute, reminding me that the basement of my uncle's house hasn't let go of me yet. Story 13. The Call for Help from the Basement. After years of working as a security guard, I would...
Almost like a neon sign or something. Weird. This one gets a regular flat shield. This one, it does it extra thick. I don't know. It's kind of weird. To be honest. Their AI production thing is strange. I don't know. But I can ask it to make like a box of Triscuits or something, and it'll make a box of Triscuits of some kind. I can do like breakfast cereals, and it'll do breakfast cereals. Weird. It's like my Thanksgiving table with all the trimmings on it that's down there. It's weird. And then it doesn't make shit to scale for this person's size, so I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. It does weird shit. I don't know why. It's freaky like that. It's very strange. Very, very strange. But we're going to call it a day right there. Thanks to everybody who came in and hung out and chilled out with us. I'm not going to raid out today. There's not many people in chat. And those of you who are in chat are probably sleeping. So I'm going to have a snack and go to bed myself. So till tonight, love y'all. Thanks for being here. Hopefully I'll see you back again soon. If not, hopefully I'll see you again at some time. Remember, everybody, at the end of the day, it's just a game. Have fun with it. Good night, everybody. Bye.